Hello and welcome to the October 9th HGC meeting. I'm Candace Leidy, HGC staff. For a general announcement for applicants in the room or online, if your case is later today, do not need to attend the whole meeting. Staff sends out emails all through the meeting letting you know when your case will be heard next. So please watch out for those emails. Again, you don't have to stay for the whole meeting. We have a staff announcement before we get into our workshop item. Catherine Mahoney is here from the long range team for an announcement.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Mahoney. I'm a senior project manager in the long range division of our city's planning department. And I just wanted to share some information with you all this afternoon about a current planning effort underway and some opportunities to share your voice. I won't take too much time, but to kind of set the scene, I need to start with a little context. What am I doing here? Okay, should I minimize or that'll go away? It's fine. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, we have all seen Charlotte's rapid growth over recent decades, and we are projected to continue growing. So in the last 5 to 8 years, city staff, the appointed elected officials, we've done a lot of work to really modernize and update our tools for managing growth. And you may be aware of the 2040 comprehensive plan that was adopted in 2021. It is a big picture policy document that sets the vision for what we want to become in the future. And it essentially says we want to become a more equitable city for all, which in this context means that we provide housing choices, job opportunities, access to daily goods and services, and reduce environmental impacts throughout our community. So with that vision set, after adoption, staff went on with advancing additional work or additional supportive policies that are needed to really put our vision into action. So you can see that kind of in the second column, we provided additional land use policy through the 2040 policy map. Our partners in CDOT developed the strategic mobility plan, and entitlement services updated and consolidated their development regulations in the Unified Development Ordinance. So all that work has also been adopted. And we are now moving forward with the next level of guidance that's needed to put our vision into action. And again, you can see kind of last row of the slide, long range is working on community area planning. CDOT is working on our strategic investment areas, and entitlement services is working on alignment rezoning. So that's a lot of different work that's underway. Today, I really just want to focus on community area planning because we have an engagement window open, and it's a great opportunity for you to share your voice about projects and programs needed in the future. So zeroing in or, focusing just on community area planning, it is that next level of guidance that's needed to shape future development. So the effort will develop 14 plan documents. You can see our 14 geographies here on the map. And within those plan documents, we're going to be developing more detailed guidance for future growth that is expected to occur. We're doing this effort citywide, so all 14 geographies at once within a 2-year time period in an effort to deliver the guidance as quickly and equitably as possible. So it is a very aggressive timeline, but we are doing it. This is an overview of the process. The first, we have 5 phases. The first 4 are scheduled to be completed by the end of this year, and then we're going to initiate review and adoption next year. So I want to focus on the first 4 phases. Phase 1, called Setting the Stage. In this effort, we identified each of the 14 geographies' greatest needs in terms of their needs for housing choices, their needs for job opportunities, their need for access to daily goods and services, and their need for reduced environmental impacts. That work was summarized and can be found in community reports that are available on our project website, cltfuture2040.com. And then we moved into phase 2 called Creating Great Places. In phase 2, we looked at that citywide policy map that I mentioned and looked at the place type designations within the map to see if we could make adjustments to better increase access or reduce environmental impacts. So the outcome of phase 2 is a revised policy map, which I'll kind of give you a visual of on the next slide. But we're now in phase 3 called Supporting the Vision. Supporting the vision, we are working with our interdepartmental partners, such as Historic Districts Commission or the Historic District staff, to talk about planned projects and programs that will support future development, and then also ask for community input on needed projects or programs to manage that growth. Phase 4 will be developing an implementation strategy for how to put all the plan recommendations into action over a 5, 10, or 15-year period. So that's an idea of the work that we're doing and the outcomes of each effort. Like I said, this is the revised policy map. It was first adopted in 2022 and has been revised through this current planning effort. The revisions, about 6%, reflects internal and external input, and really the revisions will increase access or reduce impacts across the city within those 14 geographies. This map is open for public comment. If you would like to visit your neighborhood or where you work, you can see the types of development recommendations for your area. When I say development recommendations, it's essentially those place types, this legend over here. So each color is coordinated with the type of development that's appropriate. So you could visit that QR code and check that out. That public comment window is open until November 15th. But what I really want to focus on today is the phase 3 engagement opportunities. So again, phase 3 is talking about the projects and programs planned or needed to support future development. And what we're doing is we're offering a series of workshops. You can see here at the top of the slide. We're offering a virtual and in-person option for our 4 cardinal geographies. The first 2 workshops, West and North, they have passed, but you would be, we encourage you to attend either the East or South workshop, and you could have any of your questions answered about any part of the city. It's not just limited to the East side or the South side. These workshops, they're designed to be a drop-in format, so there's no formal presentation. You can arrive at any time during the posted hours. And what you can expect to find is when you first walk into the space, there will be a welcoming video that explains our effort and the purpose for you being there. And then we have 5 stations as shown here. This says mobility. I'm afraid to touch it. Let me try. Okay. So mobility, sustainability and open space, public services, community character, and special districts. Those are the 5 stations that you can navigate around. And at each station, you can see we have a range of city and county partners who are sharing information about their planned projects and available programs, and then seeking your input on what else is needed. So I want to call out here, because it's of relevance to you all, Historic District staff is helping to station or staff the community character station. And at that station, they're sharing information about the various overlay districts that are now available in the Unified Development Ordinance and will help advance goal number 9 of the comprehensive plan, which is to retain our identity and charm. So they are there. And the question that they are asking is what should be done to help protect historic commercial areas across the city. So that's what you could expect to hear from HD staff as just, I think, like the most pertinent example for you all. But other examples, you could talk to CDOT about their strategic investment projects, or Mecklenburg County and Park about their park projects, and so on. So if you can't make it to a meeting, we have developed a web tool, which you can access through this QR code or again on our project website. And it basically recreates the workshop experience. So this first image on the left is what you would see when you clicked on the link. You'll have that introductory video, and then you can navigate around the 5 stations through these thumbnails. So again, visiting the community character section, you would see information from HD staff and that opportunity as shown here on the right to provide input on preserving historic commercial areas. So, you are appointed officials who are committed to preserving Charlotte's heritage. And so I really wanted to just directly bring this opportunity to you all and ask that you find some time to either attend a workshop or provide your input through the web tool. So that's all I have. Happy to answer a question or two, but we really just wanted to make you aware of the opportunity. I also asked that these be handed out, summarizing basically what I just covered. Love for you to share it with others as you can. And the web tool is available until November 15th. So still time to share and help spread the word. That's all I have.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Oh.
Okay. Staff's next announcement is we received back the Elizabeth Local Historic District Designation Report, but we only received it on Monday, so we didn't have enough time before this meeting to review it. Staff will review and post the comments online with the November agenda, and the commission will review at the November 13th meeting. Our next announcement is that we're trying something new with our motion forms and then also the after the fact staff memos. So at your seat, you will see the new residential project form. We have, this is kind of like the worksheet we have for demo painted brick and windows. The motion was revised to include steps 1, 2, and 3 that provide a script for the commission to use. There is a residential and non-residential, I think I mentioned that, and the worksheet is not a requirement, but it's just a tool. JT will pass these out before each of the cases start. And if you use it, we're asking you to turn them in at the end of the meeting. So we're going to try this out. And then as always, we're glad to course correct if the commission has comments about the worksheet or likes it or does not like it. Along with the worksheet then is the after the fact staff memos that you saw this month are structured a little differently to provide a starting point for emotions. They're set up kind of like the consent agenda items and provide specific standards and evidence relating to those standards. Again, this is just a tool, a starting point to craft a motion. And we thought this would be easier to get through some of the more difficult after the fact projects and move the cases along quicker. Again, staff is always glad to change things about if needed. Commissioner Wojak?
I ask a question?
Sure.
So the, this residential form, this is just a general process that we go through on every applicant, right?
Yeah,
For
so
every application?
the regular agenda, not the consent agenda, but yes, this took the place of that thick packet that said context on one side.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're trying these out this month. They're new.
Okay.
So those replace that. And
then can you explain the after the fact again?
yeah, so this month in the after the fact, I'll show you an after the fact case that we're going to get to later today. In the memo section, this is staff's memo, and in the staff analysis section, we have restructured this so that it's in line a little bit more like the kind of written the way that you would see in the consent agenda. So now you're going to see a little bit more of a recommendation with the standards listed and why.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Sorry, Candace, I didn't interrupt you. Did I? I thought
No,
you were
we're
done.
good.
Okay.
Okay, that was the end of staff announcements, and now we have a workshop item 1624 Dearworth Road East. And the applicant, I believe, is online, and we're looking for Gary. Oh, are they? Okay, come on up. So the workshop item is in the room. Yes. Okay, so we have your presentation up behind, and just very briefly, if you can, describe what you're looking for from the commission today. They can provide non-binding feedback. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Trey Hoagland. This is Melinda Zaleski. Her husband Zach is online, an architect, and we are here to get your feedback. This is a residential addition or renovation project in Dilworth. We had an initial meeting with staff to go over our preliminary plans. We have some plans but no elevations and a few things they thought.
Can you turn your microphone on? When it turns green, it's on? Yep,
Sorry.
perfect.
Maybe you didn't hear any of that. That was probably good. Anyway, when we spoke with staff at an initial meeting, they brought up a few concerns and suggested that we come here today and get your feedback on these before we got too far. So in some ways, this is not an unusual addition or renovation. It's kind of renovating the existing house and adding new square footage out of the back. So the front and the two sides stay really completely intact. All the windows, there won't be any changes really. It's in the back where things get a little squirrely. There are two trees, pretty big trees. There's a pecan and a sycamore. And we met with an arborist to talk about their chances of surviving this addition. And he was not totally down in the dumps about it, but said that we ought to try to do some things to increase their chances of survival. So part of what we're adding is a covered porch. And what we did to try to help these trees was we shifted the covered porch way off to the side, which according to staff is somewhat problematic in the sense that you now block driveway access through the backyard to what would potentially be a accessory dwelling unit, a garage in the back of the house. So we are proposing a accessory dwelling unit. It's not intended to be a garage. It would be a home office and a bedroom kitchenette thing for their kids and potentially their parents later on. So the dilemma that we're asking your feedback on is it a viable move for us to shift that covered porch over to the side in order to increase the chances of these two trees surviving? So the two trees, obviously the two big circles, and then
You could bring your microphone with you. Thank you.
I'll just stay here.
I'll be Vanna.
All right, so the covered porch is over to the right, and you can see it in front of the two cars which are in the driveway. And that's the positioning which staff thought might be a little against, I guess, the general desire to have accessory dwelling units all the way in the back, accessible by car.
And that's our current driveway and where we currently park now. So our parking situation's not changing at all. And when we hired Gray, because we had exhausted my DIY capabilities in our little fixer-upper, we said we wanted to save the trees. So our pecan tree.
We need you to speak into the mic.
Our pecan tree is home to a family of owls that return every spring, and we get little owlets in April every year. And so it's very important to us to protect the sycamore and the pecan. And I think when we started the project, people were initially sort of like, wait, what? You want to build the house around the trees? To which Gray worked very hard, creative problem solving, so we could do that. just, I don't know if that context is valuable or not, but I hope so.
The second component that we are anxious to get your feedback in is I guess the aesthetic direction of the accessory dwelling unit in the back. The desire for the house itself and the addition is that the new addition is pretty consistent or almost dead consistent with the house that's there. Nothing unusual, brick exterior, single punched windows, consistent with what's there. But the desire for the aesthetics of the accessory dwelling unit all the way in the back is for it to be much more contemporary. So we're kind of looking for a little guidance on whether that's a strategy we should pursue or can pursue, or whether we better abandon that. And I know that's a rather abstract request because we don't have any elevations, but to the extent that you guys could address that in the abstract would be helpful.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for using the workshop time. We hope and wish that more applicants would use this time to get feedback from the commission so that hopefully when you do apply, it's in keeping with our standards. The first thing, as one commissioner, the first thing I wanted to bring your awareness to with the design standards as it relates to parking is sidewalks and parking 8.2. It's specifically number 6 says do not place paved areas for parking in the front yard. And so that's, what does front yard mean? So essentially it says all driveways for residential usage should extend to at least the rear building line. So I think what you're looking or are interested in understanding, where can the parking stop so that you can accommodate your addition in the back, and that's the standard we'll more than likely point to. So if anything can be done to keep with that, to accommodate that standard, but achieve what you're looking to achieve and protect the trees, I think as one commissioner, that would be my feedback on that part of it. Other Commissioner Wooldridge?
I don't think they understand.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I guess I'm confused. So the way.
Please use the microphone.
you
Ma-
use the
please.
microphone.
I'm not sure. Is it Nichelle?
It is.
Nichelle, Commissioner Nichelle, thank you so much. I'm not sure I understand what you just said, and I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay.
Because we're not changing, I don't think we're changing the parking at all. That's how the parking is now, but you're saying if we change.
So where does your parking end now? Okay, we can't tell, I guess, from what we're seeing.
That's where it is now, right? Yeah, that's our existing driveway and our existing parking. It's just, we were gonna add that little porch.
Yes, go ahead.
Just to piggyback on what Chairperson Hawkins was saying, even though that is your current parking situation,
Uh-huh.
we try to bring things into more compliance, not move further away from it. Does that make sense?
And okay, yes. And just remind me one more time what compliance would be. Closer to the back?
Chairperson Hawkins will read it again.
Okay. Oh, you're reading from a document. Okay.
So it says, do not place paved areas for parking in the front yard in smaller scale residential parcels. Driveways that stop at the original building facade are viewed as front yard parking paths and thus are prohibited. All driveways for residential uses should extend to at least the rear building line. And I think yours does as it stands now at the rear building line, correct?
Yes.
If you're adding on to it, then it would no longer be at the rear building line.
Not if we keep the tree.
I'm not sure
It's either they park where they are or the tree gets it.
Yes. Exactly.
or no addition where the addition is being added.
Or no addition. Or no porch. Yep.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yeah, so, with the new, I think it's the new UDO with the forestry, the tree preservation, the zoning calculations of, usable area around the trees. Have you done that calculation yet?
I
Okay, so one, I mean, we would want to see that too, because that's gonna be impactful, but three, is that circle, is that where the tree canopy is? Is that what you're representing then?
Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, realistically, I think you have to do the math to see if you are even able to build within that area, whether or not, because that is part of the requirements. Two, how are you planning on doing the foundation of that outdoor living space? I mean, there are different ways that you can construct the foundation that would be less impactful to the tree in itself.
Right.
And so have you explored that part of it yet?
Understand what you're saying, but we haven't gotten that far yet. But we'd
Okay,
probably
well-
do it to turn down monoslab so that it would be, you know,
Speak
shallow.
speak into the microphone.
Haven't gotten that far yet, but I understand what you're saying. We would probably do a turn down monoslab foundation that would be shallow.
Well, and sometimes just a pier foundation isn't horrible because you can place those piers around the root system and then cantilever the structural floor system if you need to. I mean, obviously it depends on what you want that floor material to be, but you can still put stone or tile on a raised foundation if that would help from an engineering standpoint to protect the tree. So my feedback is that I would prefer you to move a little bit towards the left and consider different alternative foundations and allow that parking situation to extend so that you're meeting all of our guidelines versus giving us a one, a one or nothing kind of situation. We do have situations where we do allow, you know, detached garages and such within a particular relationship to the tree. And they've done it in a way where they've done a slab without a turn down footer edge that would allow them to kind of cantilever over the roots. So, I mean, I feel like from an engineering standpoint, it's not an all or nothing kind of situation if you're willing to explore it. So with the parking and accessibility and things like that, I would be very interested in you exploring that approach to see if that would allow you to not hurt the tree, but also meet some of the other guidelines that have been brought up in terms of access to the UDO. The other element too is, you know, with it being, I'm not a UDO, I'm sorry, an ADU, there's been a big, pull for accessibility from emergency services standpoint as well. So if for some reason they need to get back to that ADU, you know, we want them to be able to access that. And obviously having an additional driveway space would be most beneficial. So I'm throwing that out there as well.
Okay, understood.
Commissioner Barr?
A few things that we want to look at with regard to additions and accessory structures is the impact of permeability area. And, you know, obviously you guys are just getting into it, but we need to look at that as well. Make sure you're not going over the, 50% for the rear yard. Also, you know, with the ADU as well as this addition, you know, make sure, and we don't have any elevations, so we can't really comment on that, but we want to make sure that both of these elements, the addition and the ADU, don't overpower the main historic house. So keep that in mind as you're looking at this in 3 dimensions. And then I think you mentioned the ADU would sort of speak to the historic architectural style, and then the addition, the porch addition, would be a little more modern. Or do I have that flipped?
Flipped.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind then. I was going to say we'd want it flipped, and you got it. So you're good.
Good sign.
Thank you, Commissioner Barr. Does anyone else have anything? Okay, thank you very much.
How about and this may be too broad a question, but how about the concept of a more contemporary aesthetic on the ADU? Is that, I don't know what the best word is. Is that a non-starter? Do we have any room to pursue that, or are we way off base?
It depends on visibility from the street. And all of these things come into play too. So, the addition, how that's viewed from the street. If that, all these things have a trickle down effect or a domino effect. So I would say it's not out of the question per se. It really just depends on how you do it. Like I said, the scale massing. I would say most of us would prefer that there be some sort of relationship to the main house architecture, just so it's not so foreign there. But we have had instances in the past. But again, I'm one commissioner. I don't speak for everybody.
And I would just direct you to 8.10 in the standards for the accessory buildings. And number 3 in particular does mention design new outbuildings to be compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building on the site, especially in scale, massing, and other architectural elements. Any new outbuilding must be clearly secondary as height, footprint, scale, massing to the main structure on the site. There are other standards there, but I just wanted to call that one out to answer your question.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
Thank you all again for coming.
Thank you. One last staff announcement before we get into our regular agenda. Donovan Rickma is actually coming to town to speak on Thursday, October 24th at 6 p.m. And you can register at the historiclandmarks.mecnc.gov webpage. Donovan Rickma is an economist, but speaks heavily on the positive nature of preserving structures. So check that out. Madam Chair, if you would like to get started with opening the meeting.
Sure. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the October 9th, 2024 meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:13 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Shauna Bell, Sarah Kerm, Cameron Holtz, Krista Lineberger, Kim Parati, Sean Sullivan, Scott Whitlock, Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HCC staff Candace Lighty, Marilyn Draft, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Jill Sanchez Myers, Senior Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the Commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the Commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentation and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HTC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera. Use a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, either a computer or a phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up or provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HCC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HGC design standards. The HGC may question the applicant and HGC staff members. HGC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HGC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HGC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HGC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time, and into the microphone. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Chair Hawkins. Before we get started, did we review any of the September minutes?
Oh, did anyone review the September minutes and have a motion?
I reviewed the end, but I wasn't here at the beginning to know.
But you read them?
You read?
I did, but like, I don't know. But I read like from where I got here, because I was
Oh.
late at the last meeting.
Okay. Did anybody review the September meeting minutes? Did anyone else?
Okay, well, it looks like we'll move them to November.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our first application is 1838 Merriman Avenue. This project is the reaffirmation of a previously approved project with conditions on January, by the HDC on January 12, 2022. Final plans were not submitted within the required timeframe and the COA was not issued. The project is a rear addition that appears to tie in below the main ridge. And I believe we have a site plan on page, I'm sorry, page 10. Floor plans on page 12. Elevations on page 17. So this does have 3 minor changes associated with it. On page 18, you can see before and after the request for fenestration changes on the right elevation. Skylights added to fenestration change on the right on page 18. Skylights added on the elevation on the rear on page 19. And window specification is to be Pella Lifestyle. Staff recommends approval with the conditions listed on page 3 of the staff memo. And I believe we have some unknown callers. Unknown callers, if you're calling for consent items 1 through 4, please identify yourself now. Oh, Daniel, are you able to, I believe that was the applicant with his hand up. Unless you have something to say, I think the commission is ready to make a decision, Daniel. Okay,
All right,
Commissioner Hawkins.
thank you. Commissioners, anyone object to this application remaining on the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, do we have a motion?
I move to approve the motion, or excuse me, approve the application. Its project is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation and the City of Charlotte design standards for rehabilitation of building elements, chapters 4, and new construction residential buildings, chapters 6. For 10.4.1 of the Rules of Procedure, staff recommends approval, or we recommend approval rather, for meeting the standards with the following conditions. A through F.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion?
Can I add a friendly amendment that the skylights be specified as curbless and to work with staff on appropriate specifications for those units?
So you want like flush mounted units? Okay, thank you.
All right, do you accept that friendly amendment, Commissioner Sullivan?
Amendment accepted.
All right. I'm guessing you accept that?
Yes.
amendment? All right, any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
And Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 10-0.
Thank you. Our next consent item is 33 West 9th Street. This project is also a reaffirmation of a previously approved rear addition approved by the commission on September 9th, 2020. The final plans were not submitted within the required time frame, and the COA was not issued. Again, this is a rear addition with 2-story porch, and we have current conditions on page 9. Ooh, sorry. A site plan on slide 10. Floor plans on slide 11. And elevation drawings on slides 13, 14, 15, and 16. The applicant also provided some supplement, I apologize. Some supplement information for this application. They are also moving a window to be more in line with the window below it, which will allow them to add shutters appropriately. The prior requests, the shutters were inappropriate. So staff recommends approving this project with the shutters and the conditions listed on page 3 of the staff memo. And we did not have anybody signed up for this application.
Candace,
Yes.
it was my understanding that the shutters would not be added per 4.15, number 9.
Correct. Initially, the staff memo was written to eliminate the shutters
Yeah.
because of the condition that was created on slide 13. And you can see on slide 13, the front elevation would have created, where the window placement was, would have created this weird shutter. So it was better to not have any shutters than to have this weird condition with this one window.
Absolutely.
But given that they have provided new information, they are moving that window to be in line with the window below and therefore allowing room for the shutters. And so now staff is fine with this condition now that they've made the adjustment of the window.
And so architecturally, this is consistent with this type of house?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, if you don't, well, never mind. I would love to make a motion, but you haven't done your thing yet.
Oh, no, yes. You can make a motion and hopefully with the conditions listed on page 3 of the memo.
All right, excellent.
Let's make sure everybody's okay with this staying on
Oh,
the
yes,
consent.
this is true.
Is everyone okay with this staying on the consent agenda? Okay, all right. Yes, no.
I'm very eager for this one. I would like to approve this project in that it is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and the City of Charlotte design standards for building materials, Chapter 5, and new construction for residential buildings, Chapter 6. I'd like to approve this with the following conditions: that the removal of the aluminum siding and trim is encouraged. However, the original wood siding should be retained and repaired rather than replaced per the Secretary of Interior standards, numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 10. And also for good measure, Chapter 5.21, 5.2 on how to treat original wood, numbers 1, 2, 3, and 7. Let me make sure I have that right. Yep.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
I recuse myself. This one.
okay. Let the record show that Commissioner Whitlock has recused from this case. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve passes 9-0.
Thank you. Our next application is 1838 Merriman Avenue. This project is a proposed one-story accessory dwelling unit in the rear yard. It's before the commission because it's slightly wider than the main house, which is shown on slide 12, the site plan. We have floor plans on slide 14. Elevations on slide 17. There was 2 design options for this. One provided with a fiber cement smooth finish board and batten siding, and then an option for wood lap siding. The board and batten precedence is shown on slide I'm sorry, on slide, okay, here it is, slide 19, which is also sheet A203, are not within the Wilmore district, and the buildings are shown are new construction. Staff is recommending approval for this project with the alternative wood lap siding, which is shown on page 12. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's not. It's shown on page slide 18, which is sheet number A202. And I don't believe we had anybody sign up to speak on this project either.
All right. Commissioners, anyone object to this remaining on the consent agenda?
I have a question. I couldn't tell, or maybe I missed it. How wide is the main house? Like how much wider is the ADU? I saw the ADU dimensions, but I missed the,
I think that is shown on slide 12, the site plan. Let me see for 1 second. So it looks like the overall length of the structure is, zoom in. 17 feet by 41, 4 inches. And the main house, I'm not sure I have the dimensions of the main house. But if you would like, the applicant is on the phone and we can take it off the consent agenda.
You want to take it off the consent agenda?
yes.
Okay. Do we circle back to this one after the 4th consent agenda item, or we just keep going?
Since you've already started the consideration of the case, it would be more appropriate to just go through the full set of questions as opposed to pausing and then coming back.
Okay.
David, are you online?
Yes, this is Daniel.
Daniel, I'm sorry, I apologize.
No worries, no worries.
Has he been sworn in?
Have you been sworn in, Daniel?
I was just online virtually, and I can do
But
it right
you-
now.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do to the following. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, Daniel. I was just wondering, I think I found the width for the ADU, and I was trying to understand the width of the main house since the ADU is wider.
Yes, so the width of the ADU is 41 feet 4 inches.
In the main house, I think is
You
what she's
froze.
trying to compare.
I think you froze.
Oh,
Daniel, it might be helpful to shut off your webcam if that's taking up too much streaming.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did provide a drawing on A050 showing the Merriman Street elevation. Just showing that only a small portion of each of the ADU would be shown on either ends of the building. And on the right side, there will be a lot of vegetation and kind of landscaping hiding that right side.
Daniel, it might have happened while you were frozen, but what is the width of the main house again?
The main width of the house was about 30 feet.
Okay.
It was 29 feet 11 inches.
Okay, so the main house is 2911 and the ADU is 41.4.
That's correct.
Question, Michelle.
Go ahead, right ahead. Yep.
You said that you had a view that showed the relationship from the street of the ADU in relationship to the house? Or
Yeah,
did
so
I?
on A2 on 050 shows that elevation. If you scroll back up,
It's number 12.
Okay. Slide 12.
Or
Well, it shows it only from above.
yeah, and it's that middle drawing there, A2. So there on the front there, you can see the front elevation with the partial addition. And then on either side would be the ADU.
Was the lot relatively flat like it's shown in the picture?
Yes, it drops a little towards the back of the yard, which is actually, if you look at the drawing right above, that shows a relationship with the house, the existing house, and then the ADU. So there is a slight kind of grade change from front to back.
Other questions for the applicant? And Daniel, what is the, might be a loaded question, but what is the reason for the ADU being as wide as it is?
It was actually trying to work with the driveway, and we wanted an open floor plan concept, then have accessibility with the driveway, and then just the most kind of constructible and feasible way to create the ADU kind of laid out with its own private yard and still giving the main dwelling house a good sized yard as well.
Okay.
So we wanted to kind of minimize the amount of driveway needed. So if it was rotated to one corner of the yard, there would be more driveway and more non-permeable surface.
And have we in the past approved ADUs that are that much wider?
Shauna, can you speak up and into?
Oh, sorry. Have we in the past approved ADUs that are, what is this, my quick math? 11 feet wider?
Doesn't sound familiar to me, but maybe.
Candace, I guess, help me understand why this was a consent agenda item. I mean, that's where I'm struggling, is we're clearly kind of looking at this going, wait a minute, and
Sure. So had it not been slightly wider, staff would have been able to approve it. It's clearly secondary to the main house. And although it has an alternative siding, there was an option for a lap siding. And so to get through more cases and to speed up some wait times, we're trying it out, adding additional things to consent that staff normally would be able to approve, but except for this one exception.
okay, thank you.
And so I looked at this and I was like, wait a minute, we already saw this, but that obviously this is broken up into two applications. Are we not to consider the addition in this ADU application? Because for me, from my perspective, the addition already is wider than the existing historic house. And to compound that with an ADU that is much wider than the existing historic house, to me, that becomes kind of problematic and kind of contradicts 810 number 7.
We felt like it was a little bit, we felt like it could go wider because of all the existing trees and vegetation around the house. that it could be a little bit wider so it wouldn't be seen from the street.
And this is nearly 6 feet shorter than the main house, so there's no extravagant height, so it's just wider.
Right. I think that's what the struggle is. It sounds like that everybody's having is how much wider it is than the
Both sides.
main house and on both sides. Yeah.
So we've done some ADUs that are on corner lots, and those are very visible since they're almost on the side street. Is there a clear differences, the visibility aspect of this ADU versus one on a corner lot?
Well, the fact that it is wider and wider than the main structure is going to be a challenge for us. It is a challenge for us. Of course, as you mentioned, if it's on a side street or a corner street, we can see it from more than one direction. So that's the difference. But this is wider than the main structure, and vegetation can leave at any time. So then what are we left with if that vegetation no longer exists? So we can't count
Understood.
on the vegetation being what shields how much wider this structure is.
I think too,
If we-
it's not necessarily only about the how it's viewed from the street. It's also about our guidelines that speak to accessory structures being subordinate to the main structure. And because as viewed from the street and from the semi-private realm of this property, the house is visibly much wider than the house. We don't know how far back that accessory structure goes. So, you know, it's massively wider than the existing structure. In, you know, as viewed from the public, it could be seen as much greater in, I guess, massing than the historic structure, which is what we have a problem with.
Understood. Even given that front elevation view with the section through the main house and the ADU showing the grade behind it will be very far back in the backyard, kind of drops off, so it's going downhill, and just maybe 5 feet of each side that'll still be an issue. Could we provide fencing so that on either side with a gate to kind of minimize this and pass this? Would that be an option?
Again, to Commissioner Hawkins' point, you know, fences can go away, vegetation can go away. I think for us, you know, and maybe it's a little bit deceptive with the two-dimensional drawing,
Yes.
but I think just in concept, an ADU that is that much wider than the historic structure is a little off-putting and kind of contradicts some of our guidelines.
Yes.
I would like to just point out on 8.10, you know, there's an illustration on there that shows, you know, what is recommended and what's not recommended, and it's a great visual, but what you're presenting is exactly what our standards show as not recommended, which is it's showing an ADU that's wider on both sides than the main structure. So I think, you know, staff could approve it. I mean, to go back to my question to Candace about, you know, why this wasn't approvable. I mean, they could approve it if it was a minimum per 8.10 number 7, they could approve this if it was a minimum 2 feet shorter than the primary structure. But that's height, I'm sorry. That's not the, but they meet all of the design requirements, which is that it's, you know, secondary to the structure. But the fact that we can see it from both sides, I mean, I have a hard time with this one being wider on both sides. And it sounds like others do as well.
Yeah, so it sounds like we are all on the same page as what our challenges are. Thank you, Commissioner Bell, for being brave enough to speak up on that. Are there other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
I would just recommend the applicant revisit guideline 810, number 3. The tail end of that says any new outbuildings must be clearly secondary, height, footprint, scale, and massing to the main structure on the site.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. All right, let's close for deliberation. I think we've said it, so I think we're at the place where we can probably give a motion.
So I'll make a motion to deny, or no, continue this application because it is incongruous with the district, particularly 8.10 number 3. That's it. We got that.
Okay. Do we want to call out the specifics on the height at all?
Specifics on the height?
I mean,
Or
the
this
list,
is too
excuse me.
wide, so it's 11 feet too wide, and so it is not seeming to be secondary to the main house based off of standard 8.10 number 3.
Perfect. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by give it to Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to add 8.10 number 7 as well. And additionally, the illustration at the bottom left of the page that Commissioner Lineberger referenced.
Okay. Commissioner Bell, do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz, do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue passes 10-0. Thank you,
Thank you.
Daniel.
Okay, our next application is consent item 1534 Thomas Avenue, case number 4. This project is the removal of an existing dilapidated accessory structure and the construction of a new 1.5 accessory dwelling unit then in design that mimics the existing accessory structure. I'm sorry, our feed is still loading. While this is loading, just to let the commission know, case number 5 is when we're going to start using, you could have used it on this last one, but our new motion worksheets.
Okay.
Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Again, this is 1534 Thomas Avenue. A 1-story accessory dwelling unit that mimics the design of the existing accessory structure that's dilapidated and going to be removed. We have a site plan on page 6. The reason it's before the commission is because it's kind of on a curve. And so you can see very well this new structure. On page 7, we have the current conditions of the existing accessory structure. details on pages 8 and 9. And then on page 10, elevation drawings. You will notice that it has a rather odd roof line over here on the left elevation. That is due to fire code compliance to be at least 3 feet from the primary structure, and it is 4 feet right now. So staff is asking for approval of this project either with this roof design or to eliminate the bracket and square off this roof. I don't believe we don't have anybody signed up for this project. And staff is recommending approval with the conditions listed on page 2 of the staff memo.
All right. Any commissioner object to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Do we have a motion?
Second, I'm trying, my internet is being crazy.
Oh, okay.
We can't hear you.
I am going to make a motion, but my internet is not helping me right this very
Yes, we
minute.
are having
so I'm
technical
trying.
internet issues in the room, but thank you.
Okay.
Can
Oh,
I
go ahead.
poll the commission, or is it about a certain aspect of the job, or would we have to pull it off of consent?
Are you just wanting to ask staff a specific question, or you want to see if they want to pull it off the consent agenda?
Well, to air my opinions, I don't know how I feel about the pergola structure.
Okay. I guess you can pull and find out if you want to take it off the consent agenda.
Well, the commission was polled
Oh,
whether
you
to
want
take it
to
off
take
of
it off?
the consent agenda, but nobody said anything. So if you want to take it off, then we can take it off.
That's very good.
You can also put it in your motion that you would not like to see it, or you want to change the materials or pull it off the consent agenda.
Ever thinking about it?
I'd like to pull it off if we can, just for 1 or 2 comments.
Okay. Zach, are you joining us online?
Hello, I'm here.
Thank you. I believe Commissioner Barth has a question for you.
And Zach, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Should I go ahead? Okay. Yeah, thank you for the presentation here. I mean, I think it's a beautiful structure and it's a challenging site. So my only question is for the pergola structure, there is the chance, and I know this house very well, that part of that pergola structure could be pretty visible from the streetscape. And it is sort of an atypical design of what we see in our districts and atypical in material as well. And I saw the staff notes about, what was it, 404? 404. I did not see that. Maybe they meant 004. Anyway, could you speak to that a little bit and tell us if you'd be open to more of a traditional structural form for that pergola?
Yes, of course. If you go to slide 10, please, Candace, or whoever's driving. If you look at the top left illustration there, so that's kind of a projected view of the main house and our proposed accessory structure, as well as the pergola that you can kind of peek back in there and see it. So that's a graphic representation of what you would see directly in front. Of course, the site is sloped and it's on a curve, so you're never actually getting this precise view, but gives you a chance to see the percentage of what would be visible. We're doing this in a way much, basically the cantilevered structure is preferred because it avoids putting a column or a post right in the middle of a main patio area in the back. Again, tight site, tight challenges. So this was our solution. We felt that because it's a standalone structure and it's not tied to our main building or the main house, that it could be seen as mentioned in a previous presentation as something that could be removed in the future by a subsequent owner if they didn't like the design, that it should be seen as sort of almost not temporary, but sort of a transient structure, not necessarily a part of this main component. So yeah, I appreciate your comments. I think we'd be hesitant to put something with 4 posts like a more traditional pergola. We'd prefer to stick with this. However, if this hangs up the entire project, then obviously we'd bow to the greater good and just we really want to get the main structure done, and then this pergola, I think we could investigate it further with our clients. Does that help?
That answers the question. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm just one commissioner on this board. I think for me, I would appreciate a more traditionally oriented structure, just as it relates to 810 number 3. I certainly appreciate your perspective, and
sure.
Anyway, I think
can I ask a question then? Is it is the thing that's giving you pause, is it the slightly sloped roof, or the fact that it's cantilevered, or the materials? Just hoping to get some clarity there.
Yeah, I think all of the above, really. The cantilevered structure, atypical roof form, and materials I could kind of might be able to get behind, but yeah, it's mainly those two.
Okay. I feel like maybe there's a grounds there to come together on it, because like it could still be cantilevered. Whether it's cantilevered or 4 posts, you're not going to be able to tell from the street, because there could be posts behind the house that would support it. So I might argue that the cantilever is okay. If there was a way we could disguise the atypical roof form and the materials, i.e. wrap them in a wood cladding, similar to that middle image on the right-hand side of the page there, and provide some more sort of classical details or articulations, maybe that is a way to make this work a little better.
Okay. Yeah, well, we'll have to, deliberate on that.
Sure.
I don't know. Like I said, I may be in the minority, so it may be a non-issue. So
okay, yeah,
thanks
fair.
for that feedback.
Yep.
All right. Commissioner.
I just have a comment. I mean, I think the roof form is the thing that you see the most versus the cantilever pergola. Just in my view, I think if you were open to, pulling that back, or even just straightening that and making it more of a traditional roof form, that would make a big difference. Are you open to adjusting that?
We're open to revisiting the pergola as a whole, as a separate design element, if that allows us to carry forward with the main structure. We'd have to go back and discuss with our clients kind of what path we want to take. But I certainly think we don't want this cart to hold up the horse.
I understand, but specifically the roof, I guess, is the roof of the ADU, that angled roof design you have.
Yeah, we're amicable to squaring it off as Candace presented.
Okay, good.
All right. Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
Yep, I have one.
Sure.
So, Candace mentioned that the atypical roof line, over that pergola area, not the pergola, but the roof, was cut like that to maintain the 4-foot spacing between the ADU and the, main house. How are we allowed to do, how are you allowed to do the pergola within that space if the roof line of the structure is not? Can you just tell me how that works?
Yes, it's not occupied enclosed space. And therefore it's, I think, not considered under the same.
So it's kind of like a breezeway attaching the two structures if it actually attached them in terms of code.
It's, I suppose you could see it that it's not attached to either structure. It's a separate element.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the roof of that structure wasn't impacting the 4-foot.
No, I don't think it is. No.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
I just had a quick question. I don't see it on plan, but just wanted to ask, is there electrical power of any type or lighting on the pergola?
Great question. Don't know.
Right on, thanks.
Noted. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'd be anything like high-powered security lighting or anything. We just haven't talked about that. I'd venture to say no, but nothing is a permanent installation. But I don't know. I can't honestly answer that question directly.
Thank you, Zach.
Sure.
All right, well, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Lots to talk about the cantilever roof and the pergola. We do have some suggestions in the staff analysis. Sounds like the applicant is willing to make some adjustments to move things forward. So do we think we have a motion that we could vote?
Are we all set against that?
Yes, we are. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think my question is, how does everybody feel about the modern pergola? Because that seems to be what everybody's talking about.
I mean, I for one am not, it's kind of on the fence, but I have a conflict with our guidelines, like I mentioned, 810 number 3. I would say that I prefer to see a more traditional pergola, and we see a similar structure actually on the same sheet, top left, but again, it's a different architectural style, different neighborhood. So for me personally, I'd rather see this relate back to the architecture of much like the ADU and the existing house do, the bungalow, craftsman bungalow style. So I don't know how others feel, if anybody else shares my sort of concerns there.
I agree. I think he's ready to move down the road. Let's help him. Let's just take that out.
So how would we do that? I don't know if we can necessarily say we need to see it
Be a condition that is not approved.
I think we could split it up as we've done in the past and maybe continue/deny that part of it, yes?
Yeah, you can split it up and approve the accessory structure and either continue or deny the
Okay.
pergola.
Okay. I guess that's on me then. Would like to make a motion, right? Would like to make a motion, a 2-part motion. Step 1, would like to approve the accessory structure only as designed, as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary Standards of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, City of Charlotte, Design Standards for New Construction Residential Buildings, Chapter 6 for Accessory Buildings 8.10, and would like to reference staff's notes. Number C, I think we're all in agreement for squaring off the roof.
Yes.
And item D. And I would like to add that we would prefer the skylights be curbless and staff to approve those specifications. And would like to also add item A under that same line item in staff memo.
All right, we have a part one motion by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve part one passes 10-0.
I would like to make the second part of my motion as a continuance of the pergola structure, requesting that the applicant restudy the roof form, architectural design, and building materials as it relates to the existing historic structure and context, referencing 8.10, number 3.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue part two passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Our next application is break. Oh, okay.
Five-
Yes, 5-minute
It's
break,
gonna be 10 minutes, but
10-minute break.
we'll say 5.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, we are now on a 10-minute break. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back to the October 9th agenda. Our next application is a regular agenda item number 5, and Elizabeth will be presenting this case.
Hello.
Hi,
And this is on, or is there anything I have to do?
yeah, and I'll present it first, then I'll hand it off to you.
Okay, great.
Okay. This next case is 928 Ideal Way, and the application is for site changes and a side porch enclosure. The application involves several parts. One is widening the driveway closest to the house. One is some walkway changes. And a third was discovered when staff was reviewing the project, looking at historic photos of the front facade, noticing that a change was made to, just a moment while I get to that part. Sorry. There was a change to a window on the far left. The current window, you can see here this square window. And looking at some historic photos, we saw that it changed from this decorative wood grid to this window here. And we believe that that indicates that this was an exterior space leading into a side entry in the past, that with a previous owner, not with this current applicant, was converted to a conditioned indoor space. There's also a photo that we found from a real estate listing to show the reason for that thought is the exterior window is there in that space, as you can see. And we're doing a new format, as Candace mentioned at the beginning of the meeting. It's slightly different in our staff analysis, including a recommendation, but I just want to mention that the commission is not limited to what's in the analysis. Everything has to be tied back to the standards. So this is just recommendation based on the staff analysis that we did when reviewing the project. And we'll hand it off to the applicant.
Thank you.
And you can let me know what slide you'd like to go to.
Okay, great.
And you've been sworn in, correct?
I have.
And if you could state your name and address for the court reporter.
Elizabeth Whitehead. Elizabeth Whitehead. I'm sorry.
Name and address.
Oh, 4560 Marshall Road, Rock Hill, South Carolina, 29730. You're welcome. This is my first time doing this. I'm a little nervous about it, so y'all just bear with me. If you'll just go to the first slide and we'll start from there.
Okay.
So thank you, members and staff of the Historic District Commission, for this opportunity to speak with you. I am Beth Whitehead, and I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Mike Whitehead, and myself in regards to our property located at 928 Ideal Way. While Mike and I are new to the Dilworth neighborhood, we have lived in Charlotte for 35 years, spending much of that time in Plaza Midwood, Cotswold, and South Park. Even though we have lived in several neighborhoods in Charlotte, this is our first time in a historic district, and there has been a learning curve. I would like to explain what changes have occurred and why we thought we were making decisions that were consistent with the neighborhood ideals while making our personal home more livable. First, let me tell you a little bit about 928 Ideal Way. It is a single-family, two-story home that was built in 1920. It has 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. It sits at the corner of Sarah Marks and Ideal Way. In 1996, it was purchased by Craig and Emily Wall. And then in May of 2021, Doug Emmon purchased the home and did interior restoration work. Prior to this, according to neighbors, the home had been abandoned for approximately 20 years. Emmon's work was approved by an HDC case. Would you guys like that case number? It's HDC ADM RM 2021 00550. After the restoration work was complete, Mike and I purchased it in November of 2021. Slide 2, please. While Doug Emmons' team performed restorative interior work, our changes impacted the landscape only. Apparently, the Emmon team purchased the house to restore and sell. As a result, they did minor landscape work to the yard that had received minimal care for years. They established a bare minimum foundation planting and lawn in the front yard and essentially no landscape in the backyard. Slide 3. Mike and I desired to install a landscape that provides curb appeal and plant diversity, as well as backyard screening, and to provide additional parking since the Sarah Marks on-street parking is already too crowded. An Ideal Way is not a safe option, as well as allow more direct sidewalk access from our front door to the Ideal Way sidewalk, similar to our neighbors across the street. Slide 7. In our attempts to provide these items for ourselves, we mistakenly thought that an HDC review was only necessary for building structure changes and didn't realize that it included driveways and walkways. Additionally, we hired a landscaper that was doing work on many yards in the neighborhood, and we mistakenly assumed he would know what needed to be reviewed, if anything. Slide 8. Here are the changes we initiated. As I talk through these, I will also address additional questions and information requested in the staff analysis. Let's just make sure. Yeah. As you can see in the current photo, we widened the top of the drive to create a motor court for 2 cars. As I mentioned earlier, we thought by doing this, we were helping the neighborhood since parking on Sarah Marks is crowded and parking on Ideal Way creates a driving hazard for anyone using that busy street. The upper court measures 19 by 19 feet, and the lower drive is about 10 feet wide by 44 feet long. Please note that that drive is on a diagonal and a larger turning radius is needed for using the drive when turning in, basically from any direction. We used a pea gravel material, which is similar to what was existing in our shared rear drive. Slide 9. We reoriented the walkways for better access to the drive and sidewalks. The walkway to the driveway measures 30 inches wide by 7 feet, and the curved walkway from the door to the corner sidewalk is approximately 30 inches by 28 feet. The material is 12 natural boulder steps set in mulch. We updated the developer foundation planting to add curb appeal, visual interest, and plant diversity. We thought this cottage garden style was more in keeping with both the architectural style of the home and the Dilworth neighborhood. Slide 10. In the backyard, we replaced the minimal and old shrubs with new 25-gallon viburnums and artificial turf. Slide 11. At the shared drive, we moved the existing fence line less than 3 feet into our property to provide better access for the drive and our neighbors. The existing fence panels were reused. The widest portion of the shared drive is 21 feet wide, and the lower portion of the drive is 10 feet wide by 25 feet long. This is the same pea gravel that was in place when we purchased the home. Slide 12.
Slide 12 is actually slide 18 on the screen. Thank you.
Oh, weird. Okay. The staff analysis requested information regarding the patio and the rear yard. The patio was in place when we purchased it. The largest part of the patio is 10 feet by 21 feet long with a smaller walkway that is 3 feet by 9 feet. The material is a multi-size gray stone that is 8 inches by 6 inches and 5.5 by 5.5 inches. So, the roof, which, I have it as slide 13.
Yeah, you can just say next slide. I'm following you.
Okay, next slide. The roofing material questioned in the staff analysis is the original copper roofing. Previous owner Doug Emmon informed us that during his restoration in 2021, he restored the luster to the original copper roof. The black roof noted in the staff analysis is just an neglected copper roof. Next slide. The staff requested information regarding the large casement window. This window was in place in 2020 and the same dimensions. During the Emmon restoration in 2021, only the muntins were replaced. Because of the exterior windows being visible in the room directly behind this casement window, there was a question about an addition under the cat slide roof. I agree, this room appears to have been added. It was not added in the 2021 restoration. My neighbors who have lived in Dilworth since the 70s do not remember a time when the cat slide roof was not a characteristic of this home and do not remember any additions except for the small front porch. Our hope is from this presentation, we have assured you that the landscape changes we have made were intended to enhance the integrity of this quaint 1920s home, as well as the beautiful Dilworth neighborhood. Thank you.
We have a couple of unknown callers. Unknown callers, if you're calling for 928 Ideal Way, please state your name and your comments. Okay.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I'm sorry, Commissioner Wojcik, did you have something? Rock, paper, scissors?
I have a question.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you for your thorough presentation. So the window that we're talking about here that looks like it was a, old lattice piece going out onto a porch or something like that, that was done before you owned the home?
Yes.
Um,
And according to the pictures I can find, it was done prior to the 21 sale, the 2021, when Doug Emmon brought it. And the previous owners did not live in the house for 20 years before that.
Okay, and no modifications were done to the window after you guys moved in, like you didn't replace it or?
No,
Okay.
no.
Elizabeth or Candace, how do we deal with stuff like that? Because obviously the people that did this, which I guess it would be considered an after the fact item, are not here to defend or speak to that. I mean, so I don't see how this applicant should be held responsible for those items?
So just to clarify, it was actually a completely enclosed space because it looks like you can look right through the lattice to the outdoors, the rear yard. Was there another window or door in that space?
So
Or was it just a covered outdoor entrance?
it has always been an enclosed space
Okay,
since I purchased it. And then since it, as far as I know, it was not included in what Doug Emmon did in 2021.
okay.
So I think what's confusing is you can look through this window directly through another set of windows in another room, which is what you see even in ours. You're looking directly outside through another set of windows on the back porch.
Yeah, so that was, I don't want to say always, but
It's,
when you purchased the house or even before that potentially,
yes,
this was conditioned space.
yes, it is, yes, it
Okay.
was.
Okay.
Okay, so, but it was conditioned space for 20 years before Doug purchased.
As far as I know.
Okay. Regardless of that fact at the moment, the window still was changed, which is completely in your purview.
And again, I'll say, the window was not changed, only the muttons were changed.
Okay, so we have like a tighter on the image on the left.
Right.
We have a tighter sort of grid or lattice or whatever you want to call it. It was not like that when you purchased it. When you purchased it, it looked like
It
the
looks
image to the
like
right.
that. And those actually feel like, I haven't tried it, but it feels like you could pull them away.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like a field applied mutton bar versus, factory applied.
Yes, yeah, it's not built into panes. It's a flat piece of glass.
So assuming that the addition, what we're calling heated enclosed space, was there for 20 years, I mean, that's a very old violation. But the window is still within your purview.
But this was inherited.
Correct.
So
And so when we have violations that the condition runs with the property, not the owner. So unfortunately, this applicant has inherited this issue. And so the issue or the recourse for this applicant is with the person who sold it to her. So all you can do is make a decision based on our standards. And if that's against, obviously we wouldn't have approved this condition possibly. So you would follow out your motion according to our standards. And if the applicant then would have to go to the previous seller to the recourse of whatever the decision is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Candace, could you, for clarity for us, the other application, the other approved, there was an approval for some work back with the previous owner.
Correct.
Could you explain to us what the scope of that was?
I can explain that. So the previous application was for what we consider interior work only. So that involved adding a new HVAC condenser and also some plumbing work for a kitchen and bath upfit. So it was nothing on the exterior.
So essentially they pulled permits for interior work only, told us it was interior work only, and then proceeded to the exterior without a COA.
Yeah, so the COA for the previous case was just for that interior plumbing and HVAC work. That's all that we approved in the COA.
What does interior work have to do with the HGC?
So we have permit holds on all historic properties within all the districts in order for someone to get a permit, hold, release, they have to come through us. We require an application for interior, although we don't review interior. Once we receive an application and verify in writing through an email that they are not doing anything on the exterior of the building, we will go ahead and release their interior only holds. We do not review interiors at all.
Thank you for explaining that.
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
So do we know when that photograph was taken? Yeah, the one on the left.
I have a staff analysis slide that I can go to that has a date on it.
Slide 24.
Slide 24 on the presentation. These images were taken from Google Maps. And so I included this caveat here. It was just not a very clear photo that it was present in March 2020 and also in May of 2021.
And just to clarify, there was no COA issued with the interior work. It's just a strictly permit release.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant, commissioners?
I have one question about the pea gravel that you put in. Is that considered permeable or does that contribute to the impermeable percentage that we need to consider?
So our permeable and impermeable is for the rear yard only.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wojcik?
I have a question about the parking in the back of the structure. So it sounds like you share a driveway with neighbors behind you. And then it looks like there's enough room for you to park a car. Is there how much room is back there for you to actually utilize?
With the change that we made, it allowed us to fully park a car back there as well as allow our neighbors to get their big SUV into their back without feeling like we were about to scrape edges. It's a diagonal strip on into our yard. And so without making the slight change that we did, our car hung out into that driveway a little bit too much.
So did you actually move the retaining wall, the brick wall as well?
No, nothing moved. And of course, in this section, this
Yeah.
was all had been there. Just as you kind of come around that
Past
corner,
that. Okay.
okay, we just shifted that in so we had a little bit more maneuverability in there.
You can
This
see it on
photo is just a close-up of right here.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, slide 27.
We typically request that homeowners don't park in their front property. So for this particular lot, and I know that we have approved front yard parking and when there's an unusual lot, but if we were evaluating this, Candace, how are we evaluating this property? I mean, was the intention that they would be able to park in the back and they would just have to modify the way that they use their rear yard?
Well, it seems like they do have rear yard access and a rear yard parking spot. So unlike other properties where they may not have alley access or any access to an actual through parking driveway because of the shape of their lot, maybe it's pie shaped, and they have front yard parking. This is slightly different because now they have two parking,
areas.
and I would look to your standards for
Okay.
moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Other questions?
I just have an observation because I walk by that site a lot. The house to the left of the subject house does have a driveway and it has tandem parking as opposed to side-by-side parking. And there is street parking on Sarah Marks. It is a narrow street, but there is street parking down the entire street.
And when we purchased the property, there was a there was a driveway in the front. That apparently, because of the way the walkway was originally designed, would have been there for at least 20 years.
And so when you change a nonconformity, we want to bring it back into compliance.
Right. All right.
Full compliance would be no driveway in the front, correct?
Yes, and I think that if you look to the staff analysis and our new way of the way the staff analysis is structured, I think you'll find a lot of answers.
Yep.
I have a question just in regard to the backyard. Your neighbor does your lot end at the driveway or is that a right of way that the neighbor has across your lot?
I believe that that is a right of way. I'd have to go back to the deed and double check that, but my memory is that we have to allow them a right of way through our property. Mhm.
All right. Other questions before we close for deliberation? All right, we're now closed for deliberation. Thank you to Candace for reminding us. We do have, as far as the parking and driveway, walkway is concerned, the standards are called out there for us as to how what is being proposed is impacted, how the standards relate to the proposed changes, especially for the driveway and walkway. So we do have those 8.2 especially.
And I'd like to add, just to reiterate, that we are supposed to look at this application as if these things had not occurred. Would we approve this?
Exactly. So thoughts on the side porch? Oh, go ahead.
Given that the enclosed 20-year aspect is long gone and it's there for the last 20 years, it would probably be okay to let that go, but
Okay.
focus on the window because that still is under your purview.
Okay.
And if the muttons are removable, we don't typically ever approve those.
Okay.
Candace, would you be able to clarify your your first part of that statement in terms of letting it go? Do you mean to say that the commission should approve that because of the length of time that it's been there? Or do you mean to say, I guess I would want you to clarify so that the commission can make the appropriate decision, since this is already being reviewed by the commission? And of course, if you need some time, the commission can continue their deliberations and they can come back to you for clarification.
Yeah, we can focus on talking about the walkways and driveways and the window, quite frankly.
Attorney Hewitt, I did a little extra research to see if the heated living space was comparable when the Whiteheads bought it as before, and it was. So back in 2021, it was a little like 2097, something like that, and it's comparable. It's listed as being like 2038 when the Whiteheads bought it. So I'm not sure, since that's additional information that I looked up, how I should handle that.
I guess the question I would ask is, how does that information change or add to the commission's consideration? Understanding that staff has sort of made a recommendation that they still need to clarify of how the commission is intended to look at that enclosed space, if that is to say that that they would be recommending some sort of approval due to extenuating circumstances, or if there is some other way in which they're asking you to consider this. that would be the thought behind that additional information. How does that change your consideration, as well as sort of explaining for other commissioners, as well as the applicant? And if the applicant has additional commentary based on that additional information, potentially reopening to allow them to provide additional information based on your observations.
Okay, that's helpful. So I think that this is helpful information and that it backs up what Ms. Whitehead has said, in that the space was already enclosed when she purchased it, as well as when the previous owner purchased it.
Do we have any precedents where someone who bought a property that had a non-conforming situation, that they were held responsible for that? Or is there any way that the seller of the property could be held liable?
I think that if the seller of the property actually did the work, they could be held liable, but given that this is 20 years old, we don't know who did it, and it's past kind of the date of which we would effectively pursue it. Staff is just recommending dropping the addition as part of the application and focusing on the things that were done recently, which the window is included in that recent changes by the previous owner.
So I think, so his question would apply to the window.
Correct, yes. Because
So-
that was a recent change that was done by the previous applicant.
So when we make our motion, as we've done in the past, when there was some kind of special situation that affected the decision we made when it didn't really comply with our standards, we need to share that because this is a non-conforming part of the house that's well over 20 years old. It's why we are allowing it to stay as is.
Yeah, I would just move in that direction. That it's an exception and focus on the window and the muttons.
Candace, just to clarify, is staff's position that due to the length of time that that part of the home has been enclosed, that is now a legal non-conforming or a legal non-conforming structure such that it's grandfathered in?
I guess you can say it that way. Where staff's position is that the addition is long past the point of which we would act upon it. So 20 years is
Okay.
beyond the time frame.
Was there a notice of violation based on that?
I think it was based on all of the other factors of this project and the window change, not necessarily, and Elizabeth, correct me if I'm wrong, but not necessarily the addition. I think that was a later added item that we were trying to figure out if this was an addition or if it wasn't.
Yes, this addition, quote unquote, that was not included in the original notice of violation. That was just discovered when staff was looking at a timeline of photos in Google Maps and looking at how the property changed over time.
Had they not made this window change, we wouldn't have, staff would not have gone after the fact that's 20 years old.
So more than anything, it's about the window change.
Correct.
Correct.
So just to kind of close the loop, was there a new notice of violation issued based on the addition, or was the addition added to the current notice of violation?
Nothing was added to the notice of violation.
Okay. So then ultimately, then it sounds like staff's stating that there was no notice of violation on behalf of that, so they wouldn't need anything, they wouldn't need to rescind anything. But as far as the commission's consideration, the recommendation appears to be that you focus your consideration on the other pieces that were the basis of the notice of violation and potentially make a statement as to why the commission will not be making a decision one way or another on the addition based on the length of time that it's been there in accordance with staff's position.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation, so that whatever your decision is, it covers all of the aspects of your discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Hewitt.
So just to clarify, the window is what we're discussing. The window was put in by the previous owner who was the home flipper. And the other things that we're discussing are the outside driveway, other things that were done by you.
Sorry, I'm confused. Are y'all deliberating or or?
No, I'm asking a question like about,
Are we
you did
closed
not
session?
do the window,
We
but
did.
We are, we are.
The other things-
Sarah,
Mhm.
we are closed. So if you want me to reopen,
Oh,
so that you can
sorry.
ask her a question, I can do that. You want me to open? Okay.
I think it
we're-
also sounds like the question may be directed at staff as well, if the commission would like to direct that question to staff to clarify what are the pieces of the notice of violation that they want you to cover.
Well, the answer is in the proposal on page 1 of our application.
But then the other added point that I'd like to reemphasize, as staff mentioned, at this juncture, the commission is not trying to assess blame for who did what kind of work. Your duty at this juncture, your authority at this juncture is to look at the project as is, obviously it's being an after the fact, as if it hadn't yet occurred, and figuring out whether or not that proposal does meet your standards, whether or not the current owner of the home did the changes or somebody else did the changes, and what does that mean legally? That is a private matter. What your duty at this point is to look at this proposal and make a determination as to whether or not it meets the standards.
Okay, so I will not reopen. It sounds like the question might be more suited for staff. So,
I would say the answer is yes. Yes, you're just reviewing that window change and then the site changes involving the driveway and the walkway that were in the owner's original application.
Thank you.
all right. Okay, so now that we have clarity on what we are focusing on, do we have any other thoughts that pertain to the window changes and the site changes?
Yes, I'm just going to go to the standards because we would not have approved, looking at this application as if the work had not been done, we would not have approved the widening of the driveway. We, according to standard 8.2, numbers 5 and 6, we would not have approved the rerouting of the walkway and material change. 8.2, numbers 1 and 2.
Can I ask a question? Commissioner Parati, it looks like the existing walkway that was there was not an original walkway,
We would,
but gravel is not an approved material. Is that what, right?
right, so we would have to have, and maybe I overlooked it, do we have?
There was pictures of the existing and that, yeah, there.
Right, so like help me find the historic walkway so that we can then justify.
Well, I mean, I don't think those are the historic walkways. That's the thing.
Right, they would have to, in the past, just thinking out loud, in the past, we've asked for pictures, information, data that shows the historic walkway, the historic driveway.
So I would say then we're basing not approving the new walkway based on the materials because,
I don't think it's
right?
not necessarily not approving it, but if we, just thinking out loud,
Yeah.
could continue for more information, which is what we've asked for in the past.
Right.
then we can address that. But because there was this change,
Yeah.
we'll need a baseline. Like what was it before?
Okay.
Yeah, because we can't approve it and just say because it wasn't historic.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, and the new materials aren't necessarily historic.
exactly. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You were. I'll stand down and let someone else speak now. Any comments or thoughts on the window changes? We don't do it.
I think we go to 4.141, which is retain and preserve windows that contribute to the overall historic character, including frame, sash, glass, mutton, sills, trim, blah, blah, blah. Sorry. Okay. All the rest of it.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like we have both the site changes, references for both of those, for that, as well as the windows. So any other items that we need to discuss before someone floats a motion? Make sure we're on mic.
Is that just with regard to the window or to the?
So we have site changes that was referenced, and then we have also the windows, which Commissioner Bell just referenced the standards there. So those are the two items. Were there other standards that we needed to make note of? Commissioner Lineberger?
I guess for when we're floating the motion, 8.4 refers to materials. 8.4, let's see. Number 6, do not replace grass in front yards with paving, gravel, or any non-traditional materials. I mean, just some of those, I think we just need to reference.
Perfect. Yep. Completely agree. And it just seems like we don't have enough information about what was there before. So it seems like, again, just thinking out loud, this is a two-parter because there's some things that are just a no, right? We don't widen the driveway. The walkway changes, according to thanks to Commissioner Wojcik pointing out that it doesn't appear to be original, but we would want to know what the original looked like. We can say we can continue for that, but we can deny the incongruous materials that are being used. And then the side porch, according to Attorney Hewitt, we can say that it's a legal non-conforming issue that's more than 20 years old, and given that it's past the past the time frame in which it would be addressed. However, we don't change windows, and we could potentially continue the application for more information on the windows, although I don't see how we would say yes to a window change. And it sounds as though we have limited information about the window, given that we don't even know when that porch was enclosed.
Can I ask a question? Candace, or Elizabeth, could we structure this in a way that the window replacement is staff approved?
If the commission is comfortable with the window staying as it looks now and not being reverted back to what it looked like originally.
However, that wasn't the original window, so there was no original window there, right? So
So
I thought we were talking about the mullion, the mutton, not the window.
Well, yeah. Yeah, we are.
if that wasn't there originally, it's not historic.
this white lattice window you're talking about?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what we're all talking about, right? Okay, thank you. Seeing as how that's not historic, how do we rectify that?
So it may not be historic to the structure, but it goes back to when the district was created. And so we can bring the window back to when the district was created. Or if the commission would prefer, you can leave it as is. Either way, you can give staff a directive on material and we can move forward in that way.
I'd be curious to hear from Commissioner Wojcik and Commissioner Barth about whether or not that window speaks to the architectural style of the house, the current window.
It's hard to say. I don't really even fully understand. You know, it sounds like these were field applied muttons, which I know we don't typically approve. But it sounds like what was there was also field applied, you know, like a lattice in front of a single pane window or something like that that was installed, who knows, 20 years ago, 1990s, something like that. So it's hard to say. To me, this reads like, I mean, it looks like that at some point could have been a porch, a side porch to the house. So it's, at that point, it's an infill window. You know, it reads, it's different than the rest of the windows in the house. So I think that's fine, at least from my perspective. Now, well, caveat to that is this field applied condition.
Right.
You know, we don't typically approve that. So
Yeah, and as one commissioner, I wouldn't approve that. But if there was something like a wooden window that was put in that meet the specifications, then okay. Or a casement window or whatever.
Would we consider just a picture window with no muttons? Because that's really what it is.
Be appropriate. That would be appropriate to an enclosed porch feeling and clarifying that it's an addition.
And
That's
usually
right.
enclosed porch, we would want as much glass as possible.
yeah, the only difference is that condition, like I mean, everybody references 300 East. That's a full open porch with columns and everything else. This is a punched opening. So it reads as a singular window rather than a infill piece of glass. So that's, I mean, there's,
So then could we continue it and ask for examples of similar types of homes, architectural styles, eh, types of windows that have been used?
yeah, and I think I'd like to see more pictures of this up close and just see how this was applied, you know, what it looks like in detailing. You know, we only have far away shots of this. I don't know if we can see this from the street.
Okay. Okay, all right. So it sounds like we need more information on the window. But we have what we need as it relates to the site changes. So with that in mind and the standards that have been listed, do we think we have what we need for a motion? I'd like to try my hand at one.
Okay.
If it'll help you out.
Did you all discuss the roof, the front porch roof?
We did not. That's not, is that,
Not on the list anymore.
that's not on their list of, it's not part of their proposal.
It's listed as staff approval, but they've also documented that it is the existing that has just been cleaned up. But it specifically says,
That's a totally new roof.
She
that's
said
not
they
what they
cleaned it.
presented it as. So staff has it noted as like for like, but the homeowner said that it's the original.
Well, there's also, There's a ridge cap. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did see
There's a
that.
ridge cap. There is a trim condition at the gable end. I mean, it's been added to, I mean, it looks like a traditional copper roof, so I don't know that there's any issue with it. I just don't know that those are the, that it isn't.
It's not
match
the
for
exact.
match.
They have it noted as being part of the proposed, not required for commission review, but can be approved by HDC staff. That's
Maybe
why
we just
we're.
leave it alone then.
Yeah, we can let staff.
All right, so I'm going to break this up into two pieces. I think, yes.
Before you make a motion, I just, because I can tell we have a lot more after the fact applications coming forward. And I just want to reiterate for anyone listening that the homeowner is responsible for understanding that they're purchasing in a historic district. And that we have a fabulous staff. And once they purchase in a historic district, any question about anything that you're doing to your home, we have a staff, they're accessible. You call them, you email them, you contact them. This is why we're behind. I'm just going to mention this is why there are cases that people are waiting months and months to hear, because we have an abundance of after the fact reviews that could have been prevented and avoided. I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Lineberger. All right, so my first motion is to approve the side porch enclosure, given that it is now a legal nonconformity as it's been closed for more than 20 years and past the period of enforcement. Is that okay?
As long as staff is okay with it, as long as staff is okay with that motion, we don't see any concerns.
Okay. All right. So that's my first motion.
Second. All right, motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on this motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes 10-0.
Maybe it's three motions. Okay. I move to deny the widening of the driveway in that it is incongruous with the design standards for 8.2 parking, numbers 5 and 6. The front. Thank you. I also vote to deny the materials for the walkway in that they are also incongruous with the district.
8.4, number 9.
8.4, number 9. Thank you. And number 6.
10
And number 10. 6, 9, and 10.
And was that only the walkway? Is that the driveway too?
It's the driveway and the walkway together. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion?
Chairperson Hawkins, one thing before you move forward onto voting, would you be able to add some of the factual basis supporting your denial? So the specifics of these, both the materials and the driveway that are that are incongruous with the district?
So the materials that are currently being used, I use the standards. I don't know what more.
Pea gravel.
I believe staff's memo, as they had mentioned in their changes, had some additional information as to the specifics of the project. If you
Okay.
could just mention those.
Yep, Absolutely. Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. So I want to add to this motion that when we're talking about the driveway in the front that has been widened in our historic districts, we do not replace grass in the front yard with gravel. And we do not create the conditions for front yard parking. All right. And one more, the expansion of the driveway is also a nonconformity and incongruous with our districts. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And do you accept that
Yes.
change? All
Yes.
right. All right. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to deny passes 10-0.
All right, and my third motion is to continue this application as regards, in regards to the new window on the front elevation for more information on the historically appropriate look, aesthetic for this particular type of house, given that it is an enclosed porch. What window historically would have worked well in that space? We need more information on that so that we can determine the replacement window. And the standard, thank you, is 4.14, number 1, as well as Secretary of Interior Standards, 2.5.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by?
Seconded.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue passes 10-0. Thank you.
Chairperson Hawkins, before we move forward, just to make sure, that we also denied the rerouting of the walkway, was that included in your?
I believe I included that.
Okay,
Well, I didn't use those words. I said, I just denied it altogether
okay. The full
based on
walkway
what I
is-
saw in the comments section and the standards.
Thank you.
Mhm.
May I ask a question? Okay, great.
Our next application is 1513 South Mint, case number 6.
This next case is at 1513 South Mint, and it's a proposal that involves 2 parts. This is a commercial building, and it has a proposal for a retaining wall around a rear patio, and also a privacy fence around this rear patio. A portion of the fence is on top of the retaining wall. And it is typically higher than what we would allow in our standards. And this application is an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project as if it has not yet occurred. Yes. Do we have the applicant online?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay. You can go ahead and just let us know what slide you'd like to go to.
Let's confirm if the applicant has been sworn in.
Yes.
I have not been sworn in.
All right. This is for, okay, Kate, as well as anyone else on the line, that any other applicant on the line. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
And please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Kate and Eric Gusson, and we our space is at 1513 South Mint Street, Charlotte 28203.
You can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Thank you all for having us today. The reason for our fence build out was for privacy reasons. We are a commercial space, so in order to keep capacity and keep kind of security and everything at fire code, we built it to this height to make sure that there was nobody trespassing or trying to get in onto the property. We are also in a neighborhood area, so in respect for our neighbors, we are a music venue, so in order to keep any type of projected music, hopefully to minimize that as much as possible. The fence is in no way visible from the street, as you can see from both the left and the right side of the buildings. Pretty much no matter what way you look at it, the only way that you're able to see the fence is if you are on the patio of our commercial space.
Kate, are you able to turn on your camera?
I am, yes.
Thank you.
Hi. I don't believe I see the commission.
We can see you.
Okay.
You can keep going.
Okay, absolutely. Yes, essentially those were the reasonings for the height and then the spacing of the fence. But again, it is completely not visible from pretty much anywhere in the area, again, unless you are on the patio itself, which is on our lease space.
And I can kind of touch on the retaining wall. So if you can see, the retaining wall is actually already built, and that was pre-approved by the landlord years ago through the commission. They have just asked us, since we were having this meeting as already, to see if we could add in an extension of that, not height-wise, but lengthwise. The property to our rear, which I believe used to be some type of mine, we were having some immense flooding coming through. I believe they've been, I don't know the status of it, if it's been purchased or what, but in the past, probably 4 to 6 months, we haven't had any issues with flooding. So that's kind of on the back burner for us. I believe our landlord just wanted to reserve the right to extend that wall if needed for, I guess, prevention of flooding.
All right. Do we have anybody on the line to speak for or against this application?
Chairperson Hawkins, generally Candace looks at that because she's in constant communication with Marilyn and the folks upstairs. I would say
I can check on that really quick.
okay, because I can also call Candace and ask her.
Okay. We'll see. I think Elizabeth is going to check. We'll give that a moment, and commissioners will get ready with their questions.
Great.
And we will move forward from there. All right. Just checking to see if there's anyone on the. line to
There's no
speak
one on
for or
the line.
against. All
There's
right.
no one on the line.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wojcik has a question for the applicant.
Hi, thank you. So I just was hoping to ask some questions that I think you've already answered, but I just need to get them straight in my head. So you're saying right now that the existing retaining wall that's noted on that, the page that we have up right now, there is an existing retaining wall that's noted in the gray that runs vertical, that, yes, and then horizontal. And that's
Correct.
already there, that's been built, it's been there for how, do we know how long?
I believe the landlords, I guess, redid the shell of the building in 2021.
Okay.
And I, according to them, that was approved and everything, but it does end, I guess, if you zoom in right where the gray turns to red.
Ed, okay.
And the space behind us, which there's bushes and trees and everything that are
There
about.
should be a slide showing
this,
how you can see it
Right.
behind.
So I believe that there was some type of trough back. I want to say it was either Duke Energy or Charlotte Water or something behind us that owns that property, and we would get. I mean, I'm talking like feet of flooding. So again, I don't know. I know they've been doing a lot of work on that on that tract of land behind us. So maybe they've kind of fixed that. But we were having some serious flooding issues. So that's our landlord asked us while we were in this meeting to go ahead and see if we could, if it does happen again, if we would get preemptive permission to extend that retaining wall to prevent any future flooding if needed.
So where's that ramp that's
So
in
if
the
you're
left
looking,
bottom? Is
So
it
that-
behind the building next to you on the right?
no, so the picture, the bottom left picture is actually not our property. Our fence line is our property line. The retaining wall is inside on our property, but it ends.
So you have to go through that little gate right there?
Correct.
Okay.
Where my cursor is where it is.
And
So
it ends, if I had to guess, maybe 6 or 8 feet from that gate. And all they would want to reserve the right to is extend it to our gate. Again, you wouldn't see it at all, but I know that we wanted to make sure to bring it up prior, if that makes sense.
So that railing that we can see with that ramp is what's behind that horseshoe or whatever that's next door to you, where all the red writing is.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So right now, you're not having any water issues, but you already have a fence that's there, that's
Correct.
installed.
Correct. So the fence and the retaining wall are two different things. The retaining wall is cinder block, and it's only about, I would say, 3 feet high. Yeah, 3 to 4 feet, maybe 2 to 3 feet actually. And that is one of the items on this agenda. And then the fence is the other. The two completely separate issues. The fence doesn't have anything to do with the water intrusion. The fence was strictly for safety, privacy. And when I say privacy, I don't mean visible privacy, because you can't actually even see the fence from all 4 sides of the building actually. But more so for, intrusion and noise mitigation.
So security.
Correct.
So the fence is not on top of the retaining wall then?
So the fence is not built directly on top. The retaining wall, our patio is kind of sunk in. So the retaining wall, the land outside of our property starts at the height of the retaining wall essentially.
Okay.
If you can see, I guess that picture in the middle, you can see the existing retaining wall.
Yep.
That fence is built on the ground outside, slightly behind the retaining wall on our property line.
Okay, so right now, the retaining wall does hold back earth. There is a function to it.
The retaining wall does, correct. Now the ground is at the level of the top of the retaining wall, but it does block anything from coming, I guess, through.
Okay, so it's not like an extra 1.5 feet or,
Correct.
is it 2 feet taller than the earth, or is it 6
No,
inches taller than the earth?
on the backside, it's 4 to 6 inches at most above the.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
All right, so, I think that's all my questions for the applicants.
Hey, how tall is the fence?
It's 8 feet, and we know that at 6 feet was the maximum, but again, there are areas of the earth behind that are on a hill. So even at 6 feet, we could have someone reach the top of our fence just by standing on the ground. And I hate to bring this as an example, but if you all saw the Columbia national soccer game in Charlotte, we did have some people attempting to climb our rear fence. Luckily, we had enough security to make sure that didn't happen. But even at 8 feet, any lower would be, in our mind, unsafe and too easily accessible.
And Candace, the only example that comes to mind is Workman's Friend, where we have commercial properties backing up to a residential community, where we had a fence. And off the top of your head, do you know what we came to a conclusion on that one with the fence height?
The actual height, no, I can try to find out quickly, but I do know that we did approve it taller than 6 feet because it was a barricade between commercial and residential.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, and I remember we did step it down towards the street too, but we don't have that condition here.
Are you talking about 2140? Are you talking about 2144 Park Road?
I'm talking
No, this was on Thomas,
Workman's-
I think.
Thomas Avenue, yeah.
But yes, in your newly designed staff.
Trying to use it.
Let's talk about 2144 Park Road.
And so I know we have a cap on fence heights. Now, as the applicants and Commissioner Wojcik had pointed out, we have a retaining condition. So as viewed from outside of the property, the fence is, 8 feet tall. The retaining wall doesn't come into
No, we measure from the outside. So, yes, it is taller from the 8 feet, which is on the outside of the retaining wall. We would not include the retaining wall in the
okay.
equation.
Okay, that's good.
So say that again, because the standard says that you measure from the exterior of the fence,
Yeah,
but it's still taller than 8 feet? I'm confused. I'm sorry, Candace.
Is the question from here to here 8 feet?
No.
Outside.
Not
The
from me, from
outside, okay.
outside.
Can you restate the question?
Well, so the way that it's described it says that the fence is 11 to 12 feet.
I think that's because it's measured from
the
the
interior.
inside.
Including the retaining
Then on our standards, it says that fences would be measured from the exterior.
Correct. So
the
you would,
8 feet is from the outside.
correct.
And you're just adding the 3 feet, 4 inches of the retaining wall, so visually it's
So
bigger. off the
visually
inside.
it's taller.
Okay.
Mhm.
But that's really not pertinent to us if we're looking at our standards.
Correct. So follow the standards.
Okay.
You're measuring from the outside. It's 8 feet tall. Will you allow that?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Sorry, one more. So the area where you're proposing to add retainage down at the back. Yeah, right. The back of the property. Get there.
In the case that we need to.
Right.
Yes, is the grade higher than, I guess, that walkway that's running parallel to the rear?
Grade higher than the
That
walkway.
Point.
So yes, it would be. However, it seems that any water that comes from that rear plot that hits the walkway does funnel down that walkway into the parking lot, which is fine. But for some reason, anything that hits it at our property, I guess the grade on our patio isn't as steep, flows right onto our patio. So I believe the hopes is to essentially potentially build out that retaining wall either to the edge of our patio or just a little bit farther to continue to push everything out away from us and the Horseshoes property.
And would you propose that this 8-foot fence run down the entire length of the proposed retaining wall as well?
No, we would leave the fence. The fence would only be to as
is.
our perimeter as is, correct? Would not expand.
Okay, so that 33-foot dimension that's where the fence would stop on slide 12. So you scroll down to the bottom. There you go. Zoom in there. So there's the red area, the red retaining wall. The fence would stop at that red.
The fence is actually currently to not it halfway in between that. The other where it slants back, so right there is where that's where the fence ends.
Yeah, where the proposed retaining wall jogs.
Correct.
Correct.
Where that walkway is essentially, I guess. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Wojcik, you had another question?
Not for the applicants, no.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Barr, do you have 2 more questions? We can wait.
Oh,
No. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and close for deliberation.
I have questions of the commission, if that's okay.
Sure.
So the way that I read the original staff information was it sounded like that the retaining wall wasn't really functioning as a retaining wall. And I may have read that incorrectly, but as we're going through it, the retaining wall is functioning as a retaining wall. And so based on our guidelines, that is permissible in terms of it being a true function. But the cement block as a retaining wall is not permitted from a material standpoint. Stucco is typically allowed over cement block so that there's a veneer to protect it. And then from how I see it, the fence is just more of a security element. And I haven't experienced that with the commission before and how that works. I mean, it sounds like there's been other elements where you've got that transition for commercial that would be something that we could consider. So even though it's not in our standards, it's been done and something that's been discussed.
Yes. So it is up to the commission on the 8-foot height, if that's what you prefer. You have approved in the past a taller fence height when you're bordering commercial. And I do believe last month we approved an 8-foot fence to shield off some trash enclosure too. So this commission has approved the above 6-foot height under certain circumstances.
Okay. So I would just kind of want everybody's thoughts on that.
The difference between Workman's Friend and the most recent fence in 4th Ward that Candace is talking about is you didn't have that additional 3 to 4 feet in terms of topography. So now we're looking at this big, massive wall, which I think would look quite incongruous in the area.
Actually, if I may, Commissioner Parati.
Please.
The commission or the public is not seeing that. They're seeing that from their backyard. The public is going to see the exterior side, which is only 8 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
They're not seeing the full length of.
Okay, thank you
Yeah,
for that
and that's why-
clarification. Will you, Chris, requested information on Workman's Friend?
I can bring that up. I can bring that up on Google. I just wanted to mention that this is directly behind the subject property, this vacant lot. And
Okay.
it's very wooded, as you can see where that
currently
that utility easement is that they were.
Yeah, and Commissioner Parati, that's why I was asking if the
Mm-hmm.
retaining wall was truly functional, and it does seem to be, and then the
Yeah.
8 feet is on top of the grade. So you, from a perspective standpoint, you have to be, they are recessed. Their backyard is recessed, lower than grade. So especially with the material change from the interior, I feel like there's two precedences myself, and that one is truly functional with water control.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I'm
Just-
having a hard time with the 8-foot fence. I just need, I know that we went back and forth over it when we were doing Workman's Friend.
And we're working on getting that fence height for you, Commissioner Parati.
Thank you.
I think, if I could just provide my 2 cents.
Um,
I think the retaining wall is independent and it's doing its job so long as that retaining wall does not increase the fence height. And I think as per the testimony of the applicant, the fence is just behind the retaining wall. And I think as long as that fence follows grade and is whatever height we say it needs to be, 8 foot, 6 feet, whatever, that would kind of comply with our standards and what we generally approve for commercial properties abutting residential areas. And my only sort of struggle with this application is 2 things, is, or one thing really that has a lot of different parts, is aesthetically, the fence structure needs to be facing interior to the lot. So we need fence panels that are on the outside and facing into adjacent properties, so we don't see that structure. Additionally, we need to see the fence posts expressed on the exterior, so we don't have a completely blank wall. And staff can fill the applicants in, I believe, on all these fence details.
On Workman's Friend, is slowly but surely coming back to me. It was also it was the horizontal slats, and I thought that they were supposed to put some greenery on it so that it just kind of disappeared. Maybe it's out of season, but it was, and then it steps down at the curb or at the So it's not this.
So this was a 2018 case, and the case was under 1319 Thomas, and it was approved at 8 feet tall with that step down to, I'm not sure, but it
think it
looks like
was
6 feet.
6 feet, yeah. And then 4 feet around the corner, I want to say.
Oh, it's stepped down to 5. Thank you.
And then the style of fence is also something that we need to make sure to address with the applicants.
I think 8.7, number 9, the fencing and walls must avoid any style that presents a long unbroken expanse, which this does, as presented or as built. This includes stockade style fencing that does not have a minimum 2-inch spacing between the pickets. Fences with horizontally oriented rails should be of a design that incorporates vertical trim or structural members to break up long expanses. So I think we've got this long, not only is it really tall, if it was broken up more and complied with that standard, it would be a different scenario.
Well, I don't think interior to the lot, it matters as much. We don't care what it looks like on the interior. It's the exterior. If you go to slide 16, actually, this is the public view of the fence. It faces an alleyway, it faces adjacent properties. So people see this side of the fence, and the construction of the fence is flipped. And also, there's no sort of articulation with respect to the cap, that we don't want to see the tops of the boards. We like to see divisions of panels and things like that.
Yep. Got the standard. So the retaining wall and the fence are the 2 items.
How do we feel about extending the retaining wall? I'm on board with that, given that clearly there's a runoff problem.
There seems to be a demonstrated need. I have no problem with the retaining wall.
Just as long as, per Commissioner Wojcik's comments, we're getting the right materials, which it sounds like, would not be hard if they did stucco, yes?
Agreed.
So the next question is, do they have to stucco the entire existing CMU block if we're requesting them to do the new? Because
It
there's,
would bring it into compliance,
Yeah.
yes.
yes, definitely. Okay.
Okay. Think we have the makings of a motion. Okay, all right.
Neat. So, well, I say that I can do that.
You can do it and we've got your
Yeah,
back.
I can do, so I have a bunch of standards, but, the modifications to the existing fence, those can be conditions?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so, I move to approve this application, with following conditions or with conditions. The, uh, majority of the project is not incongruous with the special characteristics of the district. There is a existing retaining wall that meets our standards in terms of function, but would need to be addressed in terms of finish. We would approve the extension of the retaining wall as it would still be a function, but the requirement would be that if the CMU is continued, that the new and existing retaining wall structure would need to have some sort of finish applied to it based on our standards 8.7. Well, 8.7 number 12. And that smooth coat stucco is finish that could be used in that application. We are approving the retaining walls in standards 8.7 number 11. And in terms of the fence, we are approving the 8-foot fence because of the particular site requirements, the transition between commercial and residential, the security element that it allows. And we are also requesting that that fence design in itself be modified to meet our standards. Number 8.6, number 5, and number 6. And that we ask the applicant to work with staff to finalize those design details.
Excellent.
Good.
Motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion?
I have one point. I don't think we should approve the 8-foot fence.
You can be in agreement. I agree with you. However, at this point, we've made a motion, and so you can say no.
Okay.
Or yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, any further discussion? Let's vote. Commissioner Holt,
No.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
No.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 8-2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next case that we have is at 221 Grandin Road. It is for tree removal and replanting. The proposal includes two parts. The first is the removal of a large canopy tree from the backyard. It's approximately 25 feet away from the house. The second part of the proposal was some roof replacement and fascia repairs over a shed roof at the rear of the house over a rear landing. Typically, staff could approve that, but the house is on a corner lot. So we are having to turn it over to the commission for review. This application is an after-the-fact review with commission reviewing the project as if the work has not yet occurred. We have the applicant online.
Hi, I'm Maxine Martin, the applicant.
Have you been sworn in, Maxine?
No, I haven't.
All right. All applicants that are in the room or on the phone, if you have not yet been sworn in, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Maxine, could you turn on your camera, please?
Let's see. I'm not real familiar with this. I'm not so sure where I need to do that.
Okay. All right. That's okay.
Thank you. Well, it says start video, so.
Oh, it's coming. It sounds like it's coming.
Another applicant is using your camera.
We'll keep going. That's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Maxine, you can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. First of all, I am not familiar with the roof piece being on this agenda as an agenda item. I thought that I was here to discuss the removal of the tree on my property, and that's what I'm prepared to do so at that time. I appeared at the September meeting, and during a break, Elizabeth Lambie came up to me and asked me about it. It's something that she had seen and taken some pictures on my property. This was after the minor projects checklist that I completed in a reference to getting the tree removal after the fact on the agenda. And I told her that I wasn't prepared and I wanted to be prepared prior to dealing with that. So if we could table that until another time, I'd like to just deal with this tree removal issue at this time, please.
Staff believes that the applicant is speaking about some other issues that are the front porch, which is occurring under a separate application, but this application combined the tree and then the rear roof issues, not the front porch.
Okay. And so, Miss Martin, are you prepared to talk about the tree and the roof repair in the rear, on the rear?
Well, I'm not prepared to talk about anything as it relates to the roof at this time because I'm not prepared. I would like to address the issue in regards to the tree removal, and then, you can bring forth the roof issue, if you don't mind, please. That's what I thought I was prepared. That's what I thought I was dealing with. That's what I submitted a documentation in order to place it on the agenda. And that's what I'm prepared to discuss, if you don't mind, at this time.
Okay.
I would just like to clarify that the only reason staff mentions the rear roof repair is because in the before and after photos with the tree being present and then being removed, the commission may notice that there were some changes to this rear roof area. That is the only reason why it was included.
Okay.
If the commission would like to hear the rest of Ms. Martin's presentation about the tree, and in reviewing the photographs are comfortable enough with staff approving a fix to the rear porch, we can move in that direction. Or if you need additional information, you could always continue it for that portion. But staff probably would have been able to approve this roof fix had it not been on such a visible location. So if you're comfortable with that, we can work on that and just
Okay.
move forward.
All right, let's do that. All right, Ms. Martin, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I just would want to be prepared with, in terms of addressing anything in this hearing, prior to. But, in reference to the tree, removal, it's a tree, I think it's, an oak in my back property. I think you have pictures here in terms of where the tree was. I removed the, tree because, quite frankly, I felt like it was too close to my house. And it's a huge tree with a large canopy, and the canopy overhangs, hangs over the roof. And quite frankly, I got frightened. Probably about 3 or 4 houses down, on the left, a similar looking tree, similar size, fell on a home, a brick home, and split it completely in two. And maybe a knee-jerk reaction, but nevertheless one that I responded to. And so I had it removed. Again, primarily because it was too close. It's a large tree. Another tree similar to it had just fallen. And I don't know the lifespan of that tree. But I had it removed. I must admit, I'm not in the habit of going through a hearing in order to do things on my property. Although I must admit, I was fairly familiar with the fact that I needed to go through the commission in terms of tree removals, or so I thought, maybe the size of the tree, or something to that effect. You all have quite a bit of literature on your website, and I hadn't navigated through it all. But I had also talked to neighbors, one who had gone through your process and indicated that, it'd be probably just a matter of replacing the tree with another tree. And then I talked with a neighbor in this same neighborhood who's been there probably 30, 35, 40 plus years, who indicated she knew people who had cut down trees and it weren't an issue at all, So I wasn't sure exactly what was what, but I did cut the tree down around January the 23rd. And was subjected to a violation as a result of that.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone on the line to speak for or against this application?
Don't believe so.
Okay. Ms. Martin, we really appreciate your candor and your honesty around the matter of the tree on your property. I just want to say we all empathize with you. Many of us are homeowners in we're all homeowners or we live here in Charlotte. So we know about our tree canopy, how precious it is, but also that we've seen people suffer from the fate of trees falling. But one of the things that we on this commission are charged with is protecting that tree canopy. And there's a process that we like to ensure that our neighbors are following. And one of those things, one of those critical steps is ensuring that the health of the tree. And so getting a certified arborist to assess that tree, the health of that tree, is a very important step before moving forward with how you would approach, matters with that tree. And so I guess one of my question would be, because we did not see a letter from an arborist, did you have a certified arborist take a look at the tree?
No, I did not. No, did not. I was concerned about large branches falling off the tree, which oftentimes occurred during bad weather. So much so that one knocked off some trim on the house. Like I said, it's fairly close to the home, between probably about 20 to 25 feet away at the most, the trunk. And so it's fairly in with a large canopy. So it's very, very close, but I did not get an arborist to.
Okay, and that's why one thing begets another, right? Because if a certified arborist could assess the health, then they could tell you or tell us, or any of us who are homeowners, whether you have hazardous branches or if the tree is a hazard or diseased. And so we want to make sure that, and this is not just for you, but for any residents that are listening, we don't want these to be after the fact. We want to go through the process of having trees. We want to protect our trees. They're living things, and they serve us well, and we should try our best to protect and serve them by having them maintained and having certified professionals assess them and give us their advice on how to maintain them. So with that, I will stop talking and ask the other commissioners if they have any questions.
I would add to that, to what Commissioner Bonaparte, not Bonaparte, Hawkins, I keep doing that. Is that an arborist, I cannot stress enough, a professional opinion before you ask neighbors, the professionals consulted before other neighbors are consulted, because an arborist could have said, come out and said, we just need to limb up a few branches that are overhanging or that are most at risk of damaging the home versus taking the whole tree out, because we just don't know. I mean, they could give that advice. So that's why that is so, so critical. Maxine, how long have you lived in your home?
I do not live in that home.
Oh, you don't? Okay, then I should rephrase my question. How long have you owned the home?
I've owned it since I think 92. Yeah, I think.
Okay. Because there's a historic, I know you already mentioned.
Wait a minute, excuse me, that's incorrect. Let me get this right. 2011, I'm really off. 2011.
Okay. One reason I ask is the welcome to Wesley Heights Historic District sign is literally right in front of your home. So it's in a historic district. I know you already said that. You've seen the website and but I was just curious how long you were an owner of that property.
Yeah, but now the sign hasn't been there that long. The sign is kind of a recent addition, probably, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
But I let me be clear. I am aware that I am in a historic district, I do know that, look, I think large canopy trees needed to, if I were cutting it down, I needed to go through the commission. Now, having said that, do I offer an apology? And I'm not being, I understand the gravity in terms of what you all are saying, in reference to the tree. I apologize for it being after the fact.
We appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we'll now close for deliberation. So we don't have a letter from certified arborist because we're looking at this as if it has not yet happened. Do we know, well, I guess we have a picture here. It is a large canopy tree. We don't have other information to make any other assessments or decision. So I think the most we could do is ask for a replanting of a large mature canopy tree.
Chairperson Hawkins, if we were looking at this like it never happened, we would have flat out denied it.
Exactly.
And in the past, just to add to that, because present company excluded, let's not make this about Ms. Martin, just overall. There is this sense, it seems to be the sense of I'll ask for forgiveness instead of permission. And in the past, we have even asked for people who cut down their trees to replant more than one.
Yes.
But that's getting ahead of ourselves because we would not have approved this. We would have continued for more information. But if the tree was healthy, we would have denied it. So if we are looking at this as if it never happened, which is what we are charged to do, I don't see any other way other than to deny it.
Agreed. Okay.
I would like to make a motion to deny the removal of the large canopy tree as it is incongruous with the design standards for trees 8.5, numbers 1 and 2. Even though a certified arborist letter documenting the removal was not provided, or documenting that the removal was needed because of disease or damage to a structure or any other reason it was not provided. The tree removal occurred without prior approval to the commission, by the commission. And per standards, design standards for trees 8.5, number 6, the applicant should provide a replanting plan to the staff that includes the replanting of at least one large maturing canopy tree on the property. I think that we should make that 2, actually, mature canopy trees on the property. And that the new trees to be selected from the approved plant species of large maturing canopy tree list as outlined in the Charlotte Land Development Standards Manual. The replacement tree should be approximately 2 inches to 3 inches in caliper and planted during the next replanting season.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lineberger.
And can I go ahead and, should I separately do a separate motion for the other piece? Okay, we'll leave it at that.
All right, we have motion 1 by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion?
Can I be heard?
No, ma'am, we're closed at this time. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny passes 10-0. Part two.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the rear landing roof because the work is not incongruous with design standard for rehabilitation and for building elements for roofs 4.5, numbers 2, 3, and 8.
Right. Motion by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes 10-0. Thank you, Maxine.
Okay, thank you.
The next project is at 1627 Oaklawn Avenue. And this is for a tree removal and replanting. This proposal involves the removal of 2 large canopy trees. Should I continue? Well, hold on just 1 minute.
Just give us one moment. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, this proposal is for the removal of 2 large canopy trees at 1627 Oaklawn Avenue. There was a removal of a magnolia tree in the front yard and a removal of a cedar tree in the rear yard. And the applicants are here with us.
Yes, my name is George Moreland. I regret you all have to
George,
here for this.
before we get started, have you both been sworn in?
Correct.
Okay, great. If you could both state your name and your address for the court reporter, and do clearly speak into the mic because we have people online.
George Moreland, 1627 Oaklawn Avenue, Charlotte, 28216.
D. Moreland, 1627 Oaklawn Avenue, Charlotte.
Those were more like nuisance vegetations more so than trees. The magnolia tree, not that big around. Yeah, at the bottom there, that thing is choked out by that oak tree right there. It takes up the whole front yard. To my right there, to my right, those limbs hang over in the neighbor's driveway. Now that the magnolia's gone, those oak trees hang over now in the driveway there. So it cracked the sidewalk there and lady's heel tripped in it. Yeah, the roots run. See how that thing isn't small. That magnolia it's not that big. It wasn't a canopy doing nothing. But it's got the sidewalk crack right there. And the lady's heel got tripped in there. It's a trip hazard. So look at the mold and algae, all that front yard has there. Hardly no grass is growing there. Yeah. See, that root ran and did that. And hardly no grass grows there because, that oak tree just chokes out everything in the front yard. Like I said, it covers everything to the right, left, to the street, hangs over the house. The house has sticks and limbs that's always having to get blown off of that tree. So that's the reason why, it was taken down. It looks like it's tall, but that magnolia tree is up on the hill. It was up on the hill. That thing wasn't even that tall. It wasn't that tall. Yeah, as you can see, that thing barely made it to this roof here. So it wasn't doing anything at all. There's no room in that front yard for any more replanting. There's no room at all. That oak tree has that all taken up. Now, to the backyard. So the backyard, look how all that vegetation grows around there. That backyard was basically, what we did was basically just cleared the fence on my side of just nuisance vegetations. So that cedar tree in the backyard, again, something about like that round, dead in the middle. You can see it, it's rotten all in the middle of it. It's rotten all in the middle of it, choked out with vines all around it. So it hardly had nothing on the side, just some little furs at the top. All the limbs and everything on the side were just gone. It leaned. Now, after clearing off that vegetation, okay, all right, before I go further, the backyard is pretty much taken up all by driveway and a patio from the house. So when the patio doesn't give it half the room from here to the property line of where you all are. So there's no room there to plant anything. Patio. Yeah, right, that's it. So back from right there to where that picture ends, just about is where the property line is. There's no room for nothing there. And so, okay, so after we cut down the stuff on my side of the fence, there's vegetation, as you can see right there, that just hangs over. That stuff hangs over on the roof of the house. So what happened was all that vegetation back there, if I know you probably can't get close to the roof, but as you see that part that comes down, that's a rubber roof we've had to put there because all that vegetation is just, yeah, there's the patio. Right. And see, that's a rubber roof, that little ridge right there. All on top of that ridge is a rubber roof. Those gutters are those expensive leaf guard gutters I've had to put up because we just can't, that backyard stays swampy because of that vegetation that's back there, all that vegetation from the other side that hangs over. That's the side, but the back part, we don't have pictures of that. But it hangs over, it keeps it shady back there all the time. So I didn't mean to violate and do it after the fact. Best recollection was those trees came down proper. I didn't know it went historic. I voted for the neighborhood to go historic. I wouldn't have taken it down without getting your guys' permission, but I didn't know it had gone historic. So best recollection after talking to one of the code officers, we figured that I probably just cut that stuff down about a month after it went. But like I said, it wasn't really like trees. There was this nuisance vegetations and clearing off of a fence. And the magnolia tree, obviously, you know, it wasn't that big anyway. It couldn't get big because that oak tree in the front yard had it choked out. So I'm asking for hardship. It would really do that house harm to be planting any more trees back there. You know, they had to come out. And again, I voted for the historic thing. I wouldn't have done it if I had known. Like I said, after talking to code, best regulation. So I'm asking for hardship and extenuating circumstances that hopefully you forgive. And we don't have to plant anything back because there's no room to plant anything in that little teeny backyard. There's no room to do it.
And also at this particular point,
Make sure you all are speaking into the microphone. There are people that are listening online.
okay, sorry.
Mhm.
When we had all the rain a couple of weeks ago, it's like every time we have a big downpour, we have to go get somebody to come and fix the roof. That's ridiculous. And it's because of the way that the branches are over the house. When the rain comes, it settles, it sits on the top of the roof. Then about 2 or 3 days later, somebody's calling and saying, got a bad leak in the house, bad leak in the house. So therefore, damage is being done to the property on the inside. Shingles have to constantly be replaced because of the vegetation. And a lot of it that's there now, since we removed those trees, is because of what's going on in the neighbor's yard. And now that we've gone historic, people are just kind of like saying, well, I'm not going to mess with it. But then that's an added expense on the homeowners every time you got to go and do something to the roof.
That picture gives a good example there as the narrow distance from the patio to the back property there and how those other trees hang over. It gives a pretty good picture. But if you was to see it pictures doesn't do it justice. If you really see it, you will see those trees there now, they would take up and hang over the whole backyard. It stays shady and swampy and wet all around back there. So,
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
We have no online callers.
All right. I will just say, and I know you all were here to hear me speak about this before, and other commissioners have mentioned it. I'll start by asking, have you all had a certified arborist take a look at the trees in your yard that you believe were an issue?
No, but like I said, it wasn't really trees like that. It was just nuisance vegetation. It wasn't that big around down at the bottom like that.
I think an arborist would give you some guidance as to a magnolia tree is a magnolia tree. A cedar tree is a cedar tree, right? They are trees. So that's why an arborist is the professional that can provide the guidance on how to maintain and to do hazard pruning to protect your property, but also protect the tree. So if there's not been and if the answer is no, there's no certified arborist that has taken a look and provided a letter that the trees were a hazard, and that's the answer. But I just wanted to confirm that with you both first. Okay. Commissioners, questions? It looks like Commissioner Whitlock has a question.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moreland. And I think that, if we were only going by, what we're being told after the fact, you've got some good points, but that's really irrelevant to what we're tasked with, and that is applying the standards that we're given. And in this case, if you'd come to us before you took the trees down, we would have denied it or continued it if you didn't have the arborist report. That, regardless of what you showed us or described to us, so we would have been, kind of forced to continue that. You could come back with the report, but now it's after the fact, and we don't have any choice because there's no way to do the arborist report, and that's kind of a non-negotiable on this. And it kind of, our hands are tied really with regards to this. And even though, we hear what you've been experiencing, and that it's not the prettiest tree, but that's really kind of beyond our scope and purview here.
I would say judge the tree based on
Speaking to the mic, Mr. Moreland.
the tree based on its size and the damage to the sidewalk as opposed to the species of the tree. The trees were more like, when we put the stuff out there, the city took it right away. There were no big stumps. The bottoms are not that big. It was more like wild vegetation back there. That cedar in particular, that magnolia tree was not that tall. Anyway, like I said, we're talking about like this.
Yeah, I think that if
So,
you
it was
think about it, if we had the ability to make that decision kind of subjectively and not, kind of our opinions and, thoughts, it would be a mess when other cases came up. So we have to be we've got a book, and I'm sure you've seen it, and it's got a lot of things in it. We've got to stick to those. And this one's probably one of the more simple ones for us to make a decision on, because, you don't take the trees down without having the proof that it's damaged, diseased, or a hazard, something of that nature. So
Pictures won't do.
Yeah.
The pictures won't do.
But the tree is gone,
yeah.
and we don't have a certified arborist that is telling us that it's diseased or that it's a hazard. That's the part that's missing.
Size doesn't matter.
I think if you think about it, if you were an arborist, would you write a report on a tree by a picture, based on a picture or a photograph? Probably not. But if you were to able to produce that, we would have to take that in consideration, I guess. But that, I don't think you would be able to find that.
What, picture of what, the tree rotting in the middle? I could ask for a continuation and get your picture, I suppose. They're rotting with the vines choking it out.
Well, actually, I'm going to tell you that I don't know the answer to that. So I would have to.
If the applicant feels like they can provide additional information in way of a report from an arborist, one telling us about the trees and also telling us whether or not they have lot constraints in terms of replanting, then you could continue the case if you feel like that can be acquired.
What kind of restraint? Said
Lot restraints, so your property.
small.
So if a certified arborist was able to determine whether or not a new or two new trees, or however many trees the commission approves to go back, if they would grow or not, if the arborist was able to tell us if the new trees would survive, that information would be pertinent to your case as well.
I would
If you-
request that it, oh, I'm sorry.
No, if you feel like you could get that information and an arborist to tell you about the trees that were removed.
Okay, I'll try. I'd be willing to try to do that.
Okay.
I want to share the standards. Thank you. Congratulations, by the way, for joining the Historic District.
Okay.
I know you did it for a reason. This was probably.
Now about it.
Oh, McCora High School will be historic.
I was
Well-
on TV pushing this thing and now look what it's did.
I know, right? But overall, the greater good was served, correct?
If you say.
Yeah, I know it didn't feel that way right now. But just again, to drive it home, 8.5, number 2, speaking to what Commissioner Whitlock was saying about our hands being tied.
Oh, standards, uh-huh.
Yes. When the tree removal is needed due to disease, documented damage to a historic structure, or other reasons, or desired, a certified arborist must be consulted and the written recommendation must be provided to the HDC before removal may be granted. The standard includes trees in front, side, and rear. Also, trees less than 10 inches in diameter, you're talking about the size of the tree, 10 inches in diameter may be removed. I'm going to venture a guess that those trees were a little larger than that. So that means that we have to have a certified arborist. It doesn't feel like being part of the historic districts is that great for you right now, but overall, you did it because you wanted to preserve the look of it. You wanted to preserve the culture. You wanted to preserve the tree canopy, maybe not the tree canopy in your yard, but the tree canopy overall. All of the reasons that you enjoy living where you live is what you, I would imagine, wanted to protect. And so as a board here, it is our jobs also to protect those things. And the tree canopy is right up there.
You know, my last concern I got is what I've also heard, you know, if I may say, in reference to the lady on your last case, planning back, you all seemingly may or consider possibly asking to plant back something that's gonna grow much bigger than what was already there. And that yard can't stand no trees at all, as I said, but to that effect, I just, please bear that in mind.
Well, you know, I doubt that you'll find an arborist who can tell you retroactively that those trees were diseased and needed to go. But you can find one to tell you if you can plant in your yard and where you can plant, if so, where you can plant and how you can maintain them. For example, one of the things you all said is that the limbs are hanging on your roof. Well, I don't know the last time you had them pruned or looked at or serviced, but, and I know it's a headache. We have them at our house.
Neighbors' trees doing that.
So, if we continue this so that you have this chance to bring back information, again, I doubt you'll be able to bring back information about the state of the trees that are gone, but you could bring back information and maybe even be surprised by what you find out from a certified arborist about what your property can do. And potentially see that muddy situation you have in the back can be somewhat resolved with the planting of trees.
It's cold by those trees, but okay.
Yeah, I'm no certified arborist, but it's an opportunity.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close for deliberation. In thinking, since we don't have what we need, I think Scott, maybe I need to pitch it over to you. Sorry. What are your thoughts, sir?
Well, I think I agree with Commissioner Parati that it's probably unlikely they'll find anyone to certify those as diseased. But an arborist could be part of the process for the new trees. And if it's determined that it's not a good place to plant, then that could be the case, I guess. My question, I guess, for you, Candace, is denial or continuing. If we continue so that they can consult an arborist, it seems like it's going to be the same difference in the end if we deny it. There's, there's going to be a need for trees to be planted. And if they can get the proof that they can't plant trees there because of some reason, then it's still the same difference. So I'm just trying to, I don't know what.
So typically in after fact cases, when an item is denied, to fix that item, they would submit a staff approval. And so likewise, in this case, with these conditions of the denial, we would add those to the staff approval for replanting of the 2 new trees as such in the last case. So if you are thinking you want to deny this, but also ask for a certified arborist letter that that states that they can either grow 2 new trees if that's what you prefer, or they have lot constraints, then staff can review that and either issue a COA for the new trees because the certified arborist letter states that they can have trees, or we would receive the letter and it would just lay at the denial of the trees being removed and no trees being replanted based on the certified arborist report. Or you can continue it however you feel.
So, yeah, I don't think I followed you. I'm trying to think, what's the best scenario for them? I mean, coming back for a continuance where it's unlikely they would have anything that would change.
I can show you a picture of this tree rotting in the middle.
We're closed for deliberation.
But I guess there's a possibility they could. I just don't know.
Commissioner, Attorney Hewitt.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for staff. If the applicant were to get a certified arborist to put in a letter that no trees could be planted for whatever lot restrictions or topography or whatever the reason behind that, and the commission were to deny, and as part of their denial, add that trees required to be replanted, would staff, if they receive such a letter, would staff then basically choose not to seek enforcement of that additional condition at that juncture?
So I think, well, we wouldn't enforce it if
If you receive the letter.
we receive the letter.
Does that,
From a certified arborist.
does
From
that
a
help
certified
the commission?
arborist.
I just wanted to ask the question in order to clarify what would be staff's response if you were to deny with the additional conditions, but they were to receive that letter, that it would be an impossibility. However, the commission could continue to wait to receive that letter to make a decision that,
So I think that if you were to craft a motion, it would be to deny with either 1 or 2 or 3 trees, whatever you select, or a motion that also includes either replanting or to provide staff with a letter from a certified arborist that states you have lot constraints and to which that no trees can be replanted. So one or the other. In the
Yes.
denial.
Does that work?
Yeah,
All right.
I think so. I'll make a motion. So I move to deny this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the special character of the district described in chapter 3.
Commissioner, can you speak into the mic? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you want me to start over? All right. I move to deny this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the special character of the district as described in chapter 3 of the design standards and with the Secretary of Interior's for historic rehabilitation on page 2.5. And the reason being because the removal of large canopy trees in the front yard and rear yard is incongruous with the design standards for trees 8.5 numbers 1 through 2. Certified arborist letter documenting that removal is needed due to disease, documented damage to a historic structure or other reasons was not provided, and tree removal occurred without prior approval by the commission. And per the design standards for trees 8.5 number 6, the applicant should provide a replanting plan to staff that includes the replanting of at least one large maturing canopy tree on the property. New trees will be selected from the approved species list, large maturing canopy tree list as outlined in the Charlotte Land Development Standards Manual. The replacement tree should be approximately 2 to 3 inch caliper in size and planted during the next replanting season.
I'm sorry, I might have missed it, but did you add the caveat about, or your motion is not to include a certified letter that states the lot has constraints? I'm sorry.
I'm
choosing not to.
um,
Okay. That's fine. I was just,
Yeah, I'm just trying to, is it necessary? I mean, if.
no,
there-
it's your
as you would-
motion. I just wanted to.
Do you mind adding it, Commissioner Whitlock, just so that they have options?
So, yeah, I'll add it. If the applicant can provide a certified arborist letter stating that, I'm sorry, is this about the
It's-
replanting?
Yes.
Or not? Okay. Okay, so if the applicant can provide a certified letter from a certified arborist stating what can or cannot be planted on their property to determine whether or not they have to replant trees.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to deny with conditions passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we need a break. Too soon? Is this another tree?
No, it's,
No, I think we're moving on to case number 9. Would you like a break before that or? Yeah.
People need a break?
Oh, yeah.
Folks
Okay.
feel like they need a break.
maybe get 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
5-minute
please?
break? Okay,
5 minutes.
5-minute break. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to the October 9th HGC meeting. Before we get started with our next case, I just wanted to let applicants, the public, and everyone know that any cases that we do not get to tonight will be continued to October 30th. Same meeting time, 1 to 7. So any cases that are not heard tonight will be moved to October 30th. No new cases will be added to that agenda. It will just be a continuation of this agenda for October. We are now moving on to case number 9.
Right, the next case is at 3105 through 3121 Collier Place. It's a 5-unit townhome. This case, before I get started with it, Chairperson Hawkins has some comments. I'll leave it to her.
Yeah, so commissioners, staff has been, and I think you see this in the analysis, staff has been asking for as-built drawings for quite a few months now, and we still haven't received those. And so since that is the case, and that is the purpose of this application, but that critical piece of information is missing, it is my recommendation and my thought that we not hear this case until we receive those as-built drawings. Does anyone disagree with that? Please share your thoughts.
I totally agree because it's too hard to compare a built structure in 3D to a piece of 2D drawing and us understand the change in proportion and size and scale.
Absolutely.
And to clarify, it is my understanding and staff can confirm that in order, first of all, that your rules of procedure set out the standards and the different information that is required to be submitted in order for an application to be considered complete, and that as-built drawings or correct drawings are required for your consideration, as well as the requirements for in the standards as such. It wouldn't just be that if you decide not to hear it today, it would also be following your process, your rules of procedure.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. So with that being the case, we won't be hearing this case as it stands with the information that, or the lack of information that's required.
We have to vote on that.
Do we have to vote on that? That's a good question.
I would recommend that you do make a motion. It can be something along the lines of moving to not hear this case as the application is incomplete and missing required items. But you can certainly formulate it in whatever way you feel comfortable.
Okay. Do we have anyone?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to defer this agenda item to a future meeting due to the fact that this application is seen by this board as incomplete, and we are going to require accurate and detailed as-built drawings referencing what has changed per the completed project.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Barth, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to defer this application passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next application is 304 Worthington Avenue. And please let the record show that Commissioner Lineberger has left the meeting at 4:59 PM. Okay, our next application again is 304 East Worthington Avenue. This is for a full demolition of a building in the district. The applicant has provided the Zaltwell survey, property survey, and digital photos and elevations of the existing structure. I believe the applicant is online.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you turn on your camera, please? Okay. I don't think that worked on our end, if you did turn it on.
Okay.
Oh, okay, there we go. If you could state your name and address for the court reporter, and have you been sworn in?
Not yet.
Okay.
All right. Anyone joining us in the room or on the phone that will be testifying, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Jack, wherever you would like to start off, your presentation is not very long. We have all the information provided by you.
Yeah, maybe the photos where we can see the elevation. Yep. So this is actually we have two different separate applications for demolition. They're two adjacent properties. 304 East Worthington and 308 East Worthington, which in this elevation are the two properties to the right side of the elevation.
For this application, we are only reviewing 304 at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
And this application was approved in 2016 for demolition. It's just that the 1 year expire, so we're reapplying again for demolition.
Thank you. And as the commission can see, we have the Zaltwell survey. The property survey is on page 8. And photos of the current conditions and details on pages 9 and 10. And I don't believe anybody has and elevations on page 11. And I don't believe we have any unknown callers.
Question for you.
Sure.
Why isn't this on a reaffirmation?
I think it's because the time lapse for the application, not an approval of.
Oh, the application.
Right.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay. Questions for the applicant? If no question, oh, go ahead.
Can you tell me what year the structure was built? I don't see that noted.
1920.
It's on the first page under details of proposed request, existing conditions.
All right. Other questions for the applicant?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I didn't have one.
Okay.
Oh, oh. All right. Well, if there are no questions, we'll go ahead and close for deliberation. As Commissioner Holtz just pointed us to, we have the year of construction. So, and it looks like the application is considered complete. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
All right. I move to determine this application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant. Oh, wait. I don't move that. I just determine that it is. Oh, I do move that? Oh, okay, well then I move that.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote determining completion of application passes 9-0.
All right, I move to determine that the building has special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the Dilworth Local Historic District because it was constructed in 1920.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Can I pause for a moment?
any discussion on the motion?
Yes. Not discussion, I vote yes.
Oh, okay. All right, let's vote. Yes by Commissioner Holtz, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes. Vote to determine the special significance of the property passes 9-0.
I move to approve the project with the 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measured drawings of the building to be demolished are required for HGC records before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission.
All right, motion by Commissioner Bell, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve the 365-day stay passes 9-0. Thank you. Well, you're back. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you. You're actually staying with us for one more minute. The next,
Very briefly, Commissioner Holtz and Commissioner Kerm, if you have any questions about the demolition sheet and any of the specifics, you can certainly ask myself or staff. We're happy to explain to you how it came to be. I just noticed that you had some concerns. So if you do, please let us know. We can discuss them during this application if you'd like. But just wanted to open that up for you.
okay, the next application is 308 West Worthington Avenue. Again, this is for full demolition of the building on the site. The applicant has provided a Zotwell survey, which is on slide 6. A site plan, which is on slide 8. Current conditions, which is on slide 9 and 10. And elevation drawings, which is on slide 11. And just to clarify, from the last application, and might be similarly with this one, the project for demolition was approved in 2016, which was too long ago. And we have new standards, so, and no COA was pulled. So that's why it's not a reaffirmation. It's a whole new project. Okay, Jack, did you have anything briefly to say before the commission?
No, same situation. I just look at this house was built in 1940.
Thank you.
All right, questions for the applicant, commissioners?
I just had a question, for the applicant, but also just to clarify first, Candace, you had said something about a ceiling being pulled on the property?
Oh, a COA?
Oh, a
I'm sorry,
COA.
maybe I wasn't clear. I'm sorry.
No, that was my hearing. Yeah. All right, understood. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant or staff? All right, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Any discussion, or do we have a motion?
Unless there's anybody wants to discuss, I can move to make a motion.
Okay, sounds good.
I move to determine the application is complete. All required documentation has been provided by the applicant.
Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve or the completion of the application passes 9-0.
Made the second motion,
Turn your mic on.
let's see. I move to determine that the building has a special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the Dilworth Local Historic District. Building listed is 50 years or older and has an architectural style keeping with the streetscape and the historic district. I think that's it for that. So I should add anything else.
All right, sounds good. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to establish special significance for this property passes 9-0.
All right, and then so moved to approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition due to the building's special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the Dilworth Historic District. See the accurate measured drawings of the building.
Mike.
Oh, pardon me, yet again. I'll restate all that. I move to approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition due to the building's special significance to the Dilworth Historic District and value maintaining the character of said district. Are we in receipt of measured drawings? I don't.
You need it.
We do need receipt of accurate measured drawings of the building to be demolished. They're required for HDC records before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? Right. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote for a 365-day stay of demolition passes 9-0. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next application is number 12-927 East Boulevard. And I believe the applicant is in the room.
Real quick, does anyone need a commercial motion?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, again, this is 927 East Boulevard, and that's an addition. This case was continued for the items listed on the screen above. This is a kind of unusual case that the designer has changed midway. But the applicant would like to continue under the same application, and they are aware that are required to have a decision by the commission by February 10th, 2025. So, Tim, if
By
you,
when, Candace?
I'm sorry,
When do we have to make a decision?
by February 10th, 2025.
Thank you.
Tim, you've been sworn in?
I have not, sorry.
Oh, you have not?
Yeah, I have not, sorry. Yeah, I
Okay.
was listening, but I didn't get sworn in, sorry.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else that will be addressing the commission, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Tim, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know what page you would like to start on.
Sure. My name is Tim Finan. My address is 1950 Abbott Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
If you can pull this closer.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is
Thank
that
you.
better?
Yes, just speak loudly and
Okay.
into the mic.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
So I guess we could start with, I don't know if you had a chance to kind of read my little description there at the beginning. We could start at the beginning if you want, but I was brought onto the project before the scale was a much larger project. The owners kind of reached out to me. We've done similar projects with us, kind of a smaller scale, kind of more in keeping with the district. So we were brought in to kind of take a look at what we could do to basically take the existing building, expand it some, and make it work for the client. They are a medical practice, and they want the building to kind of contribute to the neighborhood. But I think the previous one was a little bit too large, involved parking decks and things. All that's been kind of taken away. It's a whole new direction, and that's why they brought us into the project. So I've taken quite a bit of time, the time that I had since the previous, I think it was the August commission review, and I've kind of studied the existing drawings. It's a great little building. It's got its quirks to it. It's a very, if you want to go to the existing. It's a 1981 building that was built by, or was designed by Howard Newman with Jan Peace Associates, which is now Labella Associates here in Charlotte. It kind of represents a kind of snapshot of architecture in that time, which is, once I got into the building itself, it's actually kind of a neat building from an architectural perspective because it has a lot of symmetry and other things like that. The architect, I thought, did a really good job for the building of the time. It doesn't really speak to the neighborhood necessarily because the neighborhood's really not that style for the most part. So our challenge was to kind of keep a lot of the detailing and things in the building and change it to make it a little more pedestrian friendly, make it face the street more so that people can interact with the building as it comes, as they're coming down the street. So a lot of what you see now is going to be changed, and then it'll evolve into something that'll be much more kind of pleasing for most people's eyes. It's similar to some of the other projects in town that we've done. We worked on the Leeper Wyatt building, which was recently moved. And then if you want to go to some of the precedents, I guess we could go to the end here. So these are kind of some of the things I pulled from the Leeper Wyatt building, the Cleveland Avenue building that Cluck was approved. It hasn't been built yet. And then we worked on the 301 East Boulevard project a couple of years ago as well. That has some pieces to it from the same kind of era or similar era. And then we've done a few other buildings. This building on Central Avenue over in Plaza Midwood, we did in about 2016. It took inspiration from the 701 Whaley building in Columbia. And we've sort of taken some of this 1204 and the Whaley building for some inspiration on the East Boulevard building, which kind of has a more pedestrian character to it. So why don't we just go back to the color elevations just to see there. So if you can tell here, it's keeping the same modules of the existing building, the same scale and modules, but we're opening up the windows. So they used to be these ribbon windows, which were very 1980s. We're making them larger so that they are much more pedestrian scale. When you go into the building, those windows kind of hit me like below eye level. So it's a very odd thing, but it's kind of cool in a way. But anyway, we're gonna make it kind of a little more normal. And we're going to take some of the same detailings. We're keeping things like some of the detailing.
Bring the mic with you.
There's some slanted brick detailing here that's really interesting. And if you maybe go back to the details further down, keep going down to that number 22. So these are really fascinating. So that they really detailed it well. I thought this kind of folds back to the window, creates a nice shadow line. So what we're doing is we're keeping that detail and we're just expanding the window up. We're actually keeping this band up to this point here and bringing that up to the top. So there's a soldier course at the top of the window now. So it's keeping with the same module of the building, which is nice because it kind of honors the original building and allows us to kind of bring this building forward. So that's a lot of what we're doing. We're keeping a lot of the same details, playing off of those details with the new portion. If you look, why don't we go to the floor plan, or the site plan would probably be the best. Number 10, yeah. So let's see here. So you can see the old building right here, this kind of square box. It used to have an atrium here that was kind of a dark hole. Is at the back of the building. And the owners would like to add on some more square footage to allow it to have a little more space for their practice. So we're playing off those same modules, bringing them down to the front, allowing this to come up not all the way to the setback, but a few feet off, creating an entryway at the front. There will be an entryway at the back as well, but they'll both be usable. This will be a patio that engages with a sidewalk down to the existing sidewalk along the path here. In the process of this, we will have to remove some trees, and I don't think I demonstrated that well enough, as staff has kind of commented on as well. So we'll have to kind of demonstrate a little bit more what trees are being removed, but our proposal will be to plant back trees that we are removing there. Some of them kind of gotten overgrown and are competing with the street trees along here. There's some really nice street trees along here, but these trees are kind of growing into them. So we're going to allow it to, we're going to remove those and probably replant in that area. And then the back also kind of bumped out a little bit as well to kind of find the entry a little bit better at the back. I do know that staff also commented on that as well, saying that the back appears a little bit more prominent than the front. So, but we're willing to work with the staff on removing that or downplaying whatever we need to on that as well. If you go a little further, I guess, let's go to just the regular elevations, the 13. So you can see the before, is that the right front? Yes, that's right. So this is the current front of the property that, sorry, up there at the top, that faces East Boulevard. And then this is the new front here. So you can see how the windows, well, albeit it's is being added onto. We're taking those same modules and bringing them forward. And we're breaking up the elevation slightly with a slight 12-inch bump between the existing height and these new bumps along the front to break up the elevation so it's not as, monolithic and massive. And these, like I said, these are same modules that are on the existing that we're going to bring forward. The existing wall will actually occupy inside the building, and we're going to leave that so that the occupants can inhabit the old building and kind of see the old building, the old brick, which will be nice. We're creating a porch and patio here with an entry door as well, so that guests can come here as well as come into the back. So depending on if you're parking on the street or walking to the place. And the same with the side. We're adding on to it, so you can. This is hard to see. The reality of this is these are actually full windows. They're not like that. You might want to look at your actual copy you have. Digital copy shows better, but if you want to go to the color elevation, this probably shows the best. So, but in general, we're trying to bring this building forward into the future, trying to make it more pedestrian friendly, more of the neighborhood, and more similar to other commercial projects that are in the district as well. And we've included details, and I also have some bricks that we're looking at matching. If anyone wants to look at those as well, that we can share. We're starting to try to match bricks and try to, make it so it's congruent with the existing as well. I don't know if you want to go through the rest of the slides, you can kind of see the details and other things in there. There. You can kind of see the scale of the project as well. Thank you. Appreciate that. And these bricks, they'll be we're looking at doing a mix of the bricks to try to match the existing because we can't find the original brick. I'll probably hunt a little bit more to see if I can actually find the original brick. Triangle is a local company, so we're local North Carolina company, so we're trying to use them. But
on slide 20 and 21, it shows a comparison between the existing August proposal and today's proposal.
Correct. So in general, trying to keep it the same scale. In bringing the project addition forward as well, we are not as far up as some buildings on the adjacent on the East Boulevard, but we're not as far back as others. So we're kind of somewhere in between the kind of median between all the properties along East Boulevard. So we're not, the Hull and Chandler building, which was the old Lucy and Company building, that one's a few doors down, and that one sits a little bit further up than ours will sit. So other than that, we included window details and trying to show you how we're doing the entry. You can kind of see some of the brick details, really fascinating details that the architect did. The way that the building brick comes down to the bottom and slants to it, which we're going to mimic those same details in any of the addition areas.
Excuse me. I have a quick question for the applicant. We are marking these for exhibits so that they can take a picture and make them part of the record. So I have one that has been marked as exhibit 1 that states that it is brick details. They both appear to be brick details, so just want to make sure that we're differentiating them. So this first one, would you be able to explain what it's showing? And then we'll do the same for the second exhibit.
Sure. So they're kind of both the same. So I don't know if you should put them together. What it is this brick, if you can see in this picture here, it's hard to tell in the colors, but see, this one looks a little more red, this one's a little more brown. But in reality, it's kind of a mix of both. So it would probably be mostly in the brown brick, which closely matches it, but occasionally there's a little bit of a touch of a red. So we're going to mix a little bit of those bricks to try to get the exact match. And again, we may go a different route if we can find a better match.
Okay.
So far, that's as good as we can do.
So for purposes of this hearing, if you can confirm, exhibit 1 is the brown brick.
Correct.
Exhibit 2 is the red brick.
Correct, which would be all the brick in the
Thank
project, and
you.
just the color and size.
Thank you.
But like I said, I kind of fell in love with the building as it is, and I think redrawing it and getting into it. So we're excited to bring it to the future and have a nice project on East Boulevard. It's a very nice corner too. It'd be nice to reactivate that corner. That's all.
Thank you. We have no unknown callers.
All right. I did hear you mention kind of setbacks, high level. Do we have any kind of drawings or anything that shows the setbacks on the street?
See, the existing setback is right here. There are two signs.
Tim, if you could, I'm sorry. The people online can't hear you.
I need one on my lapel. There's actually two signs here. This is the existing line of that, the front of the existing building. This sign would be removed. This sign would remain. And then on the new one, that sign would land right about at the middle over there with the patio and the sidewalk, connecting the sidewalk to the front door. So that kind of helps you see it better.
I think Commissioner Hawkins or Chair Hawkins, the question you're asking might be a number and it's right here at the bottom of this
Oh,
page,
Yeah,
which I don't think I can see,
Uh,
but Tim, if you know.
yeah.
But
it is.
really, in comparison to the surrounding properties, just wanting to make sure that the rhythm of the setback. Yeah,
Kind of like blends with the other
yeah,
ones.
with the street,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think I said the Holland Chandler one sits a little bit closer to the street, but we're actually a little bit further back than most of them along the way. So I went actually laser measured them off the sidewalk, and I think the Pat's Place building, which I worked on years ago, that one is a little further back than ours. And then there's the house next to us, the old kind of more house residential structure. That's really far back off. So we're kind of somewhere in between.
Okay.
The ones on the street. So it would, stay in that same rhythm down the street. So not
Yeah,
like, yeah.
it would be good for us to be able to see that.
Okay.
Mhm. Questions? Yeah, Commissioner. Wojcik?
Tim, I'm just going to say very specifically, we went back and forth with the last presentation and the other proposed project was substantially closer. So we're not asking, we're just not suggesting it. We want the actual dimensions from,
Oh, yeah.
um,
I think so it's on there, it's 22 feet. You just can't see it on that one. If you go to the single one right there, number 11. 8.
Take the mic.
22 feet.
and then the comparison.
We need the mic.
Yeah.
I gotta stop standing up here. All right, it's 22 feet to the front. If you can zoom in close enough, you can see that dimension there. And on the side, it is 19 feet. And I think that's just to the bump outs. It's currently 20'9", but to add a little more dimension to that corner, I came in about a foot.
And that's to the sidewalk, the existing sidewalk.
Correct, that's correct.
So
yeah.
I think normally we like to see it to the comparing properties as well. So when you have, I think we would ask for that. I'm just giving you a heads up. We typically ask for that for the property that you're proposing and then also your adjacent properties so that we have a numeric comparison for reference purposes.
Sounds good.
Please, sir.
Do that.
Commissioner Whitlock?
So I'm just wondering I'm looking at your precedent images and then, so this is not a historic structure and you're basically encasing most of what's there, particularly the street facing sides. And I was just curious why you mentioned the architecture, but that it didn't really speak to the neighborhood or the district. So I'm just curious, why did you consider doing since you are re-skinning more than a half of it and the prominent sides, maybe going back and something more similar to some of the precedent images that would be keeping
Yeah.
with the historic buildings.
Yeah, so I mean, we're sort of, I mean, what we're doing is pretty much coming up, we're taking some of the details that are being left on the sides that are not being touched as much. And we're bringing those to the front as well. And they have similar details to those other buildings.
Well, when I say historic buildings, I don't mean this because this isn't a historic building.
Correct.
I mean the historic buildings in the area and the
Yeah, so
district.
so we are doing some of that. If you go to the detail, go to the the one that shows the other buildings on 17. So on the Leeper Wyatt building, there's a lot of corbelling on the brick. We added some of that corbelling on this. So we're kind of talking to that building a little bit as well. It also has very similar proportions on the windows, the kind of longer, taller windows, which is another reason we kind of use a similar look to that. And I think Cluck as well did some similar detailing as far as the corbelling as well. So we're pulling some of those same details, but also still speaking to the old building as well, because the detailing, while albeit it was on a more modern building, it still has a lot of kind of similar details that a traditional building has in the area. So, you know, some of the recesses, things that you just kind of always do with brick, you know, some of the not necessarily Rolex, but the soldier courses and things like that are kind of done on a lot of different buildings in town. Even some of the precedents down here that's not necessarily historic, but, you know, I think that one is historic, but it's historic to South Carolina. Did that answer your question, or did I don't know if I.
Yeah, I guess my question was, you know, you're still speaking to the original architecture of this building more so. I guess my question is, did you consider, you know, just abandoning that and doing something totally different, and that would maybe be more in keeping with the district?
I mean, I thought about it. There's two methods I looked at. One was, which I didn't think was going to be very well received, which was actually encasing the building in a glass box, like we did for the Grinnell building on Moorhead Street, which was actually a nationally registered historic building. But that I don't think would have flown as well, because it would be a big glass box with another box in it. So that wasn't really an option necessarily. But the other thought was taking some of the history of the building. I know it's not necessarily historic yet. I think it's off by a few years from actually officially being historic. But taking some of those as cues to improve them and make it more similar to some other buildings in the district. Instead of just saying, forget it, we're going to reskin it in something completely new and make it, you know, not speak to the old building. Because I kind of like the old building, some of the detailing, and I think it blends well with a lot of the historic details, just because they all kind of over time kind of talk to each other, the different styles. So that's why we did. And I think I like taking old buildings and learning from them, but also bringing them forward a little bit and see if we can make them better than what they were. So, and since we were keeping some of those sides, we thought it was an opportunity to do that. So,
okay.
But it definitely breaks from the modern mentality, because modern mentality is like horizontal banding, and we pulled a lot of horizontal banding away and added some vertical pieces and broke some of those horizontal lines. So it really kind of speaks more to a traditional sense of a building than your modern 1980s horizontal banded building, which is what it is now.
Commissioner Whitlock, if it helps, East Boulevard has an eclectic style of architecture, both, you know, historic and new, but the historic still has industrial looking buildings. You can see 1002 East Boulevard is one, and I think 1009 East Boulevard. So when trying to relate back to what's on the actual street, there are some industrial looking.
I realize that.
Yeah, knowing that 1009 East Boulevard, I actually talked to the architect that did that building years ago, because we actually did the upfit for Hull and Chandler in there. And I mean, he told me a lot about that building. And it used to have these really big, like pitched roofs pieces on the front of it. It looked a lot different than it did now. And they discovered a lot of this detail was underneath that, and they brought back some of that back. But it it has kind of a little bit more of a modern touch with some of the metal canopies and maybe a little bit more of a, shop kind of feel to it. I don't know if that's the best example, but
I guess I was just kind of the melding of that architecture from the 80s and putting these kind of historic components in there just basically changes that architecture. So
yeah,
it's another architecture style, very unique from the building that's there now. I mean, I guess by that token, could have just added, built it just like that, made it bigger or so. But anyway, just wanted to get your thoughts on what maybe anything you had considered otherwise.
at one point I did say we could just take the whole skin off and reskin it. But then when I got into the detailing of the existing building, I was like, there's a lot here that we could play off of to keep, one, honor the old building a little bit, but also just kind of keep some of the, keep some of that and bring it forward a little bit and make it better, make it more in keeping with the other projects in the area, so other buildings in the area. So, but
Okay.
I love it. Based on what we had before and what you've come back with, and I agree, look, it's difficult. We've talked about, we had a case last month where you're like, oh, they're not really commercial buildings around for it to relate back to. And East Boulevard, there are plenty. However, as Candace said, they're all it's kind of pretty diverse. So I appreciate the nod back to some of the ones that we've seen before in the undulating bays going in and out. I think it breaks it up well and it makes it look less like a long wall. Obviously, I'm in complete agreement with staff in that the front, like that's the face, right? And so the big smile should be up front as opposed to in the back. And also just going back to what Commissioner Wojcik, and I think Chairperson Hawkins said, just understanding the rhythm as far as setbacks go is going to be helpful in terms of us understanding context. Just looking at this building though, with what you've given us on page 17, and I'd like to see, it appears to be not so completely out of context in terms of massing goes. And I think seeing it, knowing that you have those ins and outs, those bays is going to help even more. So thank you for bringing this back. I, as one commissioner, I appreciate the changes. And I love how it speaks to the, what is it, the Brown and Glenn building?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
I won't reiterate the same thing. I share Commissioner Parati's sentiments.
Tim, it appears on the site plan as well as some of the CAD drawn elevations that there's a sort of as-built as well as proposed, the site plan and the elevations seem to be overlaid with one another. Is that intentional?
Are you the actual elevations down?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
in looking at the site plan where Candace is now, it looks like the existing site plan as well as the proposed are sort of overlaid.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that intentional or is that just a
Yes, it is intentional. It
Okay.
was a way to show the old and the new together.
before and after?
Yeah, which I could pull that off. And I mean, we kind of had the other one below that shows the two separate, but actually, no, it didn't. I left it on that one too. So
Yeah.
I could take that off if that's confusing.
Yeah, this is a minor cosmetic thing, but I think for our purposes here, it gets a little confusing.
Yep, I agree. And sometimes the lines don't, I think maybe it should have been a little bit more faint, but so you can kind of see.
Yeah, it's a graphic thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I mean, I sort of agree with some of the comments that Commissioner Parati and Hawkins and others have been making. I do feel like I would probably want to see, I appreciate the larger windows. The structure doesn't seem as brutalistic. But I think I would want to see the pedestrian, I'm trying to say, frontage be a little more addressed in like scale and how it addresses the human scale, as well as same thing with that front elevation. And then I think that's it. Looks good.
All right. Other comments or questions for the applicant?
Yeah, thanks again too for adding, the front porch area and then connecting the walkways to add to that pedestrian interest. I trust and respect the professional opinion of Commissioner Barth. So if we could go a little further, this is never a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely.
I guess, and this just sort of came to me. I had a little more time to think while Commissioner Parati was speaking. But I think some of the things that are successful in some of your projects as well as Pluck's and the historical precedents that you show is there's maybe a little more attention to detail. So I get while you're trying to make a nod to the existing building, I think most of us here would be in agreement that, it's from its own period and it's something special, but it's not necessarily something that we would approve. So what I might want to see just as one commissioner is maybe a little bit more of that detail on those historic buildings shown in the facades. And I think that would probably, without designing, I think that would probably help.
Yeah.
At least me with getting more comfortable with the pedestrian scale and, the long elevations overall.
Yeah. If you look too on the front, those popped up pieces, I did add more detail to those just to kind of mimic some of the other, like the Leaper Wyatt building has a little bit more detail. If you go to the detail sheets at the end, you can see it there. So you can see the banding at the top was added to there to kind of create more to it, but
So we're looking at the rear elevation, correct?
Correct, yeah.
So I think, so if we apply some of those same, that same language to the East Boulevard facing elevation, I think that might become more successful for us in how we are looking at this as a new sort of appendage to this existing building.
And it's a little bit there too, but I get what you're saying. The back does look a lot more like the front than the actual front. So.
And this is a very minor thing too. And this has come up on a number of other projects, but it looks like we have some like architectural lighting. Maybe it's for security, maybe it's for aesthetics, accents, that sort of thing. I think another thing that might help identify that front entrance is maybe limit, lighting on the building to that front entrance. I mean, that's a very minor thing, but I'll just throw it in there for future review's sake.
Yeah. And our client, we talked about this too, because when we got the staff feedback, last week, and, they're willing to, make those changes for sure, as far as making the front look more like the front and the back, more like the back. So, but.
Cool.
Right. Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we're now closed for deliberation. I would say I shouldn't say we all. Go ahead. Commissioner.
I'm happy.
Yes, I was gonna say something similar.
Remember what we got? Like Tim's work is great, but remember what we
nightmares
got
about that.
versus what we have now? This is a big deal. So, yeah. If only we could like switch it around. Yeah.
He can.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. I really did have a nightmare about that two-story, building parking deck on the back of that proposed thing, and I about gave myself anxiety. Scared me. Oh, so this is so much better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So how about we start the conversation with the reasons for continuation unless
I don't-
people don't?
I don't even think it applies. This is a totally new project.
We could still kind of apply, meaning like context, because we still, I think, need to see how it relates to its surroundings with setback and
I think some of those topics that we brushed on with the previous version of this project would apply, but
Mhm.
as far as, I mean, we're going to talk about the similar things like context, pedestrian scale massing and all that stuff, but I don't think we can necessarily respond to the points.
Sure.
Because they're completely different.
Yeah.
Okay.
So contextually, I mean, we have the Leeper Wyatt building, we have Brown and Glenn, we have granted it's a new building that's going on Cleveland. I mean, and we have the diversity of the East Boulevard corridor. So I think contextually it fits, and it is not so out of context in terms of its massing, right? And they have not only made the shape of it fit, but they've broken it down some. Tim's broken it down some in terms of creating this undulating facade that I think makes it digestible. The comments that you made, Commissioner Barth, about increasing the pedestrian nature of the building, I think it could go further, absolutely. So that would help even more. So contextually, I think it's there, or it's close. And like, look, this building is 42 years old. It's not so far from being at that 50-year mark.
And another thing that I have always struggled with this building, even before it became a part of our agenda, is that it's so foreign on East Boulevard. I mean, it's a brick box. And it's going to be hard to find historic examples to match this to, which has been challenging, and he's done a good job. Applicant's done a good job at that. I mean, Candace, would it be out of question to reach into another district, for example, Wilmore and the school there for historic precedent? Or, I mean, it's on the same road, just further down,
Sure. So
different district.
I think that you want to try to stay within the district, but if you can't, which, I mean, I think there are a couple on East Boulevard, they're just not two-story, that are still historic, industrial looking buildings that you can look at, but if you.
If I may, very quickly, before you go on, don't mean to interrupt. I think my recommendation would be that you stay within the character of the current historic district. Your legal standard is whether a project is incongruous with the character of the particular district you're looking at. And so if you were to go outside of your particular district, you may potentially be looking at stepping outside of what your legal standard is. That's one piece of it. The other part of it also is that there have been other projects where folks reach for other examples of other historic districts, and the commission has rejected those examples as not being within the character of the particular historic district that a property is located in.
I mean, could we not look at this as an extenuating circumstance because this current building is such an anomaly in Dilworth?
I don't think we need to, though. I think there are enough examples in the Dilworth area that we can talk about the context and get our points across. I think it's beginning to speak to its neighbors very well. I think some of the things y'all have asked for will make that even better, making sure the front is the front. I'd like to see the tree plan for it. Again, enforcing the relationship to the sidewalk and to the pedestrian access, but otherwise, I think there are enough examples in the neighborhood that we don't really have to reach.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that too.
I live in the neighborhood and I think for me, I would like to see, it's really hard for me to understand the context as it looks on the street. And that's such a prominent corner in Dilworth. And I've seen buildings, on Moorhead that just overpower everything. And so what I don't want to do is see like a big, and I like the look of the building, but I just want to make sure that it's not a huge brick box that we're looking at that is now taking up the whole corner of Dilworth Road West and East Boulevard.
So seeing it within context of its surroundings
That's
is.
really important. It's
yeah.
hard for me to visualize, well, what kind of, it's a pretty narrow strip between the sidewalk and the front door. And so, well, what kind of trees can go there? And how is that going to all relate to the buildings on either going down the block and the buildings across the street?
Yeah, we have this slide, right? But I am with you, Commissioner Kerm. I don't know that I would like to see something more,
Maybe we could request some perspectives that have views of the neighboring buildings.
Yeah.
In the picture.
I think so, yeah.
And I believe someone previously asked for the numerical setback of the neighbors.
And Commissioner Barth, just to add a little bit, again, my recommendation would be that if you're looking at something in Dilworth, that you would continue to look at its surrounding or whatever other property is in the Dilworth district. However, if there is any indication in your standards that would allow you to do that, one thing that I would recommend looking towards is if you are really interested in looking at other particular districts, looking at the characteristics of that district as defined in the standards and looking for similarities, because ultimately, again, your legal standard is a project incongruous with the character of the district. So if you're going to look at a different district, trying to see how similar it is to that current district in those characteristics will probably put you in a closer space than if you were to look at a completely different district with different defining characteristics.
Well, let me ask this then, and sorry to belabor this point, but obviously the applicant is drawing inspiration from other areas. The Leeper Wyatt building is not in a historic district. Well, it is now, but it was not. It's a historic building, but it was not in this district. We've talked about other projects that they've done, like on Central Avenue and Plaza and other locations. So could the applicant, again, continue to draw his inspiration for the design of this project from other areas on their own without us suggesting it and setting a precedent from our perspective?
So I think I'll answer the first part of your question. While the Leeper Wyatt building was not originally in the Dilworth Historic District, by approving its moving into the district, you made it a part of the district. So there could be a defensible argument that drawing inspiration from that building now in its current state is drawing inspiration from historic buildings that are in Dilworth. Now, as far as looking at buildings that are in other historic districts, for example, Plaza, that is something, again, that I would caution you not to necessarily go down that path, but if you are interested as a commission in doing so, that you clearly state in your deliberations as well as in whatever decisions you make, how the similarities between a particular district are to the district in which that building is located, such that you are trying to make a decision that also takes into account where you're currently at, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So we can as a commission, without setting additional precedents, we can reference the Leeper Wyatt building. I think that's all I need to know. That's helpful. Thank you.
And then we have on slide 11, the building in Columbia, South Carolina. I would feel better about referencing that as a historic building that relates to this one more than I would another
district here in Charlotte, because I, just as one commissioner, I do not want to open that Pandora's box of being, Dilworth isn't Wesley Heights, isn't Wilmore, isn't Plaza Midwood, you know? And oftentimes people try and move us there and we say, no, 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 no. This has its own culture, its own vibe, its own look, its own aesthetic. So if we are going to look in other areas, I would rather they be outside of Charlotte than here. I think that's a slippery slope.
I'm gonna remind everybody on this committee how many times I have heard the words 360 degrees,
Yeah,
you know, and I don't know, I mean.
Yeah,
I
that's
just-
true.
So many projects with context. And I mean, our guideline 7.2, I mean, I don't think that it's a bad idea to be able to pull historic details from historic structures. It's an inspirational element. But if we're using it for context, I think we need to be very careful because of the millions of times I've heard for new non-residential buildings, context is the immediate surrounding of a project site within 360-degree view from the center of the parcel.
Thanks
And
for,
so
yeah.
I just feel like that's fair.
Thanks for
Not
bringing us
fair,
back,
but that's our
Commissioner Budzik.
guidelines.
Yeah. Sorry to talk while you were talking. Thank you for bringing us back. I mean, we've done some things along East Boulevard. The buildings are different. No other buildings along East Boulevard have that little glass walkway either, but we created, or glass connector, but we created that opportunity. So, because it fit. But it would be nice to see this in context. That's what, no matter what we're saying, the same thing that we've said, the similar thing that we said, the common denominator is that we need more contextual information.
And one last note of caution, just to, not to belabor the point, but just to make clear as a recommendation to the board, and if you choose to agree with it, also as a recommendation to any applicants or future applicants, that I would also caution you to stay away from drawing or allowing contextual references to be made from other historic districts outside of the state, because they may be governed by different statutory provisions that may not be applicable in North Carolina. And then more specific to that historic district, they may have different standards than yours.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt.
All right. Other, still open. Other questions for the applicant? So we close. Oh, we're closed. We're closed.
I think we're open still.
We're closed, right? I think.
You might want to close just for.
Okay, just to make sure we are closed for
Double close.
deliberation.
Put the bolt lock on.
All right. So, oh yeah, we are closed because Commissioner Barth suggested that we probably didn't want to start with those items, but we were on context and we're still there. So we probably need to move along. We did say setbacks. We want to see this redesigned structure the setbacks in context with this neighboring property. So I think that could be accommodated. It seemed like the applicant was open to that.
Wouldn't the other things like spacing, massing, and complexity of form, height and width, scale, like all of those things would fall under context, right? Because as Commissioner Barth said, this is kind of a new, it is a new application, right? And so if we can see that this building fits within the context of that particular part of Dilworth in terms of setbacks, spacing, massing and complexity of form, height and width, scale, like all the things, then I think it all follows that context.
Agreed.
Another way of saying it is, I hear this constantly thrown out in Dilworth, is streetscape. What does it look like on the street in the context of everything around it?
Thank you for speaking up, Commissioner Kern. when we look at slide with the Zutwell survey, what do you all see? Because that is the streetscape view with the subject property.
I need more details. It's a.
The Zutwell survey?
Zatwell,
Zatwell.
Zatwell, some people say Zatwell, I say
Zutwell.
Zatwell. But they're boxes, right? And we're looking on one street. No.
We've got East Worthington and East Boulevard.
Mhm.
Dilworth Road West.
I think this is
What is
East
this?
Boulevard that you're looking at straight on.
Mm-hmm, yes.
Okay,
Oh, I can zoom in.
yeah, please.
So something like that isn't showing us setbacks, right? And
Right, that is missing, but spacing we can see.
yeah.
So is that a parking lot on the side of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, there are other structures that are taller than it.
But not taller well, but
No,
is there anything wider?
Not on that block,
Yeah.
but they use the scaling element to break it up into smaller bays.
Right, and
which
wouldn't
is
that
what
be
we've
good to,
requested.
wouldn't that be good, wouldn't that be good to see in connection to other buildings? Like if we could see see more than just the outline, the silhouette of the buildings?
Are you all asking for 3D?
I'm gonna ask Commissioner Wojcik to translate what I'm trying to say.
Yes, so, well, on East Boulevard, the building to the left of, so there's, I don't know what that. So you want to see the windows and,
I mean, you know how we would see it if we were riding down the street?
oh, you want, yeah, you want a perspective, that, oh, boy,
The
oh, boy.
visual, that's right, Commissioner Kerr.
Just don't ask for much, do ya?
Yeah, I want
I just
just
kidding.
that. And you know how I am about visuals. You can see it. I have to see it, right? And even with this, you can see that the shapes of the buildings all different, right? Some are more vertical, some are more horizontal. So yeah, more of a visual. Thank you, Commissioner Kerr.
I have a question for this commission folks here. Obviously, this is a front addition. Section 7.17, number 1. Is this an exception because we are bringing it more into compliance due to setback?
I would think so, yeah, because we're moving it closer to it fitting contextually than it currently does now. So that I think would be the exception. You're taking this, I don't need to say more.
I'm with you.
Mhm.
All right, so to the point that Commissioner Parati made, much of what the other elements, like massing, complexity of form, height and width, scale, spacing and setback will all fall under context. And so when we get those items that will, like the setback of the surrounding properties in connection with the subject property, that will help us. And it sounds like we are asking for perspectives.
Yes.
Okay. And what else do we? The tree plan. Okay. Yep. I hope somebody's preparing a motion as we talk through this.
Can always look to the staff analysis for additional talking points. Thank
Pulling
you.
it up right now. Okay.
Yep.
All right, so do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion if I have some help.
All right, we got you.
Okay, we want to continue this application for looking at big, not big ticket, but higher level points, that being the main one being context. We want to see how the setback, spacing, massing and complexity of form, height and width, scale, so on and so forth, how all of those things fit within context of this particular streetscape. We'd like to get visuals, some perspectives, so that we can see more of these details in addition to what we currently have with the Zetwell survey. And let's see here. We would like to see the rear elevation not be more ornate, or we would like to see the front elevation look more like we would like to see the rear elevation look more like the front elevation and vice versa. No, that's not what I want to say. Excuse me. We'd like to see the front elevation have more of a pedestrian feel to it. Not unlike what the rear elevation is designed as being right now. Help. Anything else we need to add to this? Because it is pretty high level, because once we see how this fits contextually, then we can fine tune it. So and we would like to see a tree plan. We'd
Site.
like to see a tree. Say it again.
Yeah, trees and site,
Site plans, that's right, including the
site features.
HVAC, let's see, ground units, the dumpsters, the backflow preventers, and any other site features. So we'd like to see the tree plan, which includes the trees that will be taken out, trees that will be replanted, anything dealing with the trees. And we'd like to see the site plan, which will include the site features.
And the parking lot, a screening for, provide a plan for permanent screening of the parking lot.
Yes, according to guidelines 8.3. As far as the site plan goes, I'd like to cite our standards in 8.9. As far as the tree plan goes, I'd like to cite our standards in 8.5. And as far as context goes, I would like to cite 7.2 through 7.3, numbers 1 through 5. And we will review the details once we understand how it fits contextually.
Also 8.3 and 8.4 for parking and landscaping.
Okay, 8.3 and 8.4 for parking and landscaping. Thank you, Commissioner Barth.
Could we do 7.4 for setbacks since we?
Sure. So setbacks 7.4, spacing 7.5, massing and complexity of form 7.7, roof forms. There are a number of roofs that are like this in the area, but I'll put it on there. Number 4, height and width 7.8, scale 7.9, and we will leave the rest to be reviewed once those items have been addressed. And I'll throw in, because I think that this is really helpful, Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah. Sorry. I would like to add a friendly amendment requesting that the applicant provide a little more clear drawings and site plan and an elevation on before and after, having those separate so we can read it a little easier. And I'll ask the commission, I don't think we need to see the previous iteration of this job because it doesn't have any
it's
real
not
relation
even-
to it.
yeah.
So that I think can be removed to avoid confusion.
I accept.
All right.
I accept.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue passes 9-0. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, our next application is 1921 Charlotte Drive, and we can get through this by 7 or slightly after, right? And everyone can stay?
I have to leave at 6:45.
Okay, but we'll still have quorum, so we're moving on.
Should I hang out or do you want me to leave?
If you feel like,
Can I leave it if it goes over? Can I leave in the middle of the?
yeah, you can leave at your
Okay.
time.
I'll take and stay.
Okay. All right. Our next application is 1921 Charlotte Drive, and I believe this is going to be the last application for the evening, correct? Yes. So anyone who's not heard tonight will be heard on October 30th at 1 p.m. and staff will send out an email. Thank you. Okay, again, this project is 1921 Charlotte Drive, new construction, commercial. It was continued for the items listed on pages 1 and 2 of the staff memo. If you could limit your comments to the items that you were continued for. Thank you. And you've been sworn in.
I've not sworn in.
Okay, we need to do one more swearing in.
Okay, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I would also like to apologize for my clothes. I was on a baseball field 20 minutes ago, so apologies.
No worries.
Okay, if you would state your names and addresses for the court reporter and let me know what page of your presentation you'd like to start on.
Stephen Overcash, 2010 South Tryon Street. Adam Williams, 526 Sedgewood Lake Drive.
I like to I'll briefly go over, you can pull up any of the site plans or anything you can talk from, that would be great. I'm really just want to kind of focus on, like you said, Candace, just the points that were brought up, and I really loved that I was sent the exact the exact transcript from the meeting last time. That was very, very helpful. It's the first time we've received it. So it was really helpful in generating how we were going to address the comments. So I'd like to just start off with big picture. Big picture is we dropped one of the rooms, which allowed us to drop one of the parking spaces, which was controversial last time if we were going to be allowed to. So starting off with context, the big issue was they still felt like I was interpreting that it just still felt like one building, even though we broke it up. We were shown the one on East Boulevard that everybody loved. So we followed that precedent. We have gotten rid of the connector. It is completely two buildings, which does help relate better to the context. Orientation, that's always been kind of a controversy. Are we facing Kenilworth or Charlotte or Ideal Way? We now have a solution. We feel like we address all three streets. And so if there's controversial, why not just address all three? What we've done is created another entrance that you can see from Charlotte, which is a entrance to the hotel. And I'll go through how we addressed, well, go ahead and I'll just go ahead and point it out, or you see those 4 columns. If you go to the rendering page.
I'm going to interrupt for just one second. So I loved some of the comments that we received at our last meeting, and I took it as a little bit of a challenge. Both of us did, to take like one more real big swing at the design. We were kind of baby stepping towards a design, but bringing up that building on East Boulevard, which I also happen to love. We took it as a challenge that, like, let's take one big swing at this thing and really, obviously keep it very historic, but really, really take the bull by the horns and do something special. Try to address every surface that we could, and just really do something that I think we could all be proud of. So I think from where we started to where we are now is 180 degrees, and I appreciate you guys' feedback, and thanks for working with us on it. So sorry, keep going.
That's okay. So we took precedent, we walked the neighborhood more times, stayed within 350 feet. And as you can see in the renderings on the top right, that's your view from Charlotte. We feel like that's clearly an entrance. It's oriented towards Charlotte. And we just feel like that's and we took precedence from just right down the street, over on Ideal Way, 1209 out Ideal Way was our precedent for how to design that end cap. That end cap has always been everybody's been a little bit concerned with it. I think what we've done, if you go back and scroll down. Okay, yeah. The end cap, I think that's a great improvement. Basically just took inspiration from a house within a half a block away. So that's orientation. Massing and complexity, we've now completely divided it into 2 buildings. As you can see here, there's no connector anymore. The only thing that connects them is the 2nd floor walkway. You can see blue sky above when you walk through there, and there'll be windows, and it'll be a great little alley, just like East Boulevard. Cornices and trim, that basically came down to, we needed some additional detailing, which we've done. Came down to be very clear that it is painted wood. We make that note, I think, on every drawing. Cornices and trim, that's the details are in the packet. Windows and doors. I think the only thing there really was we picked up a window that I guess was not approved. We reached out to Candace. She sent us the approved ones. It's in your packet, Appendix A. And we just basically, and I think I know what the confusion was. There were so many options, stuff like it could be vinyl covered, it could be single hung, double hung. So we marked through, this is a painted wood, double hung window. That was sent to us by the staff that says this is approved. It's in Appendix A. That was part of the packet. We just put the covers there. There you go. Right there. That was sent to us. Hopefully that's approvable. Staff sent it to us. Materials, basically that only came down to, there was a comment about, can we just go with the red brick? Staff will help you finalize the exact selection. We said, absolutely. We will go with the red brick that was on our finish schedule. The other thing that had to do with materials was we need more information about the decorative gates. We've got them detailed, called out as wrought iron with dimensions. Sidewalks and parking. This is a big one. We're going to totally change the front entrance, get it down to 20 feet wide, straighten it out, create more screening, more landscaping in the parking area. That will help the pedestrian friendliness. If you go to the site plan back at the front, I think that's a great improvement to the neighborhood, and that was mentioned by some neighbors. We agree that the one right there, yeah. You can see the sidewalk has been put on, the driveway has been put on a diet. If you'll scroll up, straightened out and screened. 20 feet. Next one that we were questioning about fences and walls, it came down to this, basically the screen at the top of where the dumpsters and the backflow preventer is, that they said that needed more screening. We've continued that fence. We've literally copied the detail right out of the design guidelines. I hope that's acceptable. And we've got it completely screened from the road. You can see we've added more screening to the parking lot. Lighting, the big thing there was we had them too high. We wanted to bring them down to residential scale. We went around the neighborhood. We can't get them quite as low as residential because residential are usually down at 6 feet. Being a commercial structure, the bottom of our fixture has to be at 6'8" to meet code. We have all of our fixtures at 6'8" above the walkway. And we're still using decorative lights. We clarified some materials like the planters. They're now painted wood siding on the second floor. If we just go to the renderings now, we'll go through the renderings quickly and you can see the changes. I think we've seen those before. You can see the planters are painted wood siding. You can see how we've addressed the end cap by breaking the scale one more time. That box thing that we had before that nobody really seemed to jump on and appreciate, we got rid of it and just created something totally new. And before we had yet another chimney on this side, we thought that was getting a little bit forced. So the end elevation, if we'll go to the elevations, you can see what we're doing. Those pretty much stayed the same. We do feel like that's an improvement on the right-hand side because it helps us to turn the corner and break the scale down. This detail with the little low roof, you see it quite a bit in Dilworth with siding above, brick below. Sometimes it's siding below, siding above. If anybody thought that it would be better to be siding below, we'd be very happy with that. We like raising the red brick and having a little bit more brick on that side. And we really like the little entrance element. It's very inviting. And once you get to that entrance element, you can get undercover to all the rooms. So we feel like that's a great improvement. And I feel like reading your transcript, we have addressed every comment.
Thank you. We do have some online callers. Ellen Citarella is online, I believe. Ellen, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Ellen.
How are you?
Fine. Have you been sworn in?
I did with 304 East Worthington. Just kind of sitting here. I mean, I'm happy to swear in again.
No, that's fine. If you have been once, that's great. If you can state your name and address for the court reporter, and please limit your comments to the design standards. Thank you.
Yes. My name's Ellen Citarella. I live at 322 East Kingston Avenue. And I am here to try again to get clarification actually on the evergreen trees that we've talked about in previous 2 hearings. I did send something in. If you can pull that, yeah, there you go. And just kind of zoom in on that segment of the survey. I have circled those 2 trees. I know we keep going back and forth on whether or not they are on the property. I'll point out in this graphic that the left dark line is the property line. And those 2 trees, which the reason we keep going to this is because 3 very large shade trees, as we know, are being removed from this property. So any screening that the applicant can retain would be a good thing. And I thought it would be good to get clarification on this. Candace, if you could scroll down to the next graphic. There you go. So that red line is pointing to that tree. That is the outline of the parcel there from Polaris Overhead. And then we see the tree with a dark car parked below it. So what I just wanted to bring today was clarification on how those 2 trees are not on this property. That's all. We're just trying to understand that, and it's not just me. The neighbors want to understand as well, and especially given that the 3 large shade trees are being chopped down. I did have one more question because Stephen just mentioned it. That one room has been removed and it looked like it's still 15 on the new building. So clarification on that would also be helpful. And I will cut it short today, and I know everybody's glad given the time. Thank you for your time. I want to thank the commission for your time today and for every day that you work to preserve our historic districts. We need you, and keep doing it. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Our next speaker is Tiffany George Keat. Tiffany, are you online?
I can't hear you guys, if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Great, sorry.
Okay, do you have video available?
Yes, is that working?
Not, oh, there you are. Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Okay, awesome. If you could state your name and address for the court reporter, and again, please keep your comments to the historic district standards.
I'm Tiffany George Keat. I'm at 1238 East Worthington Avenue. And I'm a direct line of sight neighbor to the project. I submitted a bunch of pictures so first off, I wanted to talk about the context. We talked about it. I've talked about it every time, I think, but the commission, the applicants talked about it last time, and I was a little disappointed by some of the commissioners. Well, what do you expect them to do? And this is going to be hard to find. And my answer to that is if they can't provide one single apples to apples historic contextual building, then there's a problem, and that probably means that it's not in fact contextual. So I don't think we should create context to solve this problem. I think we need to look at our district and find what it says. And so I did that. And I think the answer to the historic apples to apples comparison is the Dilworth Quad. I went out, I found 11 of these buildings, all in the historic district, all built between 1905 and 1945. There are 11 of them. I didn't even go to East Boulevard. This is just sort of more the suburban area. What I like about this they are multi-residential commercial buildings, all of them. They're still apartments, some are Airbnbs, and they're from the right time period. And this is what Dilworth has shown us historically is how we deal with multi-resident buildings. These are all brick. These are all center entrances. These all have their stairs inside of the building. They're mostly vertical, not square like the applicant's building. And many have balconies or Juliet balconies for their complexity of form. And I'm not really understanding why we aren't looking to these buildings. There are 11, I'm sure that I found. I'm sure that there are more. And you can scroll through on each of the projects. I have the date that's too far, sorry. We go to 11 is the last of them, but pictures 1 through 11. So they have the dates of when they were, and the addresses, and I did confirm they're all in the historic district. So I would really like to understand why, when you all ask for context and they say I can't find any, and I found 11, why we aren't looking towards buildings that look like this instead of buildings that look like some of our house parts are put on top of them. So the next pictures are of all the dead trees in the picture. I think it starts at 12 to 17. And I bring this up because we're chopping down 3 historic trees. 2 of them are healthy trees. And I have mentioned these trees before, but 19 is too far. It's 12 to 17. That's, if you could go back a little. So the 3 dead ones there on 16, there's no grass. The ones that are supposed to be screening the front of the parking are dead. There's 4 or 5 bushes there. And like I said, I bring this up both because we're cutting down heritage trees and I don't have any confidence that these trees would ever get planted and brought up to maturation. My other problem is that they're supposed to be what we're going to screen the parking lot with, and if they can't keep them alive, then it's not much of a screen. So I'm not sure why we aren't considering fences or something along those lines, because they have a history of disrespecting, frankly, the neighborhood and the neighbors with the way they have upkept their property. So in addition to the parking lot, I'm confused also. I hear the commissioner say if we touch it, then we should fix it. And this parking lot is on the side and it's too prominent. And I'm not sure why this parking lot can't be moved to the rear and the buildings be brought up front where they belong. And then they have an orientation to Charlotte, and they could be very reminiscent of the quads that I mentioned. And then the parking's in the back, and the screening is less important, and the visual impact to the neighborhood is mitigated by having two possibly lovely contextual buildings and no huge parking lot to green screen. So if you go to picture 18 of mine, sorry, that's, yeah, 18. Is 18 not on? Yeah, 18, there it is. If you go to, yeah, up a little. I wrote on the bottom, you can see where they're proposing that they put a willow oak there. And I put this picture here to show you how it's right next to an existing utility pole, and that there are electric lines on two sides. And I'm not sure how, if this willow oak placement is a 1-for-1 replacement of the heritage trees, as I understand it. And I think we need to talk about where else it could go or how to manage these electric lines, because they're quite close. They go along the side of Charlotte, and they also go in between the two properties. So I don't understand how they could place a heritage willow oak in that position. And picture 19 also shows, I included that because of the electric lines. It shows how low they hang. So I'm also concerned about the screening and the trees, and in general, I'm concerned about what is happening with these electric lines. Are they staying? Are they being buried? Are we planting trees under them and hoping they don't destroy them? That has not been clear to me. There's two other pictures of 24 and 25 that show a huge utility pole that's in the front of the property, that one there. And then if the next picture shows, like, is that staying there with its 6 and 7 electric lines going down Kenilworth? That I've never heard discussed. I also put on picture 22 and 23 is the pine trees. I did the same thing as Ellen. I circled the pine trees on there, took pictures of those large pine trees, and I circled them. That I took this directly from their survey showing they are in fact on the property. I wanted to address how the pocket park that sits on the Ideal Way side is not, it's lovely and it's a good design feature, but it is not giving the pedestrian experience that I would like it to, and would prefer it to be on the Charlotte side and have the building moved back over, because you don't see it driving down Kenilworth because you see the building. And if you're walking your dog or taking a stroll down Ideal Way, you can't see it because the old structure blocks your view. And if you're walking up Charlotte, you don't see it until you turn that corner. So although it's lovely, it's not a significant factor in the pedestrian experience. And I feel like if it was on the other side, on the Charlotte side, which is much more public domain, and it would be a much more effective, or better yet, have them on each side. Hold on one second. And then, so as far as this new building is concerned, if this is what we're sticking with, I'm concerned about the complexity of form. I feel like I actually appreciate that the two buildings are separated, but now that they look like boxes, and the fenestration is too symmetrical. And most most Dilworth houses have a door or something to break up that sort of symmetry, and these are now two like sort of symmetrical boxes with this very deliberate window pattern that looks more like a office building to me than it does a house. I also think the second bigger side is pushing the limits on the massing, and it just still feels too vertical to me. I mean, too horizontal to me as opposed to vertical. And again, references those two non-historic buildings next door. And so, you know, we've been at this a year, and looking at the progression of the design that I've seen, it's actually sort of frustrating because we're pretty much still looking at a rectangle. Now it's been broken in half, but it's still a rectangle with facades pasted on each side. I would really, really like to say that the architects designed this building, but really what I've witnessed over and over again is they present a design, the commission goes, oh, well, maybe you could enclose the staircase, and then next time we come and the staircase is enclosed. You know, that has happened over and over and over again. So the commission, that can only comment on what they're presented. They've only been presented the same design that was terrible at first and has gotten progressively worse. And I just think we shouldn't let the war of attrition win. Like, we should look at the true historical context and make the building fit in, and there's a way to do it. And I think it's a very clear and consistent option. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have no other callers.
So a couple things. I'll respond to the first caller, Miss Citarella. I don't have any problem with keeping those trees. The picture that was shown last time was a tree that was on the other lot, which is fine. I don't have any need or desire to take down unnecessary trees. In fact, we're planting obviously a ton of new trees. So have no problem there. I don't know necessarily how to respond to Miss George Keat. I don't know how to respond to that part.
Would you like to respond, or would you like to move it over to the commission?
I think we've said enough. We've have our context is we literally walk, we try to exemplify some of the houses within 350 feet. And I think the renderings show that pretty well. We pointed out to where the inspiration came from with addresses in the booklet. And
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Before we toss it to the other commissioners, I do want to clarify that context for, as it relates to the standards, is looking at a 360-degree view from the subject property. So in the event that any listeners are confused about what context means to us, that is what our standards state. So with that, I will toss it over to the other commissioners if they have questions for the applicant. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Kern?
I'm thinking y'all said I can't ask about this, but there's 30 keys for the rooms. And what about parking? Is we're not looking at that at all?
No, parking is, with commercial properties is not, it's the underlying zoning that will handle parking. So we don't really get into parking at the commercial level. And nor do we get into use. So it really doesn't matter to this board how many or how little rooms are in this project. It's purely aesthetics based on our standards. So we do have the items that they were continued for and the items listed under the staff analysis to speak from. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. I saw in the notes, I think Commissioner well, one of the commissioners asked for a detail of a cantilevered bay window or something. Was that removed?
Yeah, we removed it.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes it's easier to just remove something.
I understand.
Unfortunately, I have to leave, so I'll just make a few comments.
Commissioner Barth, if you can speak louder.
Yeah, sorry. Frankly, this one, even beyond, the level of design changes went even further than I was sort of expecting, particularly on the Charlotte Drive facing elevation with the addition of this entryway sort of pediment with a dormer above it. And to quote one of the neighbors that testified, I think it got pretty complex. So, there were some moves here that I think, I was expecting more subtle changes. For example, the one dormer facing Kenilworth. Now we're looking at something completely different, and so I have to sort of readjust my line of thinking. The connector between the two buildings, well, I think that was, did help. I'm not sure the handling of the walkway between the two is entirely appropriate. Maybe it is, I don't know. And additionally, I would like to point out that there are a few minor detail things that were not addressed, at least not to the sufficiently that we would expect. For example, the column to beam alignments. We'd like to see necks of columns aligning with the beams, at least in all the elevations and details. It appears not to. The beams are way too heavy and out of context for the architectural style. What else? So yeah, I think we have some issues with architectural style. Still a little bit with context and complexity of form for that front corner facing Charlotte Drive. I really do appreciate them adjusting their stance and modifying the parking lot. Not sure we see the entrance to the existing building reestablished as requested. Did you guys do that?
It's noted.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Anyway, those are my comments.
Really quickly, did you want to respond?
We keep hearing about this column, then we detailed it over on the page with all the sections. What more are you looking for?
Yeah, we see, okay, so Candace, if you go to, it's one of the last, it is, I believe, slide 26. We see the column, but we see no column to beam relationship. And if you go to the elevations, for example, slide 21, like the newly created, on the left-hand side, the newly created pediment and everything, the zoom in on the right, either one of where we have a porch, we want the beam to align with the neck of the columns. That is greater, the beam protrudes from the neck of the column and overpowers it. Now that's getting into architectural details, so this may be a moot point, but that was one of the things that we asked y'all to come back and sort of correct, and not seeing it here. We want those two components to align. I know it's a minor detail.
It's easy.
Yeah. Anyway, so those are just a few of my comments.
Mhm.
And with that, I have to step out.
Thank you, Commissioner Barr. The connector that is upstairs, that's actually the only thing that connects those two buildings. It's an actual door. Go to slide 21, I guess. It's a. Oh.
Zoom out.
Oh. And let the record show Commissioner Barth has left the meeting at 6:48 PM.
It's just the walkway. We didn't carry any covering over. All it is a bridge with a nice rail.
Okay.
Why do you need to bridge the two?
We have to get people to both stairs in case of a fire. You can't just get them to one stair. So it has to, fire exiting, you have to get people out the upstairs in case of a fire.
Other questions for the applicant?
Is there material detail for the new bridge connector in terms of what is the support there? Is that
Painted wood.
painted wood?
Things painted wood. I mean, it's a million details that we could just detail them forever, I guess. We thought we provided everything that we read the transcript. We thought we had provided everything that was mentioned. And if we can need to take 2 inches off that beam, that's easy. I didn't know that was a thing. I literally told the girl that detailed this to go around the neighborhood, photograph and just copy, but maybe she looked at the wrong one that is inappropriate, I guess.
All right. Other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, out of curiosity, I apologize, Chairperson Hawkins. I started up myself. On slide 26, we see, are those doors, windows with the planters? And then so sorry. Yeah, that. What's happening there in that bottom left?
It's an opening. It's a walkway out in front, covered.
Uh-huh.
And what you're saying beyond are the doors to the rooms beyond.
So that's a door?
Beyond, it's a door. That's not a door.
Okay, what is that? That's what I want.
Just the wall. That's the siding at the wall.
So what is there? You have it outlined. It's not just a blank wall, right?
No, but go to the rendering. It's easier to understand than one of the renderings, like the one from the courtyard looking at it. Elevations are tough to understand. That shows it better, but we have renderings that this wall facade is out 5 feet in front of the guest room wall. So you're looking through openings and the planter box is at the opening.
I'm sorry, I really don't understand what you just, what that is.
Oh, it's a treatment.
That shows it better right there.
Oh, thank you for that.
That should be easy to understand.
That's much easier to
Sometimes we need 3D,
understand.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Kerm, I didn't know whether you had a question. I saw
I
your,
was just looking at the walkway, trying to understand that concept, to understand the need for stairs, but in theory, you could put 2 sets of stairs inside the building and not have the walkway. It would diminish the number of rooms you would have, correct?
You would do what?
It would reduce the number of rooms you would have in the building if you had 2 sets of stairs.
all right, other questions for the applicants before we close for deliberation?
One question. It's just in response to Chris's question about statement about the complexity of the new roof for the new entryway on the left-hand side. Would you be willing to work with and just copy the roof line and column detail?
So the only reason that I challenged our team to do that is because in our last couple meetings, that was seen as the only real space that you could see it, and it presented to the pedestrian scale. So I was like, come back with something that is extremely traditional, but eye-catching, because that was the direction that I thought we received.
Right.
I am not married at all to this. It was just a reaction of, I mean, the space on East Boulevard that we seem to focus on was very architecturally nuanced. So we wanted to show you guys that we're trying to listen and trying to react and trying to really kind of take that challenge. If you tell me to come back and just put a brick wall there, that's, as long as it's historic, I'll do it. But that was definitely a reaction to us trying to, take your feedback to heart. But I will work with, yes, is the short answer.
Well, I think that's a little bit more neoclassic, which kind of goes a little bit more with the Georgian kind of look that's on the other side of the building, but this side of the building is pretty busy. So I'm not thinking that he disapproves of the covered area. I think it was more of just the architectural lines of having the pediment with the hip roof on either side and then the 4 columns is what I think he's communicating.
Maybe cut it to 2 columns and simplify it?
I mean, I don't think we can, at this point, but
That's not it?
We put all those pictures in here that was our inspiration.
No, that wasn't. Okay, I mean, I'm speaking for him, but that's my response to what he said was because he said it was more complex. And so that's what I was.
Yeah, I mean, or maybe if we chopped off the actual.
Not gonna.
Yeah.
It is more complex intentionally.
Yeah.
To give that presence on Charlotte, which is further out. It wasn't subtle. Everybody kept saying, we want a presence on Charlotte.
Okay.
And we tried to address that, and we found a great little several houses with similar details within 300 feet. And we said, wow, this is great. We're within our 350 feet. And I've got the addresses on the sheet there.
Okay.
I think they were on their own ideal way. Very similar look. And we said, wow, that would really be appropriate. It is a little more complex intentionally.
Okay.
Because it's supposed to be the entrance on Charlotte Avenue,
Okay.
Charlotte Drive.
Thank you for, yes, for that. Thank you.
Like this one.
Alright.
25 ideal. I think it's one of them.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant?
I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this question sort of constructively and succinctly. So if I don't do that, please forgive me. Just as an example, we were just talking about the pediment at this location in terms of context, and you had cited examples in the neighborhood where you had pulled this detail directly from an example in the neighborhood. Typically, and you can look at the examples that you cited, you'll have a pediment, for instance, or paired columns to either side of this porch. They would be noting something beyond it, like an entrance door. And there's in this context, we see a window below the pediment, sets. And so just in the spirit of trying to elaborate on the concept of context, I think that is what Commissioner Barth was also going towards, was that architectural elements usually draw your eye to a specific place for a reason, like ingress or egress of a door. An architectural element like a demi-lumen window, for instance, is going to mark a gable end. So there's usually sort of a rhyme to the reason of that detail. And I would just say, in looking at your context examples and how you are applying them to this building, maybe think a little bit more literally, in terms of what you're seeing on an example and how that applies to your building.
We were liberal, that is a window because that's just the function inside. We see that once you go through that archway, you can get to all the rooms. That is the entrance to the hotel addition. I mean, it's more than just one room. It's the whole hotel. The whole hotel, I can walk right where that person is and turn right, and I'm in the hotel. That's the entrance to the hotel. There's not a door there.
Actually, what you just said, it's not walking through the entrance, it's walking through the entrance and turning right. So if you, as Commissioner Sullivan was saying, think about what that's supposed to indicate, and it reads very awkwardly.
It's entrance. The intent, the architectural design intent was to create an entrance on Charlotte Drive.
Do you think, so I understand that you guys can't direct per se. Is this a step backwards? Because again, we were trying to, overwhelming feedback was that's the only place we can see. We all love the park. This is the place that still needs a little bit of touch up. So I'm happy to continue to drill down.
Yeah, I think that you would probably not find a dormer that as a percentage of the roof area was that massive. It overtakes. It's probably the largest dormer I've seen, compared to the roof it's projecting from. So I think that takes from it. I think if you go to your Charlotte Drive elevation, and whereas that does open into a door, but it's much more reserved and a pleasing, appealing, and it does the job of letting someone know that's the entrance, without the neon lights.
If it's just a door to a single room.
I think he's talking about how graded this dormer and this peak is versus kind of a simplistic.
We can.
I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but
We can tone it down. We wanted to do something that had some presence because it was so far, but if it's too big, if it needs to be toned down, it needs to be toned down.
Well, it is like considering 2 or 3 iterations back where that was an open stair. I mean, it's a huge improvement. So I think it's in the right direction. But like has been stated, it's just very complex.
Heard.
Yeah.
All right. Other comments or feedback for the applicants while we're still open? Okay, let's close for deliberation. Thank you, Scott, for pointing that out because that was something that jumped out at me and I failed to mention that. So it sounds like applicants were receptive to that feedback. Do we want to start with the reasons for this being continued? Work our way on down?
Chair Hawkins, just a friendly reminder that this application needs a decision before January 6th. So that would be the December meeting.
Okay. Thank you. All right, starting with context, lots has been said and mentioned, but it sounds like the applicant, this is my perspective, sounds like the applicant went around the immediate area, the contextual properties, and drew inspiration from those properties. And I would imagine they drew them from historic properties in the immediate context.
I missed it. Where is it in the application?
I was looking for it as well under in the packet that they sent, and I'm gonna reopen because Stephen, context.
You looking for our inspiration?
Yes, you mentioned context, but the first page did not have that. So I was just curious if we missed it, and apologies if we did.
The historic context.
Is this your context slide on slide 15?
That's one of them. The Dilworth Road East, which is 350 feet away, was the inspiration for the Kenilworth side. And then you see the 1209 Ideal Way. You can see the little entrance and the skirt with the brick below, the siding above.
I'm so sorry. Will you repeat the house or the historic context for Kenilworth?
If you could use your microphone, if you want to get up and talk with it, that's fine too.
You could, this house on the bottom left, right there in the middle, that was our inspiration for the Kenilworth. You can
I'm so
search
sorry again.
What's the address, sir?
Thank you.
1923 Dilworth Road East.
And that's the context for Kenilworth. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then all these have, look at the big dormer. All these have large dormers. They have complex forms. Look at all the complexity right across the street from us with that little porch pulled out, the little one-story porch. And then you can see the one back there once again having the skirt and the little gable roof. All of these that we were pulling from.
East Worthington Avenue, that dormer, probably not historic, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't look that way.
It's also not as large as the one that they were showing on
Right.
the Charlotte Drive area.
You've mentioned a number of times the 1225 Ideal Way dormer, not the dormer, the gable over the front door. But that has only the gable and it's in relationship to the rest of the roof. It doesn't have the gable and the outsized heaviness and the columns.
What's the address?
That one, you've referenced a number of
1225
times,
Ideal
but that's a much more simple, yes, it has the topper, but not the other doodads.
Can someone point me to the Charlotte Drive elevation? I'm looking on page 21 and I see every elevation but the Charlotte Drive one.
There we go.
Thank you.
A comment was made, I believe, Miss George Keat made it in reference to the Kenilworth elevation while we're open. And you referenced, I think 1923 Dilworth Road East as inspiration for that elevation. Let's pull up 1923 Dilworth Road East. So before we go there, sorry. Before we go there, you have nothing but windows here, nothing but windows there. And she mentioned that usually in the colonial look, which is true, right? It's broken up, there's symmetry, but it's broken up by a door on the side. Now, granted, this isn't the way people are going in. So, however, the left, let's talk about the left building, not the right, because I don't see how the right is, how 1923 Dilworth Road East was inspiration for the right at all. But the left, can you please explain, will you please explain how that fits with the look of Dilworth Road East? It's a wall with 6 windows.
It doesn't have a door. You're right. We're trying to equate something that we just can't go put doors.
True.
It's 3 over 3. I don't know if that's appropriate. It's siding. It's got a nice proportion.
Right, but colonial houses on the side don't look like that, correct? Yeah, the side elevation of colonial homes, because it can't be the front elevation, as you so astutely pointed out, because you don't have, there's no entryway there.
That would be the rear elevation.
Right, actually, in the rear elevation wouldn't look like that on the colonial, and it wouldn't look like that on the side elevation. So it's almost like we took the front elevation, took out the door, put in a window. And so I'm trying to make it make sense.
It's about the proportions. It's missing the door. It's missing.
So it's not about missing the door, right? It's about the rhythm, the makeup, the layout of the look, which takes us back to context. We can't say that it matches contextually if it's nothing like the house. And I know that I'm not saying that it's going to be an exact replica of 1923 Dilworth Road East. However, this particular elevation is out of context. And I'm just starting here, not to mention the Wright building, which I didn't see any building that you pointed out as far as context for that. And we're,
Building on the left, every time we've been in here, we even heard compliments. Oh, we really like the proportion of the left. We're struggling with the right. That's why we spend all of our energy over there. We literally heard.
I didn't say that, sir. I'm talking about the right side here that has 1, 2, 3, all the windows. There's no breakup of that. What style is that?
Georgian.
So then, is that what the side elevation of a Georgian looks like?
Pretty much.
That many windows.
I live in a Georgian.
That's what your house looks like.
Yeah, said it's brick.
I think it's so similar to the one that we showed.
Probably what? One more time.
Doesn't have that many windows.
There's probably a fireplace breaking up the front two because the front two are the living room and that back one is the den.
So
And then
does the Georgian look
upstairs-
like that or no?
Yeah.
So it has all of the windows with no breakup. Oh,
Yes. It would. That's one of the characteristics of a Georgian.
Let's make sure one person's speaking at a time because we have a court reporter, so.
If you go back to, so yes, that is a very good representation of a traditional Georgian in Dilworth. To just have it broken up. A lot of times you'll have maybe a kitchen window or like the little breakfast window might be in a different plane, but that is a consistent stereotypical elevation for a Georgian.
So contextually, Commissioner Wojcik, this works.
Works. Yeah, you could have a fireplace to break it up. You could have a kitchen window instead of, there may be some variation on it, but symmetry and not having anything coming out at you, just having a flat wall would be very consistent. And if you go back to your inspiration, can you go back to the inspiration pictures, Candace? So to the left, that middle one, and I apologize, my eyes are not that good, but to the left, that blue one, 2-story, yeah, that guy. So that's also a Georgian. They have 2 big windows on the bottom and then they have the single window on the top. That's another way that you could see it. That 2 windows in the middle, that's not traditionally how it is. That's typically bathroom. And that configuration, I've never actually seen that before. But it is a representation of a Georgian. So, I mean, there are variations, but the consistency of the symmetry, center line of the window with whether or not it's 2 or 1, that is very consistent.
The bump out with the windows also.
Yeah, and so bump out, we'll say that again.
So on what they have for the right building.
Okay, so on the right building, I
So we
would
go back to that.
To a different house for that. So
So
that
and this is an education, so please.
yeah, no, I mean, they all have a Georgian element to them. So that little bump out on the right-hand side has a direct relationship back to one of his inspiration houses. If you go back to the inspiration page, there's a Georgian that has a roof return over, sorry, go down just a little bit. I think it's on the right. So on the right, that guy. Nope, sorry.
Bottom.
1220.
Right.
What's the address?
1225 Ideal Way.
That one. That one. That is also a Georgian. Okay. well, it's a colonial, sorry, which is a version of a Georgian. So there are variations, and that one's not even actually completely symmetrical. But that has the feel of what he has breaking up that that element on the right-hand side. So if you have three different architectural elements on that long facade, he's got a Georgian, and then he's got a variation of a Georgian with with double windows, and then he's got a colonial on the far right with the roof line breaking it up. I mean, you can pull elements from that whole facade out of all of these houses. It's just how they're incorporated into with each other.
Sure. And so based on your professional opinion, this elevation here fits well within the context of that area.
I mean, I'm seeing all of those window sizes. I'm seeing all those window configurations. I'm seeing massing. You don't typically have necessarily you wouldn't necessarily have a shed roof with breaking up a gable on a Georgian. That's a little bit more of a cottage element, but he's doing that specifically to achieve the end designs. And so from an elevation standpoint, we're seeing it only because we're looking straight on at it. From a pedestrian standpoint, you're not going to see that change in plane. But what that's allowing him to do is to turn the corner and then introduce a softer end so that we can have the fireplace breaking up. And all his inspiration pictures for those ends are pulled off of some of those pictures as well. So I feel like he's gone through and studied the architecture and tried to incorporate them so that we're getting broken up visual elements from different parts of houses, which are giving us back our scale so that the building doesn't look too big. I mean, he's not introducing anything that doesn't exist. He's just trying to put it together in a way that helps us with our scale and massing and proportion in design detail.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So if you look at what, last meeting, we gave them to work on, and a lot of that was not having to do with these two buildings, with the exception of context. And I think that my understanding was they kind of worked on what we had asked them, we had suggested they work on. And I know that, it might not be that was a home run, but I think that, with the right adjustments to that, we're pretty much where we were, and then working through a lot of it that we had to left was more of the details, kind of working out the details, and then the site. There was lighting on the outside and things like that. I think they addressed that. So I do think it's, we want to be consistent with what we're telling them each meeting and not changing the script every time. And I think they've made every effort to take every suggestion pretty much.
We're working through this. Thank you so much for breaking up that space.
Are we okay to reclose? Okay, we're closed now for deliberation. All right.
So architecturally, looking at the interior, when we get in, I guess it's the courtyard elevation. Do we continue that Georgian look?
So, the way that they're using the interior facade wall, creates that, yes, it creates that repetition of window placement, even though they're not actually windows.
They're openings though.
Yes, so visually you're getting that break in plane consistently, the same dimension, center lines. So even though it's not exactly, they're trying to repeat it. It's kind of hard with the diagonal stairwell. And you can't really it just stairs mess up everything. You gotta hide them somewhere. And so that's the only thing that's messing up their their symmetry.
That rhythm.
Yes,
Yeah.
that rhythm of fenestration. But that also helps reduce the massing on that interior facade because that diagonal line is softening that horizontal plane or vertical plane. And giving us some relief in terms of massing and structure coming towards us and how we perceive the building. The walls with the openings in them also help soften that facade. So even though right now it looks like it's kind of a hard line vertically, it's
Seeing
not.
the
There's
perspective was
layers.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, there's layers. So I apologize, I was not in the last meeting when the discussion for the Charlotte Drive view. So, I'm a little bit
Well,
behind on that discussion.
We were not designing, we just let them know that
Seemed-
elevation needed some work.
Yeah, and because that is the address, that was really the big deal. It was like, it's the address, but it's not reading as
I
the, yeah.
see, hence the numbers above
Mhm.
the pediment. Yeah, makes sense.
They're like, this is the
This
front.
is it. This is it. So again, a pediment is appropriate for a colonial. It's a little bit more of a Federalist kind of element, but I mean, a colonial, a Georgian Federalist are all kind of similar in architectural style.
Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik.
Okay, all right. Great conversation. So coming back to reasons for continuance. So context was addressed. Do we agree that it was addressed?
After that lesson
Yes,
with
thank you.
Professor Wojcik, yes.
Thank you. Massing. Do we feel like the massing? I think the only tweak I believe we've heard is that dormer needs some work. It's a bit massive on that roof. Anything else?
The massing was addressed when they took out that room up above and created two different
In the
structures.
connector, yes. So that was addressed.
Yeah.
Okay. Sidewalks and parking,
They addressed the width of the driveway.
reduce the curb cut.
It went on a
And-
diet.
And provide a vegetative screen in that location. So that was done?
And they did say they would leave
Yeah.
that plant, or the trees that were
Mhm.
of concern.
That was done. Okay, let's move to cornices and trim. Provide additional material callouts, a section cut through.
So that's what Chris mentioned. Typically, the header above the column doesn't have a projection going out over it. And so he just wanted to see, he'd like the header added to that column detail. And he would like it different than the way that it is on the perspectives. The shaft of the column and the vertical of the header typically engage on the same vertical plane. And then molding can be added to that.
So a little bit more work to be done with the beam to column relationship.
Yeah.
Okay, so somebody note that cornices and trim 7.13 needs a little bit more work. All right. Windows and doors, provide appropriate mold gaps between the box bay ganged windows. Was that addressed?
All of the detail sheets that yes.
Okay.
Those are appropriate. They have appropriate spacing between them.
Perfect. And then they did provide the specifications for the appropriate window HTC has approved for new construction. Wasn't that in the
Yeah.
packet?
Yeah.
So the window that's in the packet on slide, I'm sorry, one second.
Yeah.
On slide 11 is not a window we would approve, the hybrid, but we will give you the correct windows and staff can work with the applicant to get the right window. So I'm not sure how this ended up in the packet, but it's okay.
All right.
Staff will provide that.
So let's note that. Let's note that. And then, study the light proportions on the connector window. Okay, I don't think we have that anymore, right? There's no connector window. So that's gone, so that's not relevant anymore. And then provide window sample due to the fact that the commission, okay, so they're gonna work with staff on the window. So let's move to the next one. Lighting, 8.11, provide lighting in entrances and exits as vertical circulation. No lighting shall be placed as ornamental. I believe that was addressed.
Yep.
And lights should be lowered, which you got them down to 6.8, as you mentioned, which is code for commercial. Excellent, okay. Materials, 7.16. So now, did we get here? Provide additional information on what materials are more than just the siding, freeze board, fascia, columns, box beams, and panelized box bay. More information on what the material is and dimensions.
He added the materials are all noted as all wood.
All wood.
Now dimensions.
Dimensions.
He did eliminate some of the details. So the box bay had been eliminated completely, so we didn't need that.
Okay.
The trim we just talked about, but that was part of the windows. I'm not sure what other dimensions, maybe, let's see if there's a section. Is there a section with like a cornice or?
Section page.
There we go. Okay, so those should have our dimensions on them.
And that has the
26.
dimensions for all of the freeze board, all those things.
Yeah.
Fascia.
Tell you in 1 second. Yes. We have,
Okay.
2 inches,
Yeah.
7.25.
Mhm.
Yes, we have all of our dimensions.
So those have been addressed. Orientation, reestablish the Charlotte sidewalks. I believe that's been done. Okay. Fences and walls, provide additional information on the connector piece gate stating its material and dimensions. Okay, I see that. And down there. Okay. Shutters look great. Appear to be, are the shutters still operable? That's what the notes say. Shutters look great, appear to be operable and use the appropriate hardware. Add note to plans to indicate the shutters are operable. Did we do that?
That was on that detail sheet as well.
Okay.
Right there. What's that? There's hardware.
And they're operable. That is noted. Okay. All right. The commission prefers red brick. Is that what we got? All right. And then, so you'll work with staff on exacts and all of that, and then review trash can enclosure fence detail. Believe that's in there somewhere, right? I saw it. That yeah. Is that it? Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's the enclosure.
You want to keep things. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So it sounds like everything was addressed.
What are we saying about these dormers, people?
Oh.
I mean, even, again, I just want to make sure we're looking at everything. On slide 26, I don't think we talked about the view from Kenilworth Avenue, the shed dormer there, which appears to be sizable. So is this, I'll defer to the architects and the designers. Is that architecturally accurate? It's 26, slide 26 on to the left. Well, it's showing as 26 to me.
Oh, scroll. Oh, I think I saw it.
Yes.
Okay.
Down. Oh, no. Is that it?
That isn't,
Hold on.
that isn't, wait.
So
This is what I'm looking at
on the
here.
far side. Yeah. Maybe go up one.
Maybe it's 26. My computer's being,
Go to 24. Go to 24. No, not 24.
Well, what's at the bottom?
yeah,
Oh, there it is.
they're in
On
the,
the far right.
yeah.
that
Much like the other dormer, it seems to
on the other side.
be very there. So please help me understand. Talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old. How does that,
So if you go back to the Dutch colonial, that's not a dormer. It's a facade of a wall that's being broken up with a roof return. If we want it to look like a dormer, then it needs to be smaller in massing. If you hit the inspiration picture that was the Dutch colonial, you kind of have to understand the way that the roof line returns on the side. But there's two different ways. So, okay, well, that's a Dutch colonial as well, but you can't see it because the porch comes out and keeps the side elevation from returning in between the first and second floors. So so it's really not a dormer. It's a facade that has, yeah, they'll go to the right a little bit too, Candace, so you can see both of them at the same time. So it's the same style house. One of them, a Dutch colonial has two different roof pitches. Theirs does not have that, but it's conceptually the same in that you are breaking up the first floor and the second floor with a roof line that's extending that makes it look like a dormer, but it's not a dormer. So on the right, you can see that whole house is that whole plane is broken up with that roof line. But those that doesn't look like a dormer. It's just broken up the first floor to the second floor.
that doesn't look like a dormer.
That does not look like a dormer.
On that slide, does that look like a dormer to you?
I think that it appears like that because we're breaking plane from the other architectural style. And that's why it's kind of like half and half. It's too big for a dormer, but it also seems too small to be like a Dutch colonial. We're taking half of the house and sticking it up there. So conceptually, I love that the first floor and the second floor are broken up because we have two very vertical elements. So I don't mind transitioning with that roof plane. I think the other element too is that the bottom has brick and the top has siding.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
that in itself kind of presents itself like a dormer.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm losing my brain power at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it from both sides. I see it for,
Because if it's one, as the Dutch colonial is, yes, it's like, that doesn't look like one.
right.
Yeah. So
And I think that's what they were doing.
and I'm sure it was to break up the massing and all of that.
Yes, so it wasn't just one more vertical wall.
Sure. So what do you think could potentially be done? What tweak could be made so that it presents as the Dutch colonial style and not an oversized dormer? And do you even believe that that should be addressed?
Well,
Because
the
at this
fact that-
point, I'm out of my depth, so I'm gonna defer to you.
Where's Scott? Scott?
I mean, it is on Kenilworth side facing away from the historic district, but I don't know, I don't mind the dormer as much as I do the heavy roof projection and the deep, it looks like a very deep overhang. I don't know if that's, and in this rendering, the fascia looks huge.
Yeah, it does.
I just don't think it's rendering properly.
I'm not sure whether some of the things that are concerning me are. I'm not sure whether some of the things that are concerning me are rendering or not, but I'm looking in the prior slide, no, on slide 25, views 2, 1, and 3, each show the roof line, the more steep roof line. Frankly, it just looks like it's pasted on to the end of the building. I understand why it's there to look as if it were added on over time.
Big.
It looks pasted on to me. And again, it could just be the rendering, but it feels odd.
Go back to the Dutch colonial inspiration. That's what they did. Right, because it's just a gable end instead of the double pitch.
Yeah.
So that one was to the right. That's a Dutch colonial as well. Those elements are on plane. The brick is on the bottom, the siding's on the top. The side elevation is on the same plane. The roof overhang offset just a little bit. I mean, that's basically the same construction method.
Look, and it's broken up though, which I think matters on the side with that chimney.
Well, yeah, that's added roof line. So that may not.
One thing
best
to mention for the
perspective.
commission, if there's please one commissioner at a time, because again, the applicants deserve to know your deliberation and how you're considering it, as well as it is being put down by the court reporter for the record. So just a quick reminder, making sure that one at a time and that everybody can hear your deliberations. Thank you.
So I'm really just trying to understand, like, I know it doesn't have to be exact. It's inspired by a look. This is a little different because it's a little broken up with that chimney on the side. So
right.
It doesn't come across as a dormer at all.
Well, we could ask them to just explore the roof line.
And that one is also broken up.
elevation.
Exactly.
Not rendering, but the rear elevation. That shows that. And then scroll over to the,
There.
can you zoom in on that right side? Yeah, that still, fascia still looks oversized.
No, you're right, it does.
It should match, it shouldn't be much, if anything more than on the main eave up there. And it looks like it's measuring, I think the main eave's showing the gutter, gutter line maybe, but anyway, that's a huge fascia.
And what about,
And the frieze seems like it's exaggerated. It's got,
It's like
I think
10
maybe
inches.
it's too much. You got just a simple frieze would be without the little OG at the bottom or whatever that is.
Yeah, I think that goes back to the fascia boards and frieze board profiles.
So I think that looking at it through this, I think that rendering was distorting what we were seeing.
Yeah,
And,
that's better.
I feel like this is probably okay.
I just want to make one note. We need to make sure there's 4 inches of flashing underneath that window before the roof line starts. Is there a perspective of looking at that end, where the gable ends with the return? That's the only one I couldn't. There. Oh, that. Well, that's the end of this building. So if you look at that, does that still present itself?
it appears complicated. It does not appear to be simple. There are the 2 peaks, and then there's what appears to be like a shed dormer off the side. And so it appears to be complex.
There's a layer to that you won't see in real life. That top peak is the gable that's on the first building that's on the far away
Okay,
from you.
Okay.
So you'll see that triangle, and then
Mhm.
you'll see 2 shed looking angled roofs coming off.
I will say that the left elevation, since you asked, it appears to be a shed dormer that's coplanar. And and then the right side is just something that I'm not familiar with.
Make sure to turn your microphone on and speak.
Looking at it from the parking lot, on the left-hand side, that building, it's unclear to me what that gray shaded area is.
Oh, that's the original. Oh, that?
Uh-huh. No, not the left-hand building.
It's the parapet wall for the HVAC system. You won't see it. There's a flat roof up there that they're hiding.
So let's get back to one of the things that Commissioner Barth pointed out, which was the dormer on the Charlotte Drive side, I believe. It appears to be on page 12, on slide 12. Oh, my numbers are off, so it looks like that. No, I'm looking at the view from Charlotte Drive. Oh, well, yeah, I'm looking at a different, the rendering, a perspective of it. I don't know why my numbers are off, but yes, that. So will you walk me through this one?
I can try.
Yeah.
So, I think the reason why it presents itself differently, and now that I've seen that left elevation, is that second floor does project out over, that porch. And I think that's why it presents itself more heavily than the other side does. Sorry about that. Because it does come out farther than the plane of the brick wall below it.
Yeah, and it looks
chunkier for sure.
That is not on a diet.
It looks like it's designed that way to have two full floors. If you look at it from the front, because it looks like you've got two full floors versus an angle when you're inside a room of a house. I'm sure that was designed that way for the purposes of how you situate your rooms, but it doesn't look like it makes sense.
Yeah. I think we could just ask them to restudy that.
Yeah.
Rendering also in where you're positioned on the left image versus the right. On the left image, to my eye, the proportion of that projecting dormer space looks better, it looks more appropriate to context. Versus on the right, it looks very much out of scale. The slope of the dormer on that looks flattened. So I don't know if it's the perspective, because you're sitting, it looks like you're sort of 4 feet above the ground in the image on the right, and on the left, it looks like it's more of a eye level.
Yeah, because when we look flat on.
You look at it that way, the proportion seems to correct itself a little bit.
So we talked earlier, and look, sorry to belabor the point, but not so sorry that I won't. It looks like this is, we're supposed to walk in this way to, I think, Commissioner Holtz's point, where you just walk in and, because it's like the star, right? And so, because you can't walk in this way, can you please explain you walk in and then you turn to the right? So it's how.
I was trying to look.
I think we've challenged them enough on this that we got to let them design it.
Yeah.
So, but I didn't understand that you all thought that it needed a redesign. It sounds like you're cool with it, which is why I keep pushing the point, because I don't understand.
Yeah, I think they understand too, and I think that, at the risk of designing, that we need to let them design.
I was trying to find the floor plan just to see, but that is your front porch. That's where you're gonna go. You're gonna stand there and you're gonna be like, okay, now how do I get in? Like that, and so it's a good cue. I mean, from a design standpoint, it's taking you to the right place. I just can't tell where the walkways really line
That's
up
right,
with
it's
each
like
other,
you walk
and
straight.
I
I
that's my
apologize.
problem.
Go on. Will you say that again? I was talking over you. Sorry, Attorney Hewitt. What did you say, Heather?
Well, I just can't. It's going to give you that area that's going to bring you to the other places that you need to go. And so I think from a design standpoint, it's effective in its approach, and that it's doing what it needs to do to give you a home to walk up. How do you find the front door, right? Like, it's taking you somewhere. And then once you get there, then you evaluate, okay, this is I'm here, and then I'm gonna go this way, or I'm gonna go this way, or I'm gonna go this way. I don't,
Not a lot of options, so I think that it could be a lot less, a lot lower key and do the job, get them there and still look really good.
I think the only thing I would suggest to the commission, understanding the time constraints and the fact that this project may have a limited amount of time that it may come back to you, try to be, obviously not design the project that is not within your purview, but try to be as clear as possible as to whether you're intending to, as to whether your advice, your suggestions are to reduce in some way, and what is that you believe needs to be reduced so that it also stays consistent with your suggestion previously that this portion of the building show that it is a main entrance in some way, shape, or form, even if it isn't.
Well, complexity was I think the big concern, and I don't know that, I mean, some design might be a lot less complex, but the same size. I don't know. So, I think we can just let them know that that's a point of focus that we need to work on.
okay, and the mass of the second floor structure over it, I think has a big impact. In terms of having a address, a place to go, I mean, this building has multiple entrances. You're trying to consolidate those to one thing. And I think that covered entry brings you to your point of distribution for the overall places.
It's difficult because I'm used to having a door
One
in
front,
the
but
entry.
it's 3 different buildings and there's 2 different levels. So that it's not possible.
Do you think maybe if they continue to work on it, that this, since it's on Charlotte Drive, since it presents on Charlotte Drive, that we could walk straight in instead of doing the hokey pokey and turning ourselves about before we get in there?
Not unless, no. I mean, they'd have to attach things and, I mean, there's no centralized entry to the buildings. It's a draw to get you to the courtyards, to get you to the other locations.
Can I ask one other question? I'm not seeing it in detail. How deep is that porch, the distance between the columns and the?
Is that a
wall?
question for the applicants? Do you want me to reopen?
No, I'm sorry. Can someone tell me, someone?
I think it's 8 feet.
Thank you.
Well, the space between the buildings is 18. And the porch takes up approximately half of that. So, yeah, I think that you're right. I think it's 8 feet.
Thank you.
right.
Again, the renderings made it look so shallow that was a concern, but that's a good depth.
Okay, commissioners. So we went through the whole list and we said they addressed quite a bit of what the reason it was continued. There was some talk about the dormer, the size of the dormer, but to Commissioner Sullivan's point, it could have been a matter of perspective because when you look at the left-hand side versus the right-hand side, the dormer doesn't appear as massive on the left versus the right. And then there was some mention of some trim work that may need some attention, may or may not need some attention. And then what else was there that we wanted them to look into? There's some debate about the entrance of one of the buildings.
I don't know if this still sticks, but we were looking at the view from Kenilworth, slide number 24, where on the end, where is it a Georgian, or a Georgian usually is, there's a chimney that breaks it up. I don't know if people still care about that, but that was something that came up during conversation.
And I think I was comfortable with what Commissioner Wojcik kind of shared about the different architectural fusion of different architectural styles, but they're related. I'm just trying to get us to where we can make a decision. So, do we?
You may make multiple motions.
Mhm.
Make, different commissioners might make motions as they see appropriate. I know generally you're looking for consensus and for one person to make a motion, but where there may be some disagreement, you are still allowed to make different motions and they may succeed or fail.
Thank you for that reminder, Attorney Hewitt. So do we have a motion about a decision of part of this, this application? Okay. What do we do it this way? Do we agree on, or not agree on, but do we have a motion on any aspect of this application?
You also have your new motion worksheet to use and then staff analysis to use and the items that were we were continued for to use.
Well, staff analysis has broken this up into 5 sections. Tackle it that way, starting with building connector. Has that been adequately addressed by the applicant?
Commissioner Sullivan, can you bring your microphone towards you? Thank you.
Absolutely. My apologies. So, do the commissioners have any issues beyond, or I should say, any issues with the building connector, as the applicant explained, based on the questioning we had? Nope. Nope. Okay. So we're good with that.
Are you floating a motion, Commissioner Sullivan?
I think I'm starting to.
Oh, okay, I'm just checking.
So, let's see. Just need to get my, so, could we break a motion down into, the different elements and then address each of the elements on staff recommendations by, our standards?
Yes.
Like 7 point,
Context and then setback and then spacing.
yeah, like for instance, okay, so,
That's a lot of motion.
yes.
Could we find the ones that we like could cluster?
So usually, maybe this will help, maybe this won't, but usually when you find consensus on things that have been addressed, we just give a thumbs up and we move on. So you look for things where there may be some discussion as to what needs to be addressed and make a decision as to whether or not you are choosing to continue approve with conditions or deny based on your discussions.
Well, the only thing that I'm hearing that people are still talking about is that left entry / dormers.
I think that would be massing and complexity of form, 7.7.
I'm also talking about the Kenilworth elevation, the end.
Yeah, so the Kenilworth elevation, right side, the end, and then the interior.
Charlotte Drive.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we could just narrow that out. Right?
That those are the 2 places we'd like to see a new version, but everything else looks great.
Restudying.
Resend, yes.
Restudied.
Yes, I think that's,
So would we be, so, would I make a motion to, I'd like to make a motion to continue, asking the applicant to restudy the massing on the, Kenilworth, right elevation dormer, projection and the, courtyard entry dormer projection and porch.
It'd be massing and complexity of form.
Thank you.
7.7.
For 7 points, citing Design standards, 7.7.
We also said we needed more information on the column beam alignment details.
That's cornices and trim, I believe, 7.13.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And adding to the motion, to looking at column and beam dimensions, design standard 7.13.
Okay. And do we need to say something about all of the other elements? Or this is just for that portion of, this portion of the application?
Correct,
Correct.
yes.
Okay. Is there going to be a part two, you think?
Oh, to this particular motion? No. Unless there, I don't think so.
Okay.
Those are the two we want to continue for.
Okay. Okay. That works.
Unless
That
there
works.
is anything else that we want to continue for.
So typically when we do multiple approval or, motions, it's because we're continuing something, we're denying something, we're approving something. So if there's more to a continuance than just what you've made this motion, I would add those things, because when we get to the next meeting for consistency, it seems like you're okay with everything else and we're only going to talk about the specific things of the continuance. So if you're not happy with everything, then you need to put it in this motion now so that we can talk about it at the next meeting. Things that you're okay with can be
Provided that, yes, if you're interested in doing, you could break things up and do approvals now, or you could wait and see if the last details that you're looking for have been addressed. And then at that point, if they meet the standards, do an overall approval of all of the other pieces. But I do agree with staff that if there are other parts that you do require more follow-up, include them either in this motion, or if there's somebody else that's going to make a subsequent motion, include it as well.
I have a couple of other things to add, Commissioner Sullivan, if you're open to them. The site plans need to include height dimensions that are currently not there. From, grade to ridge.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Parati, that was site dimensions from,
Grade to ridge. Mm-hmm.
Particularly the height. Yep.
And there was something else. And because the applicants have said that they are willing to save the pine trees, that needs to be noted on the site plan as well.
Typically, site plans don't have vertical dimensions, Commissioner Parati.
Well, I'm looking for the height of,
Okay.
It would be on.
Those would be on
on the parking
elevation.
lot. Is there, where's the parking lot elevation that shows that?
What are we trying to get the height of?
The height of the, hold on, I wrote it. I have it.
It's on every page.
The courtyard elevation, I'm referencing staff notes 3B.
Courtyard elevation 3B. All right, so normally that would be on an elevation.
We're on slide, hold on one second. We're on slide 21, and I believe you're asking for this height. It's 27 feet, 9 inches. Is that?
And that's from,
Parati?
that's from grade to ridge.
Let's see.
Because
Trying to get there.
if I'm not mistaken, the staff notes mentioned is from the first floor to.
And not grade to ridge.
Okay, so they're looking at from this point up.
Yeah, I know we're closed. It seems like the applicants may need that clarification, looking for grade to ridge.
Yes, I am referencing staff notes 3B. Height dimension, courtyard elevation, height dimension shown as measured from first floor, not grade, to lower roof, not to the ridge.
So, yeah, typically we ask for grade.
And if it's there, great, you can just restate it. Let's keep going.
Oh, I see it. It's from grade to the height. That's not, that's there on the far right-hand side.
Height dimension shown as measured from first floor, not grade, to lower roof, not to the ridge.
It's, yeah, but the one up above is from grade. No, not that one. There's another one.
Want to go up?
Anyway,
We
that,
can restate it if it's already there, let's restate it, but
okay.
let's keep
There's a
going.
slide that we're referencing, if we could articulate that.
I can't, mine don't line up with yours. I don't know.
This is slide 21.
That right in the middle, in between those two, that should reference. Oh, I think it's the existing building. No, it's not. It's from grade, but it doesn't give us the ridge.
Yeah,
We
and
still
this
need it.
says that they want it from first floor, not grade, to lower roof, not to the ridge.
So this is grade on one side, so that's 27 feet, 9 inches. And then on the other, is that what you're asking?
That's from the first floor.
It says first floor. So is it wrong? I mean,
Which is a different dimension. We typically ask for it from grade, not from first
Right.
floor. So the first floor should not be too much above grade at that location, but it's still a little bit different.
On this elevation, the first floor is 2 feet above grade level.
put it on the plans. That's what we're asking for. Yep.
I didn't see the 2 feet
It's there.
If we scroll down,
right there. Oh, it says -2 feet, you guys. It's not on the dimension, it's on the label. Go to the little label. It says lower first floor. That's grade. That's 2 feet. You add that to that 27.9, it's 29.9. No.
okay. Well, I mean, I would just make that as asking them to update the plans.
Okay.
It's,
And look, we're in the middle of a motion. This was, one of the other things that came up in staff notes was about window proportions on this courtyard side. So I think if we're going to continue it, now would be the time to address that.
All right. So Commissioner Sullivan, do you accept those updates?
Yes, I accept the updates to the motion from Commissioner Parati.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik? Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to continue passes 8-0.
So because we are going to hold the meeting open instead of adjourning, my recommendation would be that. I'm sorry. I apologize. My recommendation would be that the chair state that the meeting is being held open until the commission meets again on October 30th.
All right. The meeting is being held open until the commission resumes on October 30th. Thank you.
Thank you.